evening. Episode 269, longest running episodic, whatever it is, we don't know. With the
We're
Burrell
here.
in the Garage of Knowledge. Bobby, how are you?
Very well. Very well. No snow. We're happy.
Well, yeah, I think it's a little too chilly for snow, and we've been light on the snow. I think we've been good so far.
It's just enough to have to shovel. That's the problem, Otherwise, the salt can't get rid of it. It was too cold. So, anyways.
That is true. That is true. Well, Eric's tardy, so I'm going to charge him extra for the like button.
Mm.
I did see Yannick briefly pop in and pop out, so we'll see. Maybe he was having some trouble with the links. But anyway, we'll get caught up on the chat a little bit here. We'll get started. And then I already sent off a couple of links to a few extra folks just in case they want to pop in. So we'll see.
Sure.
We'll see if they join us tonight. We'll have a little bit of fun. Josh was first out of the blocks. It's Friday night. You know what that means because I'm Carlos is live. Indeed.
Just
it is true.
Always first.
Yes. We got the luminaries, though. Bobby, we got luminaries tonight.
Well, everybody
I know that.
have them.
No, we got Josh to start. Our second one. Sports Card Radio. We got Sports Card Radio as our second comment here. Thoughts on the Platinum Card Breaks rebrand? I had heard of it, but I haven't heard anything about news since the beginning of the year when Platinum Card Breaks was sued by Blowout. So I assume you would know. You're the news guys. I can only report stuff after the fact. We're one of you buddies with G. I think you're referring to the Gandalf man, the bearded Gandalf guy. The rest of us don't have any relationship with G. But fair question. I can ask him for the podcast. This guy has a beard, but it's not the same. Yannick, how you doing over there? You good?
Wrong beard.
Yeah. Well, no, but he's got a beard. It's the closest we got. Like it's not Brandon's beard.
No.
Like the Gandalf beard is a completely different level.
It is.
But Eric and I can't contribute towards this. So you got at least a little bit of beard going. Yannick's got the most beard here. He's got the beard seniority.
Yeah.
Yeah. So right now it's the best we can do. That's all we got. To answer your question, no new thoughts because I hadn't heard any updates on the lawsuit. Hadn't even thought about them in a long time, but maybe something new will come up, but haven't heard anything since the beginning of the year. And the second one is the Gandalf guy isn't here. But I'll ask him next time I get a chance to see him. Philippines Collection, big ups. Yes. And also, thank you for joining. Appreciate the comment. Philly Joe, good evening. Jeff here, hello. Mike Ham, good evening, Ham. Paul C, evening all, and Eric. I don't know where the guy is. He's tardy.
Tardy or absent? Which is it?
I don't know. He's a slacker. We're gonna find out soon. We're gonna have some serious questions. Quinn Hughes, the wild trade confirmed. Interesting. Okay. Mike Good says good evening to everyone, and you too, Coach. The content gods continue to smile down upon you. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Look at that. There he is. Finally show up. Speak of the devil.
I would like to tell everyone that I was doing something very, very exciting, and that's why I'm late. But the reality is I was folding laundry and I lost track of time.
That's very exciting. Yes.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's exciting.
Yeah. That's
wow.
That's it,
weak.
boys and girls.
That is weak. Well, look, Mike Good here. Mike Good here was at least looking forward. I have a comment right after that acknowledges this. Thankfully, you finally showed up. Like Mike Good here says, good evening to everyone, and you too, Coach. That's referring to you. The content gods continue to smile down upon you. Praise the content gods. Filmington, LFG. Let's fucking go indeed. Good evening,
Phil. I haven't seen Phil. I didn't see you at Shriners this year. Been a while since I've seen him. I hope he's.
Were you distracted fighting Shriners? Are you sure Phil wasn't there and you were distracted by fighting the Shriners?
I was there the entire time Friday, the entire time Sunday.
You're trying to get one of those little cars.
We had the state meet on Saturday, and I didn't see him. So,
wow.
Hope you're doing well, Phil.
Well, at least you're trying to make up for it by wearing the Patriots hoodie. We'll see if that pandering gets you somewhere. Good evening, Paul. Like it says, I see the assistant coach. We're the head coach. Well, finally, we fixed it. Finally showed up. Good evening, Wes. Big trade tonight. Hopefully, it tanks both teams. I like that spirit. Always like that spirit. Coach, like the hoodie, but you're late. Take a lap. That's right.
Take a lap.
All right.
That's right.
If I don't get my laundry folded, I get in trouble. I get grounded.
Filmaton, I just reported this channel for the F-bomb that just dropped. Hello, Eric. Listen, trout is a 4-letter word as far as I'm concerned. So I'm going to report your channel. There have been multiple violations. A lot of them. That's right, Ham. That's right. We'll see what happens, Ham. We might need you if the news stories of the day call for it. We might have to call upon you. I did, like I said, I would send off a couple links to a couple folks. It was actually funny. You missed out, Eric. So unfortunately, we got nothing new to add, but we did get some luminaries. We had Josh here at the beginning. Sports Car Radio did all caps. Unfortunately, I couldn't answer the question. So, and Gandalf's not here, so he's not going to be able to help us. So I did the best I could. I tried.
We'll just go anyways.
Good evening, Jeff. As a Wings fan, Quinn Hughes news is depressing. I can imagine. Well, that's where the Hockey Card Gong Show is going to have to carry the load here. I'm going to need the scintillating analysis to really find out the full implications. Best I can do. I had heard the rumors. I just didn't. No, I think it was a trade. Let me see. Let me actually look it up because I don't actually know. I heard a rumor, but I didn't hear the specifics.
I don't
Quinn
follow
Hughes.
hockey, so
All right, here we go. Canucks trade Quinn Hughes to the Wild. So there you go. Yeah, look, Louis loves it. There you go. Louis, you have a link. Louis, you have a link. This is your moment to shine. You can tell us the implications. You've literally got a Wild logo as your avatar.
and
Yes.
Minnesota is
Probably the only one in here with that.
Wes Hughes for a first.
He might be the
Ogren
only
and
one
Rossi.
on the internet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. I like that.
he
Well-
took the phone and he said, "Trade me right fucking now." Hang up.
Ooh, I like Wes's salt here. The perfect trade for the Wild to lose in the first round again. Damn, Wes. Coming in from the top row. Good Lord.
Wow.
Jeez. Good evening, Orlando. Mike here says, let me see here. Carlos, the mega cathedral that only has a heated pool, but now you can add the bowling alley and indoor basketball court. It's getting good, man. The content gods have been generous. Generous. It's pretty good. I like it. There you go. All right. Do your thing. Yeah, so I invited him. Dan may be joining us a little bit later. So there's a possibility he'll join us. I think he's going to be at the Philly show this weekend. So if we get a chance to chat with him a little bit, that'll be great. And then at least I gave a couple of links. And same thing, Ham, I know you're doing your thing. If you ever want to pop in, you're always welcome. But I sent off a couple extra links just to make sure we had a little extra coverage. Because right now we're kind of in the in-between period. There's a couple of things happening, but a lot of it is slowed down. Probstine continues to not say anything. We still have nothing. Actually, real quick, kind of side story.
It's the Omerta's law.
Kind of a side story, by the way, real unrelated to this. And Eric, I could not have timed this better. So speaking of Probstine and the Snipes, the website.
Yeah, well, of course.
So there is a company that does basically it's a crypto marketplace in the Canadians known as Newton.
Wow.
That's the one that I used years ago to buy a lot of Bitcoin and some Ethereum and stuff like that. They were good for what they were. I haven't used them in a while, and all of my stuff is offline into one of the cold storage things, so I've got it in one of those. But here's the funny thing. So I get an email a couple of days ago. So remember, going back to what I said about Snipe and the Probstein and the whole thing, and remember we talked about the list of steps, Eric, and if there's a data breach, stuff you're supposed to do, right? Okay. So I get this email a couple of days ago, literally just from Newton. And specifically said, we're reaching out to let you know about a security incident involving Mixpanel, one of Newton's third-party service providers. So it's not even them directly. It's a third-party service provider. The incident within Mixpanel systems involved limited analytics data related to your Newton account. And then so they tell you exactly date, time that it happened, and what information, if any, is of concern to you, email address, name, or whatever. Eric, it's almost like you're supposed to do that.
Yeah, no shit, right?
Yeah, so believe it or not, I've got nothing on there right now, nothing that is of concern to me. But Bobby, they felt compelled to send the information, give the details, give the dates and times, and then bullet point tell you what information, if any, was included in that concern in that breach. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that wild?
It is.
It's almost like that's what you're supposed to do.
I bet you this is the
Nobody
first
does that.
in history that's done that.
Yes, indeed. So that's what. So Eric, I just thought the timing was spectacular. I just thought it was very funny that I literally get an email. By the way, the email is you can scroll. There's a little bit of information. It's telling you a reminder of account diligence. Hey, by the way, just avoid clicking on any concerning links. They're giving you tips, but they also told you laid out the dates and times and the whole thing. They gave you all the information on there. So again, still early days on that, but like that's what's supposed to happen. If there is a data leak of some kind, you're supposed to convey that information. It's kind of important. It's kind of what you're supposed to do.
Until they're caught is usually when they confess, right? And
Well, like I said, I didn't know they had anything. I literally got that email, and that's the first I'd heard of it.
well, when the postal
What are
strike
you
went to the
supposed to do, really?
revolving, sorry,
What are you supposed to do really when it does happen, other than changing, say, your passwords or like
As the individual,
the
yeah.
necessary precautions that they're giving you to?
Yeah, but I'm just saying from the business perspective, it is one of the things they are actually supposed to do is let people know. If, potentially affected people, you do have to advise them. It is important. It is part of the deal. Wes here says, I need to hear Ham's take on this trade as a hockey expert. It's wild.
It's wild.
Look at you, Ham.
Good
there you
take.
go. Pretty easy.
Good evening. Happy Friday, Rob. What's up, fellas? Good evening, Baz. Season's greetings to all. Season's greetings to you.
Tis the
How good are the
season,
Avalanche
tis
this
the
year?
season.
The Avalanche are actually quite good. I haven't looked at the standings in a bit, but the Avalanche, they're right at the top because isn't McKinnon at the top of
Screw
the
the
scoring right now?
Avalanche.
So
Yeah, like they're playing very well.
they are doing very, very well. They are fun
Yeah.
to watch. I've tried to stay up late and watch a couple of games. Just understand that I watched the greatest regular season team in history, the Boston Bruins, make it to the playoffs and lose in the first round. So I don't give a rat's ass what your season record is anymore. Make it to the playoffs and it's a whole new game. So
Yeah, counterpoint, Colorado has a slightly better track record with that than Boston.
also the greatest regular season of all time in football and lost in the Super Bowl. So I've seen it.
I'm sensing a common element, Eric.
I've seen it twice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So just to answer your question, Orlando, so right now, as far as the regular season is concerned, they have 2 regulation losses this year.
They're incredible.
Yeah. So right now, through 31 games, they have 2 regulation losses. That's really good. Like it's hard to say that's not really good.
Patriots were undefeated, only the second team in history to have an undefeated season, and it didn't mean a damn thing.
Well, they faced off against
Never
Eli
does.
Manning, the second of the Mannings.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So yeah, so you've got that, and then like I said, like I mentioned a moment ago, in the same vein, right now Nathan McKinnon is leading the NHL in scoring, and right now he's 5 points clear. He's actually quite good, good, and also leading the league in goals. Yeah, Eric, that's an
It's the
AHL
Nordic
record.
blue.
Facts.
That's not nice. That's not nice.
I know the 72 Dolphins are still the greatest. They are still the greatest. They did win all the games, including the Super Bowl.
Yeah, and he has Tom
Emmett
Baby
Smith was
as,
there.
He has Tom Baby as his picture for his account, and yeah, you're absolutely right. The 72 Dolphins are still the greatest team of all time. Until someone else does what they did, they are the greatest of all time. The Patriots were supposed to. They didn't. So regular season doesn't mean a damn thing to me anymore. I've been burned twice.
Well, Eric, I'm going to need you to keep beating that drum. I need you to keep that same energy because I'm telling you right now, I am deeply concerned by this. Right now, there are 3 players in the NHL. Since we're starting off an NHL talk, we may as well. It's like I'm telling you right now. Right now, there are 3 players in the NHL with 20 plus goals, and one of them is the J Rob pump. We got to be very careful. Speaking of Gandalf, be wary. There's only 3 players with 20 goals right now, and one of them
Is a Bruin.
is the J Rob.
Is a Bruin.
And one of them is not a Leaf.
All 3 of them are not Leafs.
3 of them.
I was going for the sympathy.
Yeah. Well, I don't. Do we have
No.
anybody in the top 10 that's a Leaf? I don't think anybody in the top 10.
Maybe.
Well, Connor Bedard's tied for 4th.
Yeah.
Bedard's tied for 4th. That's pretty good.
And it should,
Crosby,
because it takes a few
Crosby's
years
been
for them
good.
to come around, right? The rookies.
Crosby's been good.
Crosby's surprising the living hell out of me. The guy's 107
Right.
years old.
He's still a kid.
Have I read he's 5 points from Mario?
What was that?
He's 5 points behind Mario right now. Sydney.
Oh, Crosby. That sounds about right. Yeah. We got to remember, like Mario missed like an infinite number of games.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
So-
I mean, twice.
Like years, seasons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Literal seasons. Exactly.
He had his back situation, he missed time. He had his cancer situation, he missed time. His retirement, he missed time.
Yeah, I was gonna say he took 3 years off for his retirement. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the guy.
At the end of the day, it doesn't really mean anything in the standing. So
I mean, it just to kind of pause on this for a second. When we think about comebacks, right? Because over the years, many athletes have gone away and come back, and it's most of the time it's been horrendous. This weekend, we're going to see someone.
Well, no, don't ruin this, Eric. Do not ruin this for me. I want to talk about Philip Rivers. Not yet. Not yet.
So the fact that Mario came back and dominated is the greatest comeback of all time, next to possibly George Foreman.
Mhm. And that is why he is much better than Wayne Gretzky. I agree. My good says, Coach, I had to live through the 69 Baltimore Colts, Baltimore Orioles, and Baltimore Bullets, which all lost to New York teams for the World Championships. Damn.
Yeah, that's tough.
Mm-hmm. The Dolphins were so high on Coke, Mercury
Yes.
Morris, just above the coked out Giants of the 80s. Maybe that's the
Mhm.
secret. Maybe if the Dolphins would embrace cocaine.
Well,
Send
first
the
of all,
magic
first of
potion.
all, and I have to defend the Giants. Nobody in the history of Earth has done more cocaine than the 80s Giants. Because Lawrence Taylor alone did more than entire football teams.
Well, that's what I was about to say. This is like Lawrence Taylor, LT, is basically like the Babe Ruth of Coke in the situation. Like he's out coking several
Coke and
teams.
hose. Coke and hose. That's what he lived his life on. So
Hey,
That's
Rick
why they're
James
called
said
the
it.
Giants.
Yeah.
Rick James said it.
Mm.
Cocaine's a hell of a drug.
cocaine's
It
a hell
is.
of a drug.
Good evening, Scott. Let's see here. Brady will come back at 50 and play for the Raiders. At this rate, maybe. Philip Rivers, Jameis Winston, more lives than a cat. We'll get to that here in a minute. Maybe the 1980s Mets. There's a lot of 1980s is what we're saying. There's a lot of New York 1980s involved in this conversation.
The Mets are in the discussion.
And
I still
cocaine.
say the Giants, man. LT is just the king.
Here you go, Eric. Read this one.
I will not, and shame on you, Louie. You're in timeout.
Yes.
Wow.
That was the
Shame.
best comeback.
My good says, you mean to tell me that's why the Giants home field had no hash marks? Because they snorted it all up? Maybe.
They started it
Listen,
all up.
Yep, my 80s Mets would be up there. Maybe. For a song of Step Brothers. Here you go. I like it.
It's boats and hose, but yeah, it's enough.
Listen, Baz.
Close
Listen,
enough.
Baz. Listen, Baz might have gotten ahead of himself. He might have been a little enthusiastic. Who knows? I don't know what to tell you. So, of course, as usual, the chat, we will go in whatever direction that you folks see fit. So feel free to let us know. But real quick, I want to talk about the Philip Rivers thing, Eric, because this makes me happy on many levels.
Yeah.
As you well know, as you are well aware,
Yeah.
I am not only a man of peace, I am a man of the Schadenfreude.
You are a man of the Schadenfreude.
And my passion for the Schadenfreude
Yes.
has few peers. I am right up there in the top people of Schadenfreude. Almost as high as I am in the Church of the Content Gods. Almost. It's pretty high. Almost. But Eric, I like this on several levels. First of all, my prediction for Philip Rivers coming in at age 44 is pain.
Thank you. You have to say pain.
But the
Can't
second
start
thing,
a
Eric.
sentence like that and not end it with pain. So,
But Eric, do you know why else? There is another specific reason why this makes me happy on several levels.
because you're planning on a comeback.
Not just that. Not just that. With the joining of Philip Rivers. See, here's the thing. And Bobby, I think you'll appreciate this. We always talk about this on the show. The reality is this. I am the youngest person in this quad right now. And when we talk about it, even when we bring in some folks that are 40-something, oftentimes that is the case. But in the world of football, I am older than every single player. The closest player in age is Aaron Rodgers, who was also born in 1983, but he was born in December of 1983, so he is months younger than I am. So Philip Rivers at age 44 means, Eric, there is somebody in the NFL older than me. I am right at that age. I am right at that age. No, for 44, Bobby, like a year and a half.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So he's 44. So the point, though, is that up until this moment, Eric, I was officially at the age where there was nobody left in the NFL who I was younger than. I was close by one person, close.
Yep.
But Philip Rivers makes one person. He is my Julio Franco. You go, Philip Rivers. You go. I support you in this endeavor.
I literally remember that part. Being someone who's been a sports fanatic my whole life, I remember getting to that age and it dawning on me that I am older than
the
That you
players.
don't have a chance anymore.
in sports. And that was depressing.
Yeah.
I remember it very clearly.
So as I was saying,
Yesterday.
like Eric, this season was officially the crossover because, like I said, Aaron Rodgers was the closest, and he is a few months younger than I am. So
Whoever made that comment a few minutes ago, I think they're right. I think Brady's going to come back at 50 and play for the Raiders.
and that's fine. I supported it at that time, Eric. What I'm saying is that I support Philip Rivers in this endeavor.
Yeah.
Him and his 46 kids. You talk about name. Philip Rivers has at least 146 kids.
Well, Name doesn't have grandbabies. This guy literally has a grandbaby.
That's true. That was another interesting stat, Bobby.
The second grandfather in NFL history. Do we all
That's
know
right.
who the first was?
Yeah. So Bobby, Philip Rivers is officially a grandfather coming in, but he is the second. The first, Brett Favre.
Yeah, that's right.
Right.
Yeah, in 2010, when he was still playing, he was actually a grandfather.
Granddaddy.
So there have only been 2 in NFL history. So Bobby, as I say, I'm enjoying this. I support
Grandpa
Philip Rivers in
Bob.
this. Yeah, we may as well enjoy it while you can. Like this gave me an extension, Eric. I got a little lease on life on this one. This is good. I approve. He's gonna get killed. Like he will probably die.
He's gonna die on national television.
And then it'll be over. But for Eric, for a brief shining moment, it'll be glorious.
We'll see it over and over and over.
Yeah, it's gonna be horrible. You know, I was watching ESPN this morning. They were talking about the defense for Seattle and how it's in the top, you know, the top of everything. And, you know, this is a real, just strong defense. They rush quarterbacks. They have some of the highest sacking percentages. They're going to kill this guy. He has not seen someone rush at him in 5 years. And this is like the best team in the NFL at rushing the quarterback.
Eric, just to be clear, to be clear on this, it doesn't matter what he's seen or not seen. Philip Rivers, when he retired 5 years ago, was a statue. It wasn't that he couldn't throw anymore. If you actually go look, his stats are decent. Like I think he threw for 4,100 yards, and I think his last game he threw for over 300. It's not that he can't throw. The issue isn't that he can't throw. The issue is that he's literally a statue. He cannot move. You basically plant him there, and he's not going anywhere except to getting knocked down. That's the only place he can go.
I watched a guy play for 20-something years in New England that was a statue, and somehow he did okay.
No, he's literally a statue. He literally will not move. Like and after they knock him down, he might still be in the same spot. He might not be able to leave that spot. Like that's it. It's done.
Yeah,
We'll have to see.
Ugly.
Yeah, so that's what I'm.
What time's the game? Does anyone know?
So this is my problem, Eric. The Packer game is at 4, and this game is also in the 4 o'clock time slot. So I'm sitting there like, so I got to like double screen this. Like this is I don't want to miss this. I want to watch it. So I'm gonna have to set it up, Bobby. I'm gonna have to use the widescreen here.
I think so.
Gonna have
You
to
guys all know my wife, and you know that she's absolutely wonderful, and the fact that she's still married to me, she's done her she's done her good deed. Right. We all agree that my wife
did yours, folding laundry. Yeah.
You know, I know Ham thinks that she's great. So this is a hat and t-shirt game for New England this Sunday at 1. I will not be watching that game because I will be at a play of
La Boheme.
No, I'm going to see A Christmas Carol in Scrooge while the Patriots are playing Buffalo.
You're looking forward to it.
Jesus.
I am. I love my wife.
I know
How did you score that?
I
I
love
love the
my-
level of the Witch Museum.
I love my wife. Yes, I love my wife.
So Eric, this is all fine and dandy, but more importantly, can we at least get Michelle to agree that you have to see the Philip Rivers Memorial game? Listen to me. That's 4 o'clock. It's after 4 o'clock.
So
Bring your phone.
The length you have the
Go to
length
the washroom often.
of the play all pretty much through the Pats game, and then
Plays that long.
as a family, as a family, and you all have met my entire family, well, through video or in person if you're Yannick. We're all then going out to dinner after.
Ooh, for cheese pizza.
Probably.
Dinner in a place that has a television?
Make it a bar.
I hope so.
All right, we'll get back to making fun of you. I go and read these comments.
Yeah.
Let me get back to this here.
I love
Brendan
my
Ryan
wife.
says,
I love
Eric's
my
homie, Geoff Wilson. No, not homie. This is Eric's goat. His personal goat.
goat.
Yes. Contrary, Bobby, to popular belief, because some get confused about this. Because remember, the goat take belongs to one person and one person only.
We're talking about him.
Make him
Every
big.
time,
Bobby, I just want to make sure we're clear because some people get confused. Some people are a little slow
There's
on the
no
uptake.
confusion.
every time.
No, there's confusion, Bobby. I assure you. There are those who are confused.
He's mentioned the point.
All right, I'm going to finish reading this comment. It's more important. Focus. Focus. I just want to make sure we set the record straight. There's only one person.
He's chatty Cathy today.
Just saying. All right.
What happens when
Say.
laundry folding does?
I know. Listen, I think Eric got high on the laundry detergent.
Oh,
Yes.
I think
That's
Eric.
Fleecy
I think
will do
Eric
it.
was doing it. He was like,
They use
Just
those
like that
little
commercial.
bead stuff. I saw it.
he saw the towels and he's like, I cannot resist, and he just plants his face into them.
Yes.
He used extra strength Tide. Extra strength. Anyway, so Eric's homie Geoff Wilson retort about not buying that PSA would endanger their billion-dollar company over a few $100s because the juice isn't worth the squeeze was hilarious. Hashtag CODS. I appreciate the hashtag. Nicely done by you.
Gods.
Orlando says Rivers will not survive the season, and by season you mean game? Probably. Jeff says red zone. Damn right. Paul says Ham knows her well. Facts. Mike says, what's the over-under 40-yard pass from the line of scrimmage? If he doesn't die immediately. The thing is, like I said, I was watching a little bit of video. It looks like Rivers still has at least... Do you know why if Indy called him? Like, jokes aside. The reason Indy called him, they're basically saying that everybody on every practice squad is trash. That's what they're literally saying. They're saying we'd rather take the statue, the 44-year-old statue, because he at least knows our plays, and we think he can actually throw a ball. Cam Newton was apparently pissed off about this, and I go, Cam, they probably watched you play your last season. Like, you were really bad.
The playbook
You were
is
really,
that
really
old.
bad.
The playbook's that old. He still remembers it.
Well, he uses the same plays for the high school team he was coaching. So, like, the system that they do, he actually uses it, so he's familiar with the system. That isn't the issue. I'm not worried about Phillip Rivers knowing what the plays are. I'm not even worried, Eric, necessarily about Phillip Rivers being able to make a pass. The problem is, can you keep him upright long enough to allow him to complete the pass? That's your problem. I'm not convinced you can, because he can't escape. Once he's in the pocket, he's not going anywhere. So you have to get him. Eric. You have to scheme him an open man, and then hopefully he can make the throw on time. That's it. That's the only hope.
If he tries to run, and I'm being 100% serious, okay? He tries to run. The Achilles is going to pop. The hamstring's going to pop. The calf is going to pop. Something is going to pop. And he's going to go down like a bag of wet cement.
Eric, if he tries to run, your Achilles will pop watching him. That's how bad it's going to be.
It's possible.
Bubbles says, AOL chat rooms and retirement communities across America are freaking out over the Phillip Rivers news. So am I. I'm beside myself. Eric watching him play about himself. Scrooge. Wonderful.
Fuck you.
Ghost of Christmas Future probably would give up on Eric. That's true. Has your family met you, Eric? That is a long day. I know.
It's going to be horrible.
Orlando says, I'll take that back, Eric. Your wife wouldn't marry Scrooge. Probably true. Bubbles, Facebook, Volkswagen, Wells Fargo are companies that have given up large settlements to customers. PSA is not smarter than these companies. Probably true.
Yeah.
But that's why I said, go back to don't assign to necessarily what was it? I always kind of mistaken it. Don't assign to it was the Hanlon's razor.
Malice.
To malice. What can be excused by stupidity? What can be basically convinced by stupidity? Yeah.
Stupidity. That's
Yep.
sign language.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing is, Bobby, with all the companies in the hobby, I don't care. Pick one at random. Pick one at random. There's a good chance that I was like, what? Before you even finish the sentence, incompetence. That's my number one draft pick. My number one draft pick is incompetence. Because there's a lot of it. It's a good bet. It's a good bet. You'll win a lot of wagers going with incompetence as your first bet. Will Phillip Rivers last longer than Apollo Creed? Ooh.
Maybe.
Throw the damn towel. That's right. Rivers is slow at age 24, 34, not 44. That doesn't concern me. Well, it should concern you if he can't find somebody to throw to. But yeah, fair enough. Cam Newton's cloud show. He has no heart. Yeah, Cam Newton, once he gave up, so Cam Newton will never recover from not going after that fumble in the Super Bowl. Everybody looks at him and goes, yeah, no, not so much.
Just call it a nostalgic moment bringing him back.
Yeah, Peyton Manning, Dan Marino, and Tom Brady couldn't run. That is true. But all three of those guys were a little better at throwing the balls. And Brady, while Brady was never a tremendous athlete, at this point, even today, I would actually trust Brady to be able to move more than Philip Rivers.
Mm.
He can at least walk.
Brady stays in incredible shape.
Yeah, I'm convinced he could out power walk Philip Rivers.
That'd be fun.
He's not going to be fast, but he'll out power walk Philip Rivers. It's a low bar.
Mhm.
We're setting a very low bar here. And by the way, Eric, if Peyton Manning's arm wasn't jello, they would have called him.
Oh.
The problem is his arm was shot. Like at the end of his last season, his arm was shot. Like he was done. Done. If he could throw worth a damn, they would have called him. I guarantee it. George Blanda retired at 48 years old. Yes, fair. Yeah. Huggable companies have our best interests at heart. Of course. If the check clears. Otherwise, I'm not talking about it. Blanda was a kicker at that age. True. Cam Newton was Superman until there was a fumble. Yeah, it wasn't great. Fumble was kryptonite. Superman was gone after that. It wasn't good. It's tough to recover your reputation after something like that, Eric. You got to die for it. Even if it doesn't work out, you got to try. Because there's a history of great highlight reels of quarterbacks. It's like, yeah, that tackle didn't work. Or that fumble recovery, yeah, it didn't work out. But you got to at least show people you tried. At least give it a go. Even if you fail, Eric, it's better than look like you tried. Dive for it. The other guys were able to get it. Cool. Fair enough. Don't worry about it. You did the best you could.
He has all sorts of different looks now.
Yeah. Well, that's probably why they didn't call him. Unfortunately, that's a tough look to get past.
Nobody wants to deal with him. He's off his rocker.
Philip Rivers, New Balance sneaker deal. Any moment now. Dad shoes are great again.
Are they going to have, those Skechers step-ins?
No, we don't.
Yeah, that is what he's going to do. So you don't have to tie your shoe and stuff, bend over and tie your shoe. You just step into them. That's what he's
I don't know. Listen, Eric, I don't know what you're questioning. Like, I've been told that Shohei Ohtani is the greatest of all time, and he's a New Balance athlete. So that's all I'm here. So what I'm saying here, it sounds to me like you guys are saying like he's a top tier athlete. Athlete.
Mm-hmm.
Eric, you gonna wear the step-in shoes at the play?
I may. I do have a pair.
Okay.
They were easy to use when my back was out.
Mangini here says the saddest part afterwards is he admitted he didn't go after it because he was afraid of getting hurt. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's a clown.
They had the.
By the way, this goes back to the same thing though. At the same time, I think you basically at this point you lie. You claim that you had a sudden random cramp and you should have gone down to one knee. Just pretend, Eric. Sell it.
Yep.
Sell it. We did one of the highlight reels of this year is going to be your foray into Hamlet. You got to be a thespian. Sell it. Sell it for me.
You can't have the short arm reach at a business luncheon, going for the bill. No, it's all right.
It's rough.
I just let it go. Someone will get it, right?
I don't know what to say. The chat will get it. We'll give him a chance. We'll give him a moment. Do you think whoever washes his shoes in a washing machine?
Oh, yes. Did the Skechers make noise in the... I'm just saying.
I haven't washed the Skechers yet. I don't wear them that often. They're still pretty clean.
Wow, you don't clean the Skechers? Damn, man.
That much noise.
I didn't know they made Skechers for men anyway, so...
It's a women's shoe.
That's honest. I didn't say that.
Once upon a time...
I may have implied it, but I didn't say it. Thanks.
I remember a time... First, I remember a time when Eric gave reverence to the bro. And then,
reference? Which one?
Well, I think to be honest, he used your reference. No, hold on. He used your reference and gave you reverence.
Okay.
Yeah. So that was the initial. Those were heady days. That was a long time ago now.
We're all done with that nonsense.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, now it's gone completely the other way. Now at this point, it's like Bobby just. Did you see Eric? You should appreciate this. Bobby twisted the knife. Did you see the? There's a little extra twist on that. Little extra.
Right. It wouldn't matter who in here who said they had Skechers. I would have said something. Didn't matter. So you got to admit,
But you got to admit, Bobby,
and
the
you're
fact
going
that was
to
there.
a play, and you just folded laundry. Anyways.
But you got to admit, Bob. The fact that it was Eric is.
It's almost acceptable, isn't it? Yeah.
I was gonna say
yeah.
It just feels like the right thing to do. It just feels right.
That's yeah.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
It's okay.
Bass says Skechers sponsors the World Mountain Bicycle Championships, footwear for real road
probably
biking
does.
athletes.
Absolutely.
Maybe.
Wow. All right. Okay. It's pick on Eric night. All right.
It isn't pick on Eric, man. I just said a
Wait,
few
wait,
light
Eric!
things.
Wait,
Pick on
how
Eric
is it?
Knight is every
Buckle
night.
in, boy.
Oh, wait,
Get ready
Yannick,
for it.
Yannick,
You better
I
get
was
the
about to
shoulder
say,
straps on too.
Yeah. No.
how is this different than normal?
Let me go
I
get
don't
one-
understand it. It's like I said a few mild things. That's all.
Let me go get one of my helmets. I'm gonna need it for tonight. Okay.
Maybe.
You should always be wearing a helmet, Eric. We've established the canon on this one. Better than
Mhm.
Coda's Crocs, yes. Whatever Walmart has on clearance, maybe that should be the official shoe.
Hmm. Yeah, yeah. You know those ones.
I don't know what to tell you, man.
How can they sell these for $2?
Listen,
a pair?
Mangini,
Really?
can you get us in touch with the people, because Eric might need this sooner or later. A couple more crashes, and this will be right on brand.
Yeah.
It won't take much more. Like we might need that. We might need to get in contact and hook this up, because Eric might be ready.
When
See, John, I'm dressing like Rick now. The older guys are putting their hat on backwards so they can look a little younger, I guess.
Well, he wanted to do the Steve Buscemi. How do you do, fellow kids?
I don't know.
Eric is sponsored by Whirlpool. That'd be amazing. That'd be great. Oh my goodness, Rick. A Mae Young reference. Look at you.
and didn't she have a baby with Mark Henry too?
A baby that was a hand. And they paid that off, Eric. The hand came back later.
That was horrible. That was just,
It was all horrible. All of it.
it was so,
It's sort of fitting that Eric's mom sent Eric to kindergarten in a helmet, and he never took it off.
Mm.
That's not true. My mom had me tested. I didn't have to wear the helmet after second grade.
Tested.
I
Mhm.
had me tested.
When you get tested in grade 2, it's trouble.
She never really told me what the results of the tests were. I'm just saying I didn't have to wear
They
the
were
helmet.
negative.
She
They were
was-
negative. They were super negative.
I didn't
Mothers
have to
are
wear the
always
helmet,
kind.
Stayed in
to their
second
sons.
grade for a long time.
And I could go on the big bus with all the other kids.
Well, I think as long as you had a good time, and
Finally
you
got
probably
off the
perfected it. You try 4, 5, 6 times a second grade, and you probably mastered it by the 5th time.
Your mom just went, shh, shh, shh. We don't need to know these results. Why? No.
You know, it's like I do when Mr. Winky needs a tinkle. Thanks, it depends. I can continue talking about baseball cards. Wow.
Mr. Wink.
There you go, Bob.
All right.
You should borrow part of this, because this might be part of your pitch once it becomes a sponsor.
Yes, that'd be something.
Minnie Minoso got to hit well into his 50s. That's true. But I like to think
Oh.
that if the birth records had been done properly, we would have found out that Julio Franco had a hit well into his 150s. We don't know how old Julio Franco really was, Rick. And Mangini. Do we?
I did.
Do we know how old he really was?
No.
We know how old he claimed to be. I have questions.
I did see a little clip about when was it Nolan Ryan coming out long after retirement, and maybe this just recently. I can't really tell. And
Oh, but they threw the first pitch?
yeah, like 85.
That was in his
miles an
60s. That was in his 60s.
hour. 85
It
miles
was
an hour in
like
his
it was like
60s.
it was in the 80s. It was in the 80s, but
Was it? Oh, I
Yeah,
didn't know if it was
yeah.
a newer or older
Yeah.
clip. So
That
Yeah,
clip
it was-
is probably 10 years already.
yeah,
but the thing is he was in his 60s, so very good.
Right.
Like throwing in the 80s in his 60s is excellent.
yeah.
I'm
That's
sure
a good
you bring
that's
him
still a
out
good
right
strong
now,
arm.
He'll still throw heat. I'm sure he'll still try to throw heat.
Well, he's coming
Nolan
back too.
Ryan.
I guess. Might as well.
Well, the thing is, this is the thing. I would take somebody that can throw in the 80s as long as they've got a couple of off-speed pitches to go along with it. They probably would do fine. The problem is these teams are obsessed with you got to throw 100 or else. And it's like, why?
Mm.
Plenty of guys throw in the high 90s and the hundreds, and trust me, a lot of them get lit up like a Christmas tree if the ball doesn't move. If it's
Mhm.
over the plate and it doesn't move, guess what? They still get lit up. Good evening, Carlisle. Daughter is home for the college for the holidays. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you. I did include the snowman on the thumbnail to give it a little extra festive zest. Yes, Yager is playing professional hockey. Yager owns part of
Still
that
is.
team.
Right.
Yeah, it's like a team in the Czech Republic, so he does own it.
Still does.
So right now for him, it's I do think he likes to play, but at the same time, I don't think he'd be playing professional if he did own the team, because
Butts and seats.
got to make sure you got to sell tickets if you're going to own the team. It's part of the deal. Eric's mom almost sent him to school in a full set of body Cooperalls.
Oh, remember
Wow.
those in the 80s? Wow. I think the Flyers were the first ones to have them.
Them in Hartford,
Hartford. Oh, the green. Oh, yeah.
they're the only ones.
Are they only two?
Yeah. And the
Philip
guys,
Rivers moving like
because
Ric
they
Flair.
kept the heat in, so the guys would overheat, and when they hit the ice, they would slide. There was no friction, and they couldn't. So they like throw themselves down to block a shot, and they just keep on sliding. There's no way to stop.
I do remember when they came out, and my cousin got some. I remember, and it was just like those don't look comfortable.
Yep,
They
Bobby.
look restrictive.
Daryl Sittler was wearing them.
He was, yes, true.
Mm. Philip Rivers moving like Ric Flair in his last match against Jeff Jarrett. I don't know if he's moving even that quickly. Roger Clemens pitched for the Savannah Bananas this year. I think I saw a clip of that. Yeah. Savannah Bananas know how to market. They know what they're doing.
Bill Lee still throws for them.
Yes, he does.
He's like almost 80.
He's insane. I'm not joking. He is absolutely
Spaceman.
He is insane. Insane. I don't even like being around him. He's nuts.
Oh, literally. Okay.
No, he is nuts. Like
Okay.
Yeah, I've been around him a couple of times. He's special.
He's
very
gotten
special.
worse and worse and worse as older as he gets. I see him coming. I walk the other way. He's out of his mind.
So you're saying that sometimes eccentric individuals become worse as time goes on?
Nobody's knocking on the door.
Just throwing it out there. I appreciate that Rick thinks this is when wrestling jumped the shark. I'll have you know, Rick, this is a feature. It's a feature. It's supposed to be ridiculous. It's supposed to be over the top. It's supposed to be just silly. All of it.
No, the pregnancy with Mark Henry was the worst thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, that's Vince McMahon. Let's be clear. Vince McMahon went out of his way. By the way, this is facts. Vince McMahon went out of his way, especially by the time they were doing all that. He went out of his way to be like, yes, we're sports entertainment. Even Vince McMahon didn't want to say professional wrestling because if he says professional wrestling, then we have to kind of go in the opposite direction. So it's like, if I just call it sports entertainment, then we can do whatever.
That was the worst bit they've ever done, and they've done some horrible stuff.
Yeah, that's why I say, like, this one right here. This is the apex or the deep crater, the Marianas Trench. This is as low as it gets. It's pretty bad. Waiting for Eric's Bat Masterson references to start.
Love Bat Masterson.
Yeah.
Yep. And this was pitched. Again, Vince was a very weird dude. Still is. Very weird dude.
They would have lost everybody. That would just that would have been it.
And then after the fact, they're like, why did they topple Vince and move him out? It's like, did you read what?
That would have been it. You know, the majority of human beings find even the thought of that to be completely unacceptable, and people would have just walked out.
So what I'm hearing, hold on. First, Bob Boozle is correct.
Yeah.
But what I'm hearing, Eric, Vince McMahon, Backyard Breaks, combining forces.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I might watch that. Oh, I might be at a play. Yeah.
Off Broadway.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Back
in the back alley behind a theater in Broadway.
It'll be called Cats. Yeah.
I guarantee you, if Vince was still running
Dirty
WWE
Cats.
right now, Backyard Breaks would probably find a way to get in there somehow. Because at this point, they'll do anything for $1. It doesn't matter. Whatnot would probably pay for it. Like, seriously, they probably would.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Like, I can almost guarantee you, because at this point, they will sell anything. Anything.
I think they're Whatnot's greatest sponsor, are they not?
And they would be if they're given the opportunity. I can guarantee that. They would 100% do that, and they would somehow try to get the Saudis to chip in. Because that's the other thing that TKO is doing right now. They're anything to get the Saudis to chip in some money.
Sure.
Yeah, I think I was listening to somebody give kind of their take on it, and I agree with their general premise that I think they're basically trying to line up the company they're squeezing every last penny out of it, and then with the intention of selling it to the Saudis, so that then they'll just own it, and then they can do whatever they want with it. But by that point, you've taken all the blood out of the stone, like it's gone. There's nothing left. It's a husk, and then you sell it to them for whatever's left over.
Not enough juice in the squeeze. Mm.
Yeah. Well, they've made a lot of money out of it. Like right now, their attendance is down, their ratings are down, and Netflix is sitting there going, "We're paying $5 billion for this shit."
Yes.
Why? There's a good chance Netflix opts out before the 5-year mark, because it's a 10-year deal, and they're only I think they're still in year 1, and the ratings have already fallen like 60%, 70%. Like the show's bad, the show's terrible, it's atrocious, it's unwatchable, it's dribble, and then the attendance is down because it's like, well, this show is terrible. Plus, we're going to charge you quadruple what it used to cost. Oh, good. So you can charge us more and give us a shittier product. Who do you think you are, the Toronto Maple Leafs?
Hulu?
You mean, let's see here. Barry Batman Masterson? I don't know. You got this one, Eric? Come on, you're the coach.
Listen, all I know is that Bat Masterson was a real person, was a law enforcement agent in the early 20th century. And there were many TV shows and things with him as a character in them, afterwards, like in the 50s. There was a lot of
the Bat Masterson show too.
Yeah, they had all sorts of different shows and movies and things that had him in it. So not the actual guy, but actors portraying him. So
how many are the actual guy? Really? Well, Kojak was Kojak, right?
Yep.
Oh, he was Telly Savalas.
Ham says, like, I have a Pulitzer Prize winning photo of Grant from Backyard Breaks at the National. I have no doubt.
Just to answer Bobby's question, how many of them were the actual guy? Audie Murphy.
Okay, move on.
Yep. Bob also says, I miss the WWE Network. Fair. Orlando says, 10-year deal? That's like a Bobby Bonilla contract? No. No, a Bobby Bonilla contract is another level entirely. I have it in front of me here. So, Eric, it's a good reminder. It's a good reminder. Yes. But, Yannick, I want to give the whole thing. The Bobby Bonilla contract, the deferred money deal, went from 2011 to 2035. 24 years. The WWE wishes they could get the Bobby Bonilla contract. That, Eric, is a contract that virtually goes on in perpetuity. It's still not even close to done. We got years left on that.
Rick DiPietro for the Islanders, same thing.
Yeah, Bobby Bonilla is still the gold standard, Eric. Come on, 24 years. Mwah, chef's kiss.
Yeah.
It's magnificent. It's amazing. Yep. 24 years, and we still have 10 years left, Eric. 10 years left.
Celebrate. Yep.
Every year, Bobby Bonilla Day. Let's go.
Canada
just
Day.
give the video
Bobby
like.
Bonilla Day.
Yes, it's amazing. Sensational. Listen, nobody loves Canada more than Bobby Bonilla. What's that? Check, cha-ching.
Thank you very much.
Every July the 1st. Eric, you get $1 million plus every single July the 1st. You will be there dressed up as a Mountie to collect your check.
Mm-hmm.
Believe.
I'd be pretty happy.
Bob Ozel. Who loves you, Bobby?
Kojak does.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Gene Barry played Batman Masterson on TV late 50s, early 60s. Bat Masterson.
Bat Masterson, not Batman.
Batman.
No,
I just appreciate that he wrote Batman a couple of times. I'm like, secretly, I know you want him to be Batman. You want him to be Batman, don't you?
Batman.
It's understandable.
It's a new spin-off.
I understand. He's Batman. What are you going to do? But yeah, the Bobby Bonilla contract is still my favorite thing in the world. And Eric, it's just going on so long. It just keeps going and going. It's great. It's the best.
Yeah.
Bobby Bonilla is a hero. His agent who came up with that idea, that agent, Eric, he better get a nice Christmas card every year. A really nice one. Because that is an amazing deal that he got him. An amazing deal.
Yeah. If I ever become a professional athlete, and I'm close, I will be getting
so
him
close.
with my agent.
Yeah. It's like, that's about as good a deal as you're going to get. It's a pretty sweet deal.
There's another one that's still getting paid. I think it's the ABA basketball from the 70s, and they're still getting paid today. It was like this in
You talking about like a
perpetuity.
pension thing? You talking about like a pension thing, like an annuity?
No, it was like it was the owner of the team actually.
Oh.
And yeah, because I talked to his son, and he says, yeah, they're still paying us today. Most amazing deal. Whatever they did it was in perpetuity. So
In perpetuity, yes.
I don't know.
Eric's
Yeah.
favorite word.
Yeah.
No, it's not
So
even-
So Eric mentioned DiPietro's deal. His deal is almost as good, not quite as good. He basically got with the buyout, they're paying $1.5 million, which is a little bit more than Bonilla. However, it's done in 2029. So that one is actually getting closer to the end. Bobby Bonilla will still be going another 6 years past the DiPietro. That's how amazing the Bobby Bonilla deal is.
Yes.
Yeah.
But still pretty good. Like, Eric, still pretty good.
Mhm.
Oh yeah.
Still pretty good. Not quite to that level, but still damn good. Can't complain about that.
At least Bobby Bonilla was good.
He was. At one point, Bobby Bonilla was actually quite good.
Rick DiPietro never earned that money.
Bobby.
Yeah, but Bonilla was actually a good player at one point.
Yeah. Yeah. The DiPietro had injuries and didn't play all that long. And yeah, he never earned a cent of that.
There you go. I will give Eric $30,000 for a 10% stake in his collection, but I was at a 5% commission in perpetuity. He's doing the maths, Eric. He's doing the maths. I wonder if Bobby Bo's agent still gets a percentage of his checks. He should. He deserves it. Honestly, he deserves a piece. If you're Bobby Bonilla, out of respect, Eric, I think you at least give him a little piece. Whatever the deal is, like at this point, you're doing so well.
They offered, you signed. What do you want?
Yeah. Yeah, Spirit of St. Louis owners had it in their deal. They get a percentage of future TV money. Okay.
That's it.
There you go.
Yeah, that's what it was. Thank you.
Gotcha. All right, Bob. Sounds good. Yeah, I got it in front of me. I was just kind of curious. So yeah, so in contrast to Rick DiPietro, so Bonilla finished his career with 2,010 hits, 287 home runs, and a 279 career batting average. Very
Yeah,
respectable.
Rick
Very
DiPietro
respectable.
didn't do shit.
No, he didn't. That's why I'm contrasting the two. I'm like, Bobby Bonilla at least was good. At least he had some. At least he had something in his career. He was a multi-time All-Star. That's pretty good. Like, in contrast, Rick DiPietro, Eric, less so. Somewhat less so.
Oh, much less so.
Yep. Odell Beckham Jr. converted his entire $750K NFL salary into Bitcoin while with the Rams as part of an endorsement deal. So I think at the time he got it, actually, if he sold it at the recent peak, I think he would have done very well in that Bitcoin. Because he would have probably gotten a pretty good rate for that at that point.
Yeah.
NBA would take 4 teams from the ABA, and St. Louis was one of them. So they agreed to fold, but in turn take future TV money. Honestly,
Yes.
great deal.
Wasn't it Rick DiPietro's contract first? Was Gart Snow's first contract given as the general manager?
I want, even if it's not Yannick, I want it to be.
Mike Milbury was. I think Mike Milbury was still.
Oh, okay, yeah. That could be it too.
But he didn't want to do it. The owners at the time.
Yes,
It was
Mr.
really
Wong.
the owners. I mean, Milbury gets the heat, but he wanted no part of any of that. And the owners were working behind his back and forcing him to do things that he had no interest in doing.
So that was the era of who else got that ridiculous Scotty Gomez. For like how long that I can't remember how much money.
Yeah.
Well, I think the defer until the league start mandating against it. By the way, Chad, we can talk about anything. We're just talking about this because this is the direction the conversation's gone. But I was going to say that I think now with the Ohtani deal and a lot of the stuff the Dodgers are doing, I think baseball is going to be like, yeah, about those deferred deals.
Mm-hmm.
About that. Because you can abuse it so hardcore. It's real bad. Like, you can abuse that to, it's heinous. Like, it's genuinely heinous. Because from the league team's perspective, so just think about it from the team's perspective. They're sitting there, oh, but why would you want to keep paying them all the time? Well, because every year that goes by, Eric, the money becomes worth less. With inflation, in reality, that if you've locked into a certain number, it actually costs you less money as time goes on. It becomes less relevant to you. Because as revenues go up or salary caps go up and the value of the team goes up, you're sitting there going like, yeah, I don't care. $1 million is still a lot of money. For Bobby Bonilla, this is still great. But from the Mets perspective, $1 million is like you finding $50 on the ground.
Right.
Oh, cool to have, but not necessarily a life-changing amount of money for you. It's not a big deal. Dan, whenever you're good, you just give me a thumbs up. Good evening, Dan. How's it going?
Hey, Dan.
What's up, Dan?
Hello, gentlemen. How are
Good
you?
evening, sir.
Good, good. What's going on?
So, Bobby Bonilla contract is perhaps the best contract in Mets history, and let me explain why.
Please.
Wow, everybody's silent.
Well, we were waiting.
Yeah,
You
waiting.
set it up, so go ahead. This is your moment.
So what happens is the Mets need to move some money so that they can pick up a pitcher named Mike Hampton, who was at that point a fantastic pitcher, left-handed, hard thrower, good slider kind of guy. So they pick up Mike Hampton for the year 2000. Mike Hampton goes on to be so good that he helps them win the National League East. Then he becomes the MVP of the National League Championship Series, and the Mets go to the 2000 World Series with the player that they were able to get because they moved aside the money that they had put out for Bobby Bonilla, and they bought him out of his contract. So that's one thing the Mets got out of the Bobby Bonilla contract. But this is what is the best part of it. Mike Hampton decides that he likes the schools in Colorado better than the schools in New York, so he signs a contract with the Colorado Rockies, which for a pitcher is pretty much kryptonite. And the Mets get a compensation pick as a result of him losing him as a free agent. The compensation pick ends up being one David Wright, perhaps the best player in Mets history. So out of the Bobby Bonilla contract, the Mets got the 2000 pennant and the best player in the history of the franchise. So I think it's a pretty good contract. I'd pay him $1 million a year for eternity for that.
I think you, Dan, what you're basically saying is it's the rare win-win. Both sides, both sides did well on this overall. Like the Mets got something out of it, and Bobby Bonilla is getting paid for years to come. So it's a pretty good deal.
Every year on July 1st,
yes,
people laugh about this. Oh, the Mets, they're so stupid. They're so stupid. Well, they weren't so stupid.
Yeah, well, Dan, though, I also made the point, like with inflation, every year $1 million becomes less significant to them. Like it's just kind of like, yeah, sure. It's like a thing you do. You just sign. Yep, hold on, cut him his check, and you're good to go. And go ahead, authorize the transfer, and we're good to go.
So I saw recently a video of Bobby Bonilla walking through an airport. Like somebody saw him and recognized him and took video of him walking through the airport. He's like 400 pounds. So every July 1st, he probably goes and just spends it all on food.
He's living the good life, man. I don't know what to tell you.
Exactly.
Good life.
Yeah. David here saying DiPietro was an all-star goalie. Yeah, but I think Bonilla was actually a pretty good player for a couple of years, even before that. I won't put DiPietro in the same category. Bonilla had a little bit of a longer career.
Yeah, back in the Pirates days, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was actually a pretty good player for a while. So I think we were mentioning now would be a good time to kind of mention it. So you are going to head over to the Philly show, but that's going to start tomorrow. So just so you know, I know that Mike here has, so real quick, just so we're all on the same page. So Dan is obviously still at home base right now, but he is going to be heading over to the Philly show. I think you're there Saturday and Sunday. Is that right?
Yeah, I'm leaving super early tomorrow and then staying over Saturday night, probably hitting the show a little bit on Sunday morning. But yeah, I'm not leaving till tomorrow morning. I had to actually work like a working human being today. I have gone to the show in Philly on Friday night before. It's pretty good. Not as crowded. It's like a preview. It's like the Wednesday of the National.
That's fair.
Yep.
All right, let me read a couple of comments here. Bob also said, "Did you guys hear about Darren Ravel actually bid on some auctions on Sneepe?" I did hear about this. So I was actually getting caught up. Like no joke, I had like 30 videos in my watch later thing, and I was trying to blast through it because I was in the office actually, but it was kind of a quiet day in the office. So I could hit play, and I just had it playing while I was doing my stuff. So I was trying to get caught up on everything. So I did hear about this, in fact.
I was made aware by Rattle Pokemon about this.
So thank you for mentioning that, Yannick. I did listen to Rattle Pokemon's video specifically on this, yes. So I guess the big takeaway, based from what I'm gathering from the Rattle Pokemon video and what I was briefly skimming on, is that literally they're asking Darren Ravel. So Dan, I went out of my way, my last video. I obviously had a little bit of fun that everybody's favorite, Eric's personal goat, Geoff, of course, did what I expected him to do, which is the reason why I even made the video. I just so great that I was like, you made me correct so quickly. Like, it didn't even wait.
Like,
It
24
was so
hours
fast. Like, it was so fast. Like, I literally recorded the thing,
Nailed
uploaded it, it played, and then you made me right within 24 hours. It was great. So I was like, listen, I'm just going to take advantage of this. I may as well. But the thing was, so he did what I expect him to do. But I did say in that video, and I've also said repeatedly, there are no journalists in their space. Nobody that I would consider a legitimate journalist. Darren Revelle wanted to claim it, but the reality is you have officially disqualified yourself because your coverage with the P Ryan thing and then with the snipe thing, and so you're not covering it. So you've got a website, but that's about as far as it goes. You're not a legitimate journalist.
I take exception with that. There is a journalist, and he did journalism today, and I saw his video. His name is Neo.
Sure.
Neo
Is that the
actually
direction
did
you want to go?
journalism today. Did you see this? He tracked down that the company that the PSA buybacks is actually run through.
Oh
a
yeah,
company
yeah.
That's actually owned by collectors, and he tracked it down through like looking at the corporate records and doing the address. And I'm like, wow, this is journalism.
Yep,
Like Neo,
I saw that.
dude.
Yep, found out. It's like that address looks familiar.
Yeah. He, I called him. I put a comment in. I called him Edward R. Neo.
Oh, look at that. So, what's funny, Dan, is that I actually did send a link to Neo, and now I just sent him a message on the Discord. I just said, somebody's saying something nice about you. Run. I did tease him earlier. I go, so listen, I said, I'll send you a link, or do I have to get Professor Sports Cards chat to come here and berate you? And then you'll show up. I had to give him a hard time. It's important that I do that. So yes, so Bob, to answer your question, I'll read the other comments, by the way. I'll get to them here. I did in fact hear about it briefly. So I saw the Rattle Pokemon video. I did skim it briefly. It said people wanted him to confirm. So let me read the rest of the comment here. People wanted him to confirm. So part of, I think from what I got from the Rattle Pokemon thing is that people on Twitter basically were specifically saying, hey, the guy who found the information said he sent you an email confirming. And he was like, they asked him a very straightforward question. Dan the Card Man, a bunch of them are just like, hey, did you receive an email about this? Do you know anything more about it? And he was just like being defensive and coy. And it's like sitting there like, dude, just answer the damn question. Like, if he sent you an email, you want to take more time to validate it, you want to do whatever, then just say that. That's a valid answer. That's a valid response. I haven't gotten around to it. I haven't double checked my email. But yeah, Revelle keeps taking every opportunity to be like, what is the best I can do to not be journalistic at all? And he decides to do that, which is fine. Hey, do what you're going to do. But I stand by what I said earlier. I said it in the video from earlier this week. If B. Ryan wanted to sneak in through the back door and suddenly reappear somewhere, now would be a good time because everybody's looking over there.
Mhm.
Now's a good opportunity to be like, yeah, look over there.
Bunnies out the hat.
Yeah. Jay Can says, did you guys talk about Geoff yet? We've alluded to him. Is there anything specific that you would like? There's always something with old Geoff. It's a great story, Dan. Yeah. Orlando says, great story, Dan. Remember, the GOAT. So Dan, this is important. Some people think that Eric is speaking for everybody. Hold on. Eric is speaking for Eric.
You keep talking about him, and every conversation and every event that happens in the hobby, he's the GOAT.
It's important, Dan, that I direct the attention because, Dan, some people don't get the context clues. Like, it's not clear enough. I have to really sell it. Have to help them out a little bit. You left out the part about Madoff. I do remember something about that. Yes.
Yeah.
Buffet.
Yeah.
Buffet Killer, Bonds and Bonilla. Yes. Bonds and Bonilla were a lethal duo. Yes. Bonilla regular at the Sizzler like Boozle. Look at you, Orlando. I see what's going on there. Hawk Harrelson traded Bonilla from the White Sox when he was GM, and then the Hawk was fired. Have fun at the get-together in Philly, says Philly Joe.
Mm-hmm.
I enjoyed the lore that the Mets wanted Bonilla deal so he could take his money and invest with Madoff. Yes. Does Bonilla still get a check in 2027 if the MLB and Players Association don't come to an agreement? Well, I think that's separate from the deal. I think a deal's a deal as far as I'm concerned.
Totally
He's been
separate.
long retired. Yeah, like that's a contract. Let's see here. Carlos says, wondering if you're saving this till later about the breaker hitting the 3 rookie debut patch. So I'm not specifically saving anything. I am open-ended. We can definitely talk about it. I'm very amused by it. And we can touch on it, no problem. Yeah, we definitely can. There should be a Bonilla Sunday complete with hot fudge and sprinkles. There you go. Jeffrey Pooh and Boomer Darren should have both stated their ties up front, which is fair. I was critical of Neo's attitude on one of the other shows, but the very next video, Neo had a much more effective stance and approach to follow video. So I think what you're going to find, and look, I'll just tell you this from this standpoint. I think you're going to find that your perception of Neo is going to change almost video by video. I was teasing him a little bit earlier, Dan, that I said for some of the stuff, for some of the takes he has, I go, so you're embracing your villain arc? Is this what we're doing right now? Because sometimes I have to wonder. Like I think from conversations I have with him, I think he knows that this is going to come off a certain way, and people are going to get. And then immediately next video, there you go. You got a little bit of investigative journalism there. So it depends on the direction of the wind and the time of the day.
Edward R. Neo.
Yeah, it depends on somebody. So that's why I say but Dan, that's why I did that video earlier in the week that are separate from the most recent one. But I said look, remember what the ethos of the channel is and set your expectations accordingly. If you set your expectations correctly and fairly, you will never be disappointed. You will get what you expect if you just understand the nature of the channel. And if you're unclear, check with people who've been watching for a while. I really don't think too many people are actually actively trying to be the journalists in the space. Very few of them are actually trying to do that.
No, mostly they're trying to pick up on news things that are going to get them clicks.
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah, but that's basically reading off. That's like reading off press releases effectively. That's just being first on there to state the thing. And by the way, most of the time it's based off of a press release or like a specific piece of information that's there, and then they're just directing you to it, but then also saying it. And if they're first to say it and people see it, then that draws attention. But that's not the same as actually being news. There is a difference. You just have to remember that. So it's always important. That's kind of a thing. So Bob's point is totally fair. And I think you're going to find it's going to bounce around depending on the particular topic, the specific situation. I think you're going to find all over the place. You're going to go there. Fanatics has gotten greedy. PSA has gotten greedy. I remember seeing an interview in the middle of the pandemic, and PSA said they would like to get back to normal pricing. $30. No thanks. Fair. Let's see. Hammer 44. The hobby was around long before that tool was. Which one? There's a lot of them.
Hammer.
$30 cover from PSA. Jesse James used to use a gun. Yeah.
Well, can I talk about Hammer 44 for a second?
Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I'm thinking of the wrong guy. I'm thinking of Hitman 23.
Ooh,
So they
Hitman 23. Okay.
Sorry, I mixed them up. Sorry, Hammer 44. Hitman 23 was on a show. John 3D's 80s Kid did a live show for the announcement of the Hall of Fame ballot.
Yeah.
And when they announced that it was only Jeff Kent, because everybody that was on the show was either a Dale Murphy or a Don Mattingly guy. So they thought one of those two guys was going to get in and there was going to be celebration. And of course, there was total silence when they announced it. And then Hitman 23's phone fell off. So he went black. I thought he'd thrown his phone across the room, but he said no, it had fallen off or something. But I think he really just got angry and stuff.
Dan, it falls off.
5 minutes later, it's a live stream with no talking because everybody's just totally bummed out.
Dan, it falls off if you flip the table. If you flip the table, the phone can go flying. I'm just throwing it out there. So I will say, just to be clear though, I was actually pleasantly surprised how well Delgado did.
Yeah.
Because Delgado was one of my guys in Toronto. He was one of my guys. So when it was me and a dozen of my closest friends watching the Blue Jays because they were terrible, they basically were mediocre for such a long time. And Delgado was consistently one of our best players. He was a great hitter. And he was just he was toiling away in obscurity relatively because he just wasn't getting any love because he's putting up great numbers. But he's in the steroid era, so everybody's looking at, A-Rod and all. He lost I think it was 03. I think he was runner-up in 03 in the MVP voting to A-Rod. And it's in there so his resume would look different if he had even the one MVP. It would have actually helped him.
He was with the Mets, and he was doing just as well for
still good.
2 years, and then he just fell off the planet. And, if he had maybe one more really good years, he 1 more year or 2 more years, he would have gotten to 500 home runs, and then he would have gotten in. Yeah. I think the best thing that ever happened to Carlos Delgado is Fred McGriff getting into Hall of Fame because they're very similar players and their numbers are very similar. Their counting numbers are very similar. So Delgado actually got enough votes to qualify the next time that cycle of era comes around.
Yes. Yeah. So specifically what happened with him was a degenerative hip It was a hip condition.
Yep.
Because his last season he only played like 20 games because immediately the hip became a problem. The season before that, he still had a full season. He hit 38 home runs.
Yeah.
So naturally, Dan, you expect his numbers are going to drop, but you don't go from 38 home runs to virtually nothing. He would have had enough. He would have had enough home runs to hit 500 if he had actually had a full season.
Yeah, exactly.
So, yeah, Phil Baum is 6 in a row. So I do want to touch on that. Hang tight. Let me touch on that. I'll get caught up in the comments and then we'll touch on that real briefly. Neo flips more than flying Brian Pillman. I like a Brian Pillman reference, Bob Boozle. I love it. Stu, good evening. Hello, hey, BIC and adjacents. I appreciate your acknowledging the adjacency. Thank you for that. The hobby is a giant toolbox. Fair. That's reasonable. I accept that take. Hall of Fame voters should be ashamed of themselves. Well, I say that every year. They should always be ashamed of themselves. I don't care what happens. They should always be ashamed.
Wait, if the hobby is all a big toolbox, does that mean we're all tools?
Listen, I just embrace it in my soul, Dan.
Of certain importance, Dan.
I just embrace it in my soul.
Importance. We have a tool. For
at least some
job.
tools, Dan. At least some tools, Dan, are useful.
Some are sharp.
Some less so.
Some are round.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Murph will never get in at the rate that's going. It looks like no. If the Veterans Committee isn't going to show you love, that's why Dan's point is a valid one. Delgado's performance surprised me, but at least it allows him another shot at that. And like I said, I do. Again, I'm biased because I got to watch the guy play 4 years in person. He was a great hitter. Yeah. He was really a great hitter. Yeah. And the problem is he was in the American League and he was a first baseman, so he was never going to get the love.
Yeah. I when he came to the Mets, I was absolutely in love with him. He was like just left-handed power hitter with just, incredible bat speed.
Yeah. And he was an RBI machine. The guy was just racking up RBIs all the time. He just kept doing it. It was incredible. Now in the Mangini camp, just put in one touch, even if you just have it upside down like the coach says. Ooh, look at you.
What?
Just in time.
Who would do something like that? What are you talking about?
You're deranged.
Only
that's what serial killers do. Anyway, topplers and binders for me. If we're not letting PD users in the hall, what do we do about greenies? Yeah, there you go. That's fair. Look, so Dan, I'm of the opinion, and I've been consistent on this point. If we're not cheating, we're not trying. In baseball, we've had so many variations of cheating, so many ways, underhanded and sneaky. Again, what is it? I wanted to say Phil Necro. Well, actually, it might be Phil Necro. No.
Yes.
Who was the one who was doing the spitball well into and after the fact? He basically wasn't Phil Necro. Thank you, Gaylord Perry. That's who I was looking for.
Negro,
Gaylord Perry. So like Dan,
pocket.
Like Dan, we're cheating to the whole history of the sport. We're cheating left, right, and center.
Well, they say there's a whole bunch of. I mean, I could give you examples going back years, but the 1951 Giants, who made this incredible comeback to result in the Bobby Thompson home run and all that stuff, had an entire sign stealing thing from the center field bleachers at Polo Grounds. Like they spent the entire second half stealing signs. So their incredible comeback was basically because they were cheating.
Yeah, it's 100%. But my point is that it's been part of the sport. It's on the league's job to catch people, figure it out, and then legislate accordingly. But for a lot of the PED guys, for some of them, PEDs weren't even illegal in the game for a run of the time they were using them. For some of those guys, it's like it actually wasn't against the rules. Not for you.
Yeah.
Like Shelby.
I don't know. It turned the game into a cartoon, basically, which, sort of I resent.
And that's completely fine. But I'm just saying, through history, we're going to have a bunch of these guys that are going to come up with different ways. And then it's on the teams to figure out, it's on the league to figure out, okay, wait a minute, there's a thing here. We need to figure this out and then legislate against that. You can't do that.
Dan, you do collect cartoon pictures of players, though.
What was that?
You do collect cartoon pictures of players.
I have some of those strip cards from the 20s, but I'm not a big fan of those. I like their actual.
Not a big fan of the play ball one. Not a big fan of the play ball one with the cartoon sketches in the background.
Oh, that's the Gowdy. What is that? The Gowdy scribbles, isn't that?
I know. Dylan. Dylan's a big fan of that one with the DiMaggio.
Yeah, no, I'm not. I'm actually not a big fan of that. I just have
not a big fan of that one.
How about ones with hot dogs on them? Do you like hot dogs on them?
Eric's got himself a reference. I saw that he borrowed an image from somebody, Dan.
Really?
Eric got all excited. There were hot dogs on cards. It was crazy.
Oh yeah. I voted for it, Eric. I think I was the only one.
No, I can tell you right now. So just for everybody's, let me refresh it. Let me refresh it right now. Hang on.
What do we got?
So right now, as it stands, we got 48 votes. It's
We're
actually been
up
pretty
high.
strong. The poll's been strong so far. The Franks has right now 23% of the popular vote. I will tell you that one of them is running away with it, and it's not the Wilson Franks, and it's not my example. I think a lot of people, Dan, didn't pay attention to the explanation on the podcast. I was like, I wanted a little more love.
And I'm thinking, you guys, bum is like the British phrase for somebody's butt. So like, why didn't you come up with the butt thing? Like, nobody mentioned that. They're talking about him being a bum, like he's a terrible player, like them bums kind of thing. You could have gone more places with that.
No, there's always a possibility. There's always an opportunity. But right now, it looks like it's very strongly. There's still time. We've got enough time left. If anybody wants to still vote, we're going to keep that going through the poll going through Monday. So if you haven't had the chance, you can go for it. There's still time. But right now, so far, almost 50 votes. So pretty strong. Bubbles, I'm starting my own baseball Hall of Fame and installing a shelf for my personal YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame next to the urinals. It's not where it belongs.
I got a card for Eric.
A card for Eric. Go on.
When you finish with, I got another one of those. Hustler is smiling at the hot dogs in this one.
Feller Wiener.
Should I put that on my IG so you can steal it again? Is that
Maybe.
There might be.
At least that doesn't look like someone threw a package of hot dogs from the stand that it's about to hit him in the head.
Well, Eric, Upper Deck usually sets up at the expo. So what I'm thinking is for next year's expo, and the last couple of times they've actually done the thing where they'll actually take a picture of you and create a card for you at the Upper Deck booth. So what I'm thinking now is maybe if they go and do that again, we can send you over to take a picture at the Upper Deck booth to put on a card, and I can throw a jar of mayonnaise, and if we get a high-speed enough camera, we can capture that in flight. The look of abject terror as you're about to get clocked with a jar of mayonnaise.
I don't like that idea. I don't want to.
I think it's an amazing idea.
And the lid's open.
Even better.
No.
Dan, the picture will be an action shot, seconds from disaster. Eric just there with his arms stretched out. No, it's an amazing action shot.
No.
That right there is a super
Carlos
short
can do
right there.
those now.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's gonna be a card that's gonna wind up. That's gonna be a multi-case hit in an Upper Deck set, Eric.
Yeah, it might be.
We know a guy, and he likes food-related cards.
Yeah.
So this is an opportunity. Tony Kubik says Bob Turley's whistle on the pitcher's tell helped Mickey Mantle around 50 extra homers. Not cheating, just knowledge in that case. It's fair. Well, I think also who was the pitcher? It was Denny McClain, I think, with the who was the 30-game winner for the 68 Tigers. Dan, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, Denny McClain, I think, also gave up Mickey Mantle's 500 home run, wasn't it?
No, it was near the end of his career, and it was probably going to be like his last game in Detroit.
Okay.
So I guess the catcher told him like he's thrown a fastball. It's going to be right down the middle. So McClain threw him a fastball right down the middle, and he hit a home run.
Yeah.
And then Joe Pepitone was the next batter, and Pepitone was yelling, "Hey, give me one of those fastballs!" So McClain threw one at his head.
Yeah, it's one of those things that like the players in those days could do stuff like that, and they would be like, "No, we'll give you one." Yeah, like it, especially if it doesn't harm the situation. He's like, "Yeah, go ahead." I love the McGuire married a pharmaceutical sales rep. Fair. Thompson was a hero. I actually love the floating hot dog cards. There you go, Mike.
Yeah.
People think
They're
the Hall of Fame
expensive.
too serious. Doesn't affect my day-to-day life. That's usually been my take. I've seen enough bad decisions made by those guys. I don't take anything they do anything seriously. When I was at the Hall, stood next to Gehrig's locker. Tears. Fair. Homer 535. Thank you. That's the one I was looking for.
Yeah.
Grooved it in for Mickey. McClain signed my baseball with that story. He said, if you don't like it, go to hell. Fair. What about the sanctity of the game, Dan? What about the integrity of the sport?
Well, Denny McClain himself was a bit of a character in terms of his off the field behavior. He became a gambler. He got in with like the mob. He went to federal prison. I mean, he's real, and he's still alive. Somehow or another, he's still alive. He's like 83 years old, signing, and he's heavy too. And he signs autographs for a living, basically.
There's a movie in that somewhere.
It's fair. Okay, so let me touch on it now that I'm caught up on comments. See, the anti-Dustin. I'm all caught up on the comments. We want to make sure we do that. So real quick, obviously there was the mention briefly about the multi hits of those patch autographs, the MLB debut patches,
Mhm.
and I believe it was. I'm trying to remember who it was. I believe it was the who was the stupid breaker? It was on
Filth Bomb.
Fanatics Live. Filth Bomb, thank you. So it was Filth Bomb on Fanatics Live. So Fanatics Live breaker, obviously, that gets allocation from Fanatics Live. And actually, there's a story related to Fanatics Live. Paul knows this one. We'll talk about it here. But anyway, so they're on Fanatics Live. They're a big Fanatics breaker in the terms of that. And they get a whole stack of them. And I think Mike Ham was saying 6 of them so far. But specifically, the thing that stood out, the first initial post I saw, that they got basically like 3 and 4 boxes or something to that effect. So, okay. So let me do it this way, because when we used to get these things all the time, the people would throw in the whole loaded boxes, loaded boxes, loaded boxes, and a lot of times, Dan, when it comes to a lot of that stuff, I'm not interested in subscribing to that. And here's the truth: I don't even subscribe to it in this case. However, I'm going to state this: I have no problem with somebody calling for it. I have no problem with people having major concerns about it, because the fact is, it's too many. It's too many, too frequently, in too short a period of time. But I'll tell you, Dan, just knowing what I do know about how some of these companies do their stuff, it's just as likely an idiot inside of the factory didn't separate the thing on the feeder and it just got pumped into a couple of boxes that all came out of the same case. However, I have zero problem with that many coming in short order and people going, yeah, loaded boxes. I don't mind, Dan. At this point, I'm not even going to fight him on it. From a statistical probability standpoint, it's a mathematical impossibility. However, I have literally seen I've seen basketball cards inside of baseball boxes because they couldn't put the right card in the right feeder and it was in the factory and you saw a basketball card inside of the baseball box. Is that a loaded box or is that a good old fashioned incompetence?
Yeah. That kind of shit happens all the time, you know.
That's what I'm saying.
And like, what's the conspiracy theory here? Like,
the conspiracy is that because they're a Fanatics breaker on the Fanatics platform, they got fed all these boxes. The only real count, like I said, the only counter I have to it, and I'm not going to fight again. I'm not interested in fighting anybody. If they really are dead set on believing it, I have no problem, no worries, no problem. At this point, Eric, I don't care.
Yeah.
You know what? It's rigged. It's totally loaded. Michael Rubin personally decreed that they must get the cards. No problem. Fine.
Yes.
But I will point out that it is also possible the cards stuck together and they put them in the feeder wrong, which happens actually more often than you'd like to think. And I've also seen Upper Deck have issues and a lot of this stuff. But the other piece of the puzzle, like I said, that's why I say the basketball card inside of the baseball box is kind of playing into the idea that we're not really putting our best and brightest in charge of the printing facility here, Dan. We're getting whoever will work for a couple of bucks and they don't give a crap.
No.
They just push the button and whatever happens after that.
I think those cards are specially set aside. I think, and they're selectively placed.
They should be, but I don't think Fanatics does that. I know Upper Deck's supposed to do that with the cup, for example.
Video
they
on
hand pack
that though,
Yeah.
and they did do a separate sheet with the special cards, and the regular cards just went through another sheet with this other one. So whatever they did to cut them up, somebody has them particular, in order, and then they hand them out to. This is a typical thing from the 20s that they did. Short printing cards, give them to the boss, and he'll tell you when you can throw them in.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, what's supposed to happen. So I'll just tell you what's supposed to happen with a lot of stuff. So I'll use the cup as an example because it's a hand packed product, so it's easier for them to kind of control the specifics. But the idea is supposed to be, and they've got these piles, Dan, basically, and what they're supposed to do is they actually created a spreadsheet where this is how we want to distribute these. So you've got a pile of these cards that are your case hits. And the idea is you don't want multiple of these inside the same case. So you go out of your way to separate them in such a way where you're like, okay, so these boxes are comprised of this. And the idea is to try to balance it. You're sitting there going, if you get an amazing patch autograph or something, then the rest of the cards are going to be kind of average because already that pack is very nice. And then you adjust the others accordingly. When you're hand packing it, you have more control. When you're doing one of these things, though, to your point, yes, these cards are in a different sheet. So you've got a pile of them. So the idea is supposed to be you're supposed to separate them so they're in separate cases. The idea is to do it. So like I said, I'm not going to fight anybody, Dan, if they want to go with this, but I'm just going to point out, if the idea is to rig it, you did such a poor job that you basically gave away the entire thing. Like at that point, you may as well put one in each pack then. Just, don't even bother pretending. Just put one in each pack and be done with it.
Can you put up Stuke's comment about the 3 Griffies?
Yep, we're coming to it. Well, hang on one second there.
Yeah, okay.
When everybody want to buy the product now that all the debut cards are getting hit by breakers. I get you. That's fair.
Good
The
point.
multi-sport God pack. Exactly. Yep. Devalued the wax prices, if you ask me. Now, that's fair. That is totally fair. That I agree with completely. Paul says, wait, is Carlos proposing dregs from Sector 7G are also tops? They're everywhere. They're everywhere. Lovable, huggable company, yes. I had 3 Griffies in an 89 UD Pax box back in 1999. Rigged!
So
Rigged!
Can I tell a story?
Go ahead.
Mhm.
The opposite direction. So at this year's national, the vintage trade night that we hosted, 4 Collectors hosted, we gave out a whole bag of goodies and stuff, and it was one of the goodies was a pack of 1989 Upper Deck. We bought an entire case. So now there's supposed to be on average 3 Griffies per case.
Mhm.
And so all of those packs got opened either that night by people or by us, because we didn't end up giving out all the goodies. And there was 0 Griffies in that entire case.
Wow.
We go out and try to do a good thing for people, and this is what happens to us,
Yeah, so that kind of plays in what I was saying, Dan, is that,
Yeah,
look, I
exactly.
understand the idea. Yeah. I understand the idea, but I've seen so many weird things come out of packs, stuff that is in odd sequencing. And the thing is, most of the time when it happens, it's not something particularly valuable, Bobby. It's just something weird. You just look at it and go like, yeah, that's really dumb. I've had a pack coming out of like 90s cards where the entire pack was the same card. The entire pack. And it wasn't anybody good. I don't even remember who it was. It was such a mediocre player, but the entire pack was the same card for every single card. Was that a rigged pack? No. Like, no
Probably.
one would want that. Nobody
Someone
would want that.
who worked there probably just doing a joke.
And
Yeah.
those
weird stuff
89
happens.
Upper Deck
yeah.
packs, those Upper Deck boxes are not cheap either. They're like they
Yeah.
are junk wax, but because of the Griffey card, they're more expensive.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I bought a wax recently. It was either 83. Was it the 79? No, I think it was 83 tops, and I got the same card, 2 of the same card in 1 pack.
Mhm. Yeah.
What are you gonna do?
Yeah,
Yeah.
sometimes
That's
so I'll
that's
give you
how
I'll
it
give
should
you a more recent example, but very low stakes, relatively speaking. So I do
Ooh, good.
I open boxes of the AW thing
Wrestling.
from Upper Deck on
Yeah.
the other channel. And
Right.
in one of the packs, so these are 1 pack, 1 box products. So 1 box, 1 pack. So these ones are not hand pack, but the collator is set up in such a way where you're supposed to get a spread of certain things. In the pack, I pulled 2 of the nearly identical insert. And literally I went in and checked with it. I go, that's kind of weird, guys. And it's like neither one of them were numbered. There was nothing on you. There's supposed to be like an autograph version as well. And like it's literally 2 of the same. And he goes, yeah. Technically, and I went and got feedback from people who would know inside the company, and they're like, yeah, they counted one of those as your memorabilia hit, and there shouldn't have been 2 of them, but that does happen. Even
It
and the reality is, Dan, it shouldn't, but it does. So,
Yeah.
and there's nothing nefarious about it because, to be honest, it was actually kind of a crummier pack as a result of it. Like it was actually it was anti-rigged. If it was rigged, then I got screwed because it was the opposite. I would have preferred a little variety,
Poorly
anything
rigged.
else, just to mix it up.
But back
But it
when
happens.
back when people thought it was Backyard Breaks was getting like rigged boxes, like I could understand it was like, the main breaker on whatnot, and there was connections. Like there's some
Sure.
like colorable conspiracy theory there. But with the filth bombs thing, it doesn't there's no like conspiracy that makes really any sense here, other than like they're on the Fanatics live platform, whatever it is. I don't know.
You know what the
Whatever.
stronger one is? Like, look, if we want to go down that path, you know what the stronger argument that I will hear? Like I said, I'm going to go back to what I said a few minutes ago. I'm not fighting anybody on this. If they want to go with it, whatever you want to believe is fine with me. I'm cool. I really don't care. I'm good with whatever. However, if you want to sell the premise to me, do you know what is a stronger pitch to me? When they have a break with an athlete and they happen to pull an amazing card.
Yeah.
That to me is a much stronger argument because they've only got 1 box to work with, 1 box or 1 pack, and they happen to pull an amazing card. And Michael Rubin happens to be standing beside them, which has happened a number of times now. That one I have no. We'll get the tinfoil. Bobby, I will bring the tinfoil. I have no problem. Let's bring it. Bring this tinfoil over.
Oh.
Done. No questions
Forget about
asked.
packs. How about repacks? How about Jim Rome getting the Michael Jordan rookie card?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. In scenarios like that, where you've specifically put it in with somebody of any kind of platform or fame, and they happen to open a very small sample size of boxes or packs and happen to pull something impressive, that's why I'm like, yes, absolutely,
Yeah.
no doubt. And if Michael Rubin happens to be standing there while they're doing it, like, okay, you're agreed. We're all on the same page here. All good. Fanatics production workers need man. The whip standing above them while they work might be necessary at this
Maybe
point.
that's why they did it.
Yeah. In the early 1990s, we would have had the cutters cut the same sheet in stacks of 500. So we knew the rookies were being pulled from the A-frames. So we could pull the 1 and 2 card easy on the line. So Jake Ann was speaking as working in Upper Deck in the early 90s.
Yeah.
So like the reality is like stuff was in a certain sequence. You could kind of figure out where the stuff was pretty easily. So to that point, you knew where they were. So if you wanted to mess about, you could easily mess about. I think, Dan, it comes down to this. And again, this actually applies to a manufacturer. It applies to PSA. It applies to any other big company in the space. We're not hiring the best and brightest.
No.
We're hiring whoever will take the check at this stage. And realistically, if that's the case, when you're doing that, expect to get all manner of scripts. Everything is possible and everything is plausible. All of it.
Yeah.
Because you get what you get. Go ahead, Eric.
So I've said this before, and this topic has come up. Collectors have this imagination that the people working in these printing factories are collectors like us, and that the hobby is important, and getting these cards, every single one of them as a mint, gem mint 10 is important, and getting it all packed is important, and fair and square for everyone's important. These people don't care. They're making minimum wage at a massive printing plant with big, loud machines. They got earmuffs and coveralls on, and this stuff's flying faster than your eyes can keep up. And the machines are just doing what they're doing. Nobody there cares. They have a punch-in card. They punch in the morning. They punch out in the afternoon. They're not like us. They're not collectors who love the hobby and love these cards. They don't care. It's like us working at a widget factory. You make the widget, you send the widget down the line. You make the widget, you send it down the line. We don't care. We want our paycheck on Friday. So you have to understand that. And people don't. They think there's these hardcore collectors are making these cards and printing these cards and packing these cards and boxing these cards, and no, they're not, and they don't care. You have to understand that. Well, stuff came right out of the pack. It has to be a 10. No, it doesn't. Because the person making it don't give a shit about you sending it to PSA and getting a 10 and that the card's worth $20,000. They don't care. They want their paycheck on Friday. They punch in, they punch out. Make the widget, send it down the line. That is all that's happening at these printing factories.
So is this like lower wage worker working at a sporting store and knocking over like a Bobby Orr hockey stick? Is that similar?
Well, intentionally damaging it is what I saw.
I don't want to talk to you guys anymore.
Just saying. I actually have a counter. I actually have a counter question. I have a counter question though, Dan. I have a counter question. So Eric was trying to sell a vision, an idea. I won't speak for anybody else, but I've been a collector for 35 years. I'm one of those folks that never really left the hobby. I was around it the whole time. But Dan, if you're not paying me a hell of a lot, and honestly, I'm not that incentivized, I'm not really worried about trying to get promoted at said factory or whatever. If I happen to be working there, Dan, I don't give a shit either.
Yeah, no,
I know what the cards are like. I don't care.
Jokes aside, Eric is right. I mean, these guys don't give a shit.
Yeah, no, but what I'm getting at, Dan, what Eric's selling though is the idea that they're not like big time. I'm a collector, but Dan, if I'm getting paid not a lot and this is just a job for me, I could be a collector of cards, but I'm not getting these cards. Unless I'm stealing the cards, I'm not getting these cards. So why would I
Right.
give a shit?
Right.
Like I'm just doing a job here.
And that, and I skipped that part. I did think of it. If there are people working at these factories who do care about cards, understand their value, they're stealing them and walking them out the back door and selling them or adding them to their collection. You don't want people who care about cards making these cards because they will never get to us.
Wait, Eric,
Well,
do we
this
want
backdoor-
people who care about
backdoor
these
thing,
cards
right?
working at a card store? Dan, it's like questions have to be asked.
I don't
I'm
know
simply
what I
asking
did.
questions.
If you go dark, Carlos, I think it's me.
Listen, Dan, I got you. I got you, man. I got you. See, I was gonna grab a beer, but right now we're gonna, just to maintain decorum, we're gonna keep this going here.
Oh,
right,
he's
real
back. He can't
Yeah.
quit us.
Yeah. So Eric, go ahead, say it. To be fair, I want all the big hits to go out to the hobby for people to pull in packs and blaster boxes. I don't want them to go to breakers, which is fair. I think that's fine. There you go. And I do appreciate that you included the to be fair. It's all the dregs for Sector 7G. That's right. That's right. Do not clip what Dan said about Eric for the year end. Yes. 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 I'm glad to lead a robot revolution to get us widgets and cheeseburgers made by AI simulated love. You do you, Bob.
You know what
Eric
I want
is
for
right.
I want for the
Go
end of the end of the year clip show. I want
What's that?
when I offered Dustin $10,000 for a vote, or no, $1,000 for a vote.
I can arrange for that. I can see about making sure that is included there. Cards around Carlsbad had very, very limited cards. McCracken store had some rare cards right off the Carlsbad exit. There you go, Jack. Thank you, Orlando. I think I shall. Let me ask a question though. Let me pose a question real quick. And by the way, Dan, just let me know. Is once you're running low on time, you just let us know. But I got a question for you since you're here. Obviously, we have a lot of conversation. We have a lot of fun, a lot of chat with the grading and a lot of the things. I was listening to a couple of other podcasts, though, and videos, and a lot of people throw this out. I want to kind of take a separate thing from the specific companies themselves. I want to pose a general question. A lot of people are still throwing out the whole idea, oh, this will all be fixed once, there's AI grading, consistent grading, blah, blah, blah. Okay. I like this because from time to time, it's fun for me to bring this question up. And I'll invoke it here, but I've got a question. So a lot of people are talking about the idea, forgetting about the fact that none of the companies in the space actually do what is actually AI, but computer-assisted grading, let's call it. I think computer-assisted is fair. We can call that. And they talk about consistent grading. Okay, fine. And I agree that that is a good concept and a preferable concept. I think people would like the idea that, hey, if I send in this car and it's got certain types of defects, I should expect it to fall within a very tight range, like within reason, it should fall within that. I think that's fair. But one of the things that I always kind of ask, because I ask them, and I think some people don't understand this, they don't understand that objective grading is actually impossible. And the reason for that is because a lot of the features involved in grading a card are not objective measurements. They're subjective determinations. The only thing that is an objective measurement is centering, because we can grab a ruler and we could measure that. We could, as long as we're using the same ruler and we're using it in the same way, we should come to the same answer every single time. No problem. That's objective. But if I ask you, Dan, what a rounded corner is, all of a sudden now I'm asking your interpretation. I'm asking you to tell me, and my answer may differ from yours. That's subjective, not objective. So by definition, a AI machine or an algorithm may get it right, or it may get it completely wrong 100% of the time, even if it does what it's purporting to do. So Jake Ant here says tag is the answer. No, tag is not the answer. Tag is the opposite of the answer. And you know why I know that? Because number one, they started the whole thing under a false premise. I've been watching them since day one. And number two, I will leave a link in the description, Dan, because a lot of people in the space don't understand how small this hobby is in relative terms. There's a video that has over 150,000 views, and you would think based on that you would have seen it. In the video, one of the Pokemon guys put tag through its paces. And you know what they did? They took the same cards from different graders, cracked them out, sent them to tag, and then cracked out the tag slabs and resent it. Dan, there is one card in that submission specifically that went from a PSA 6 to a tag 10 and then cracked it out and became a tag 5. How's that for consistency? I thought the machines were going to fix it. No, they're bound to the same problem. It's what they can pick up on the scan. Oh, and by the way, one of the fun ones, Dan, and like I said, I'll include a link in the description for people. One of the fun ones, Dan, it couldn't even get the same centering score on consecutive run-throughs. Centering is the one that's supposed to be objective. That's the one you should nail 100% of the time for sure. Nope, you failed on that one too. Because sometimes it misses stuff on the surface. I've watched separate videos where people submitted the card, it got a 10 because it missed a defect right on the surface of the card that you could see with the naked eye. Because the scanner didn't pick it up. And that's fine, but I should point out, if that's true, and to their credit, Tag said, hey, send it back to us, we'll correct that, whatever. But Dan, no matter what they do to correct it, and this is important, I say, I'm using them since we talked about it. I'm using them, but they said they'll fix it. Dan, there's two ways we can fix this. Either A, we adjust the scanner to pick up the defect, or B, we adjust the algorithm to make sure that it detects it and determines that it's a defect and therefore takes it into account. Two ways. Dan, the moment I fix it, every card that went through the scanner prior to that went under a different standard. The standard has now officially changed. Well, Dan, how many times have we updated the software? Every single time we fix the software, Dan, it's a different standard. So tell me again about the consistency. What consistency did we actually achieve?
Yeah, exactly.
It's a good idea. It's a good concept. I like the concept.
And that's what I've said all along.
Grading cards is not an objective standard. It's never going
Correct.
to be an objective standard. As you pointed out. I mean,
Yes.
what's a crease? What's a wrinkle? What's a bad
Yes.
crease? When does a tiny crease become a bad crease? At what point does at what point is a diamond cut too much of a diamond cut?
Yeah.
Every card is probably a little bit diamond cut. No card is perfect in terms of centering, but also in terms of off kilter. Registration is another one. Like, what's bad registration? What's good registration? Yeah. It's all very, very subjective. And
Correct.
if grading is going to become an objective thing, you're going to lose the thing that gives us all this whole big concept of eye appeal. Eye appeal is as subjective as you could possibly get, but we all know what it is. It's like, pornography. We all know what it is when we see it.
Eric knows what it is. He knows what it is all the time.
So yeah. The problem is when you've created standards, and I saw somebody on Facebook put up a PSA 4 of a card this week that I joked about. It wouldn't be a 4 now, it would be a 1. Literally, the grading standards from 20 years ago are a clown show at this point compared to what they're doing now.
Sure.
So the standards are always changed. They're always getting harder. But the other problem is they're grading too many cards, so that they have too many people there. There's not enough talent in the grading pool, and so if somebody's got to take a look at a card and make a decision based on eye appeal, they don't have enough experience to do that. So now you're talking about people who are seeing these, a little tick here, a little white on the corner, a little white on the edge, and suddenly that's taking the grade down 3 grades below what it should be. And so this has become a problem. Grading right now is a problem. A serious problem.
I do not disagree with that. The only reason I brought up the questions that I brought up is that I do get frustrated when people lazily say, oh, this will fix it, but they don't actually have the conversation that I just explained, because I'm like, the concept of objective grading is a myth. It's the concept of dry water. It doesn't exist. Like, it's not a thing. You can't do that, because the moment you do it, all it is programming an incorrect grade forever. So the grader from hell that you said, was drinking too much or their girlfriend left them or whatever, all you did was program it into a machine. So every time it'll get it wrong. 100% of the time it'll get it wrong. And here's kind of playing to your point about the eye appeal thing. Let me throw a simple scenario. And by the way, this is a perfectly common scenario. And I explained this in the past talking about coin grading because I gave an example of 2 different concepts. They're both things that people argue over, and they've been doing it in that hobby for years. The concept of the eye appeal thing that you're talking about. Technical grading versus what they call, I think it's commercial grading. There's another term for it. And market grading is what it is. But the concept, really what they're talking about is this. A technical grade means I grade the defects on it. I basically, in effect, add up the defects and then determine what the grade should be based on that, no matter what. And this is important. On a card, the simplest way that I could explain this is, so imagine you take one of your cards behind you and it's got a scratch on the surface of the card. That in and of itself is not the end of the world. That depending on where it is. If the scratch is over near where the border is, near where the white section is, you can still see it, but it doesn't detract from the eye appeal of the card. The card itself still looks really nice. So you're not really bothered. It's a scratch, but it's over on the side where it's not really bothering your eye. If it's over the player's face, directly in front, dead center, it's the identical scratch. Same size, same depth, same everything. It's a bit distracting. It may take away the aesthetic appeal of the card to you. But technically, Dan, those cards should be the exact same grade. There should be no difference in the technical grade. However, you take a normal person, well, they're going to sit there and go like, yeah, but that's just less appealing card. Like it's right over his face. Like it kind of wrecks the image of the card. But technically that scratch, those two cards should grade the exact same. But in practice, do they? No, in practice, you're going to look at it and with the one with the scratch over on the side is probably going to get a little bit of a lighter touch depending, even though the defect is identical.
So, I mean, that was kind of what SGC was supposed to be doing with vintage cards, was this concept of, and I can't remember the word that they use, but it's the sort of like an eye appeal, but like the overall view of it, like looking at it in perspective and saying, you know, maybe this corner is a little bit rounded, but it's not too bad, and it doesn't detract from, you know, the overall. What's the word I'm looking for? I'm losing the word I'm looking for, but
I'm going with aesthetic. To me, it's the aesthetic of the card.
Yeah. And so like being someone who could have the experience in grading vintage cards to know what that aesthetic means in terms of a grade is something that I thought SGC was doing really well. And I don't know if that's still the case. I have a after the Philly show, presuming I'm going to pick up some ungraded cards there. I've got a sub going out probably when I get back from Philly, and we'll see. You know, SGC is a kind of an unknowable thing right now. If they're going to ever go back, or not go back, but at least maintain the quality that they were doing for so long. Yes, your leader Jeff.
I will only refer to him by his given name, Geoff.
Goat.
Pronounce it correctly, people.
Goat.
I think it's more effective to have a list of flaws. So that's what the thing I was going to say. And by the way, this is one of my, like I said, Dan, I have to resist the urge because I used to call, now like in my less mature days, I used to call our friends at TAG the old coaster makers, the elite coaster makers of the hobby, because I used to have a coaster right here on my desk before it shattered, cheaply made piece of garbage. I put my drink on it and it broke. It was very disappointing.
You slammed your drink down on it, but go ahead.
And maybe if they had built it correctly, it could handle a drink being slammed down on it.
Okay.
But anyway, the point is, I always like making fun and teasing them, the whole 1,000-point scale. But I already talked about that example that I gave. And but here's another piece. A lot of people looked at the dig report, the report that he gave. But then I kind of chuckled, and we did this. We did this back when they were originally promoting themselves. Bobbles had Old Man Tag on for an interview with the Tag Boys. They had their guys there, and they had a conversation about it, and we used one of the cards as an example. And Dan, the promotion was the report would tell you why I got the grade it did. That was part of the marketing copy. The report, you look at the report, and you'll understand why I got the grade it did. So we gave them one of the serial numbers, and we said, hey, okay, so here's the serial number to one of your cards, and it's got a dig report. You can pull up the dig report. Can you tell us why I got the grade it did? And after hemming and hawing, they said, well, we'd have to look at the card in person. Well, Dan, that defeats the whole point. The whole point is we have the report. You're the tag guys. It's literally your system. Why can't you tell me why I got the grade it did with your report? I can't make this up.
Oh, man.
I'm like,
this hobby.
I give up, man. Like, you want me to take you seriously? What are we doing? Like, I give up. At that point, it's over, man. Like, I'm sorry, it's over. So I can't tell you. So print lines and 90s refractors, yeah, most of them have print lines, which suck. That's why I say, like, even if I wanted to take them seriously, Dan, they're making it impossible right from the get-go. That was right at the beginning. It hasn't gotten better. So I'm like, that's why I say 150,000 views, but most people in the sports card world haven't paid attention.
You didn't invest in them, did you?
I did not #invest.
Yeah, he did.
Others have. I did not.
Don't listen to him. He did.
Overall view.
My favorite grading company is the I think, is it JSA? That
JSA, sure.
with Jason Coons.
Yes. Yeah. Well, I remember at one point he claimed that they had done like 40,000 cards in a month. And I'm like, I can't find anywhere to verify this. I love that you just came up with a number. It was fantastic. I remember I was like,
No,
sure, buddy.
no, it's not JSA. It's ISA.
Oh, yes, that's the one. Yeah, that's the one you
ISA.
purchased. Well,
And I saw it. It was funny because I
But
went.
Dan, you know who helped promote that? You know who helped promote
Philly
that back
show.
in the day?
Yeah.
You know who helped promote that back in the day?
Really?
Our
No
boy.
way. No.
He did a video with him. Yes, yes.
Oh,
Listen, it's right up there with Will Greer on his best picks of all time. It's right up there with Will Greer, let me tell you.
oh wait, didn't he go to? He went to
Four-time
the,
and better
to the
pick.
grading. He went to the location, right? Geoff?
He did. Yeah, he did a video with him.
He went
Jason
to the
Coots
ISA
specifically.
grading. Oh my god.
Yeah. Like he's there. He's there with all the winners. He
I
nails it
looked up.
100% of the time. He's our
I
boy.
think it was a couple of years ago at the Philly show. There was a guy who had like 20 or 30 ISA graded cards just sitting out there, and I'm thinking to myself, man, like what'd you do here? Like you're gonna have to crack all these out. Nobody's gonna buy these. But that's just because like nobody knows the grading company, and it doesn't look right. But they don't even know like the backstory of who this guy is.
Right. But Dan, that's the beauty of the hobby though. Like there's so many people like that where like look, even SGC, as much as you guys loved SGC Pete and the whole thing, and Pete was a great ambassador for the brand. Let's
Yeah.
I can call a spade a spade. I can call a spade a spade.
Right.
But Dave Foreman still owned it. Dave Foreman literally still owned it. Dave Foreman has a little sketchy history in the hobby. We don't have to go that far.
Yes.
Yes, he's the ultimate boss. Pete's boss was Dave Foreman. Dave got to hide in the background and have the pleasant guy up front. And I'm like, why are we forgetting that Dave Foreman still owned this company? He didn't relinquish it. It only relinquished it when he sold the company to collectors. Only then did he relinquish, and he cashed out, and he probably did great. Good for him.
But he kept his hands off it, though. I mean,
As far as you know,
3 years,
he can still do his own deals behind the scenes.
Every submission I sent into SGC from like 2021 to 2024 were really, really well done. And they were all like hard.
Dan, I'm not questioning that. Dan, I'm not
part.
questioning that. I'm not questioning that. But I am questioning, the submissions behind the scenes that Dave personally ushered in that all got SGC 11s. Eric has a lot of SGC 11s, and I know where they came from.
Yeah. There's some of that.
I'm just saying.
I'll wait till you get to it.
Sure, I'll get to it real. PSA the change in grades now? Yes. All that momentum gave them the opportunity to be sold and probably made the owners a lot of money. Yes. Good evening, Brad. Yep, vintage cars look great in the tuxedo. So like I said, I was never a big fan of the tuxedo, but I've never had a problem buying an SGC card. I've specifically made that statement. And Dan, what I'm going to do in this one, because I was looking through some of my archives because I knew I had something. I have a video from 2022, and I'm going to link it. And it was me talking about marketing inefficiencies. I forget how I phrased it. I want to say maybe marketing inefficiencies are a feature. And I basically explained why I like the inconsistency, and I made a pitch for it. Why I like it and why I see benefit to it from a collector or investor perspective. I actually gave both sides of that.
Okay.
That's Carlos from 2022. And I actually was very clear on why I said that's the case. Why somebody like me actually prefers the inconsistency. To me, it's a feature, not a problem. But I understand where the issue comes in because obviously a lot of people do want accurate grade. Look, you want to send in and not feel like you got ripped off. So I totally get that. I 100% understand. I'm not saying no. Nobody's worse than BCCG. Yes.
Oh, God.
Eric's a big fan of that one.
This is the one I wanted to talk about.
This is the one? Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So, this is a smart comment. I know he says he's been beaten to death, but a lot of people don't know this.
Sure.
Like, downgrade your cards. Sell off your 8s and your 9s. Get the 4 that looks exactly the same for like, 1/3 of the money. Guys have been doing this. I think it was Adam from Splendid Sports had, I think the 81 Bird in 9 or 10, and he sold it for like $30,000. Now these numbers may be completely crazy, but he sold it for some crazy amount of money, and then went out and bought like the 8 for like $300, and then used the rest of the money to buy other cards. Like you really don't. The difference is so minute and so completely objective that it doesn't really mean anything between a 9 and a 10 or an 8 and a 9, especially 100%. When it comes to modern cards. What happened to Carlos? Now, but there he is. Okay.
No, I was grabbing my beer. I promised I was going to grab one. So kind of to your point though, since I was listening to what you were saying, is that so that was part of what I was saying in 2022. I gave a couple of specific examples, but one of them is that the delta between them. If you think the price is out of whack, if you think there is nothing to justify the price differential between a 10 and a 9, that's an opportunity, Dan. That means you take your 10, cash out, to your point, in the example you gave, cash out, collect the difference, and get yourself a really nice card and keep the change. That's an opportunity to me. That's not a bad thing. Again, capitalize on that because other people are willing to pay a crazy premium. Doesn't mean you have to. So then take advantage of it. Collect your change.
I've been doing a little of that, actually. Moving some of my like 7s and 8s of vintage cards, getting the money for them, and then just buying the same card at a 4 or a 5 for the same money. And Paul is right. I am talking about vintage cards for the most part, but he's modern. It's 10 to 9.
Yeah. I like Brad's comment here.
Speaking of 10 to 9, I was going to leave. I was going to stay on for an hour, and I'm almost at an hour now.
Sure. No problem.
Beat it. No one wants you here.
Yeah, I read Brad's comment real quick here. Everybody in the hobby has a cheat code with unlimited lives. Doesn't matter how much someone cheats people. A lot of people have a lot of lives in this hobby. That's why I say a lot of the shadiest characters have not gone anywhere. They're still around.
Oh, yeah.
Even with all the coverage and all the things, all the controversies, they're still around.
Like that guy.
Hey, as long as he's in Fiji Airport, I like that. We out there still trust PSA grading? Implicitly. As long as the check clears.
Yeah, right.
Listen, Dan, I've been clear about this.
Hat for a reason. I'm wearing this hat for a reason, Paul.
Yeah. Look, all I'm saying, Dan, is I'm here on behalf of the fanatics, overlords, collectors, anybody who cuts a check, Dan. As long as the check clears, call me. I'm good with whatever. I don't really care. That's why I say, like, it'll make more sense if you watch the video from 2022. Trust me, 2022 Carlos has this on lockdown. SCP probably had a depression beard. I don't think he did. I'll be honest. Like, see, Dan, what I would like, here's the interview that I want. I want the SGC Pete interview because I will bet he has a nice mixed drink in his hand with a little umbrella on it. I think he's doing just fine. He doesn't need this shit anymore. He doesn't care.
He got a nice
Yeah. Yeah, I think he got paid off, and I think he's just fine. I think our boy Pete is doing okay. Honestly, I really do.
I hope he didn't gamble it all away.
Well, so as long as he avoided that, I think he'll be all right. Solo of vintage PSA 9 cards. Fair. Yep. Jeff just really upset when you spell his name Jeff. True. Yeah, it's hobby of cats. Fair. So yeah. So Dan, I appreciate you joining in. You're more than welcome. Otherwise, I'm going to go through these comments and get caught up, but appreciate you. And we'll chat again. So hopefully you have fun at the Philly show. Obviously, you'll do your videos, and I think you'll be with the 4 collectors, I believe, as part of it. Or sorry, the hobby hotline.
Just Theo.
Theo, yeah,
is going to be there. But yeah, I'm doing a hobby hotline tomorrow morning between 11 and 12. I'm going to do a live report from the floor.
Okay.
Theo's going to be there. A couple other guys are going to be there, so it's going to be fun. The live report. There is. I should mention anybody who's watching who's going to Philly. I don't know if there's anybody, but we're doing a YouTuber get together at the what's it called? The now I can't remember, the Garden, Hilton Garden. It's about half a mile from the location of the show, and it's 5:00 on Saturday. No one's going to talk about Notre Dame football sucking. Best team in the world. Don't need anyone else. Don't need a conference. We're all good. Don't need a ball game.
There you go.
And on that, I will say thank you, Carlos, and I will take off.
Of course. Take it easy, Dan.
Good night, guys.
Take care, Dan. Thanks for coming.
Take care, Dan.
All right. Just trying to multitask there a little bit. The one guy who hasn't resurfaced, as we know, is Ben from PWCC. Fair. Red disappeared, but Jesse Craig is still around. Yeah. Well, Jesse Craig was the one who had Acquire. He's the one who, the P. Ryan story. It was Acquire with Jesse Craig, formerly of PWCC. So, like I said, these guys are all still around. Look, obviously I've had my, 100%. Like, look, obviously Eric, I've had my fun with old Jimbo. And now if you notice, he's been really well behaved on his podcast lately. Now he's steered it real clear of a lot of the more controversial topics.
Right.
But there was I want to get his name right. He had like an episode where he did like a hobby roundtable. And the hobby roundtable included a bunch of luminaries, and one of them was was what's his name that worked for PWCC or Fanatics, because he's one of their clubhouse guys. He's the one who was out in Asia for a little bit. He's the one who did the pour off with Tim. Help me out. You know who I'm talking about.
Eric.
Yeah, Eric is Eric. What was Eric's?
Eric
What was the
Eric.
what was the last name?
Myers.
Eric Myers. Thank you. So Eric Myers was there as part of it. And if you remember, again, Hobby has a short memory. One of his little mini controversies, which was, I think it was PWCC, he bought cards from people that bought cards at PWCC.
Right.
So you see, he didn't buy from PWCC, but he bought from somebody immediately after they bought from PWCC, and that's not shifty at all.
And he was working for PWCC at the time.
Which is not shady at all. Not at all.
Nope.
Not even a little bit. Nope. Mm-mm.
Just a smidge.
Yeah. So again, all these people are still here, Eric. They're all still here. All of them. It's great. Yep. Happy hunting this weekend. Yes. Good stuff here. I just want to make sure I covered those comments. Zero Lost in the Shuffle was that other guy who used to work PWCC. He's in the video saying he used his friends' accounts to bid on cards. Yes, Hobby Champs. Thank you. You were thinking the same thing as me. I actually didn't catch this comment yet, but yes, thank you. You were bringing it up. Good timing. Didn't realize he was a Notre Dame fan. I just knew they were going to get screwed. Too many opportunities for stuff to happen. Wasn't good for Notre Dame. Fair. This one I missed the Beckett dinner this year. I know. Beckett dinner was a banger. You have to be there for that. Yeah, Eric Myers was talking about, yes, Hobby Champs. We're on the same wavelength on that one. That was one of my favorites, Eric. And it just so happened that he was there at the Hobby dinner recording. And I was like, yes, of course you are. It's great.
I just checked my phone. I don't know where his phone number went. I used to have it. I've called them in the past for, years ago when we were talking every day.
The clubhouse, yeah.
And I just
the clubhouse gang.
If I still had his phone number,
Cool kids.
and it's not in my phone anymore. I don't know where it went.
Welcome to Hobby Roundtable with Skeletor, Darth Vader, Jason Voorhees, and Gordon Gecko. Honestly, I'd probably prefer that Hobby Roundtable. At least you know where everybody stands. It's very clear. So that's always nice. I just thought it was phenomenal. Like, as soon as it happened to be, I was sitting there like, oh, of course it's Eric Myers. Oh, there's our boy. These guys don't go anywhere. They all hang around, and they basically just jump from company to company, venture to venture. They're all there, man. They're always around. But that's why I kind of have fun with my thing, is that a lot of these guys, even with all the noise, that's why in the last video I was poking fun at. I could have just done the clips and it would have been fine. It would have been like a minute and a half. There's your video. But I did feel like I was going to include, like, okay, look, then this thing happens. And you know what happened out of that? Nothing. The whatnot thing with the back air brake guy, nothing. This other thing, nothing. This other thing, nothing. They're all still here. And if you want to find them, go to the National, go to the corporate section. They're all there. You don't have to work that hard. You can find them all. They're all available. They're all accessible. Hell, they'll probably come on your podcast if you ask nicely.
Oh, absolutely.
They're all around, man. But it is what it is. And then you wonder why it is the way it is. But I guess the thing is, what it comes down to, though, is I'm sitting there going like, be honest, it doesn't really affect much of anything in terms of what I'm doing, because like a lot of the stuff I'm doing, I would have done it the same way before, one way or the other. Hobby Chan says, I remember watching a video of him saying he would never do anything wrong because he loves Jesus and shit. Listen, the Jesus is watching. Yannick, he's watching with his eyes.
He is a born again, and he takes that pretty seriously, if I remember correctly.
I take it more seriously, but Jesus still owes me money. Bob Boozle says, the worst one is my fat wife complaining about taking notes during the meeting. Damn, Bob. Damn. It's a tough life. Tough life. It's crazy in this information age, there are no consequences. Yes. Paul says, Jesus was watching Sharon Moore as well. Yes, I know you get excited about that story. That's more of a Paul story right there. By the way, you know what the worst part is, Eric? Unfortunately, we don't get to actually talk about. Yannick, are you ready? We're gonna do this. We're gonna do this one time, real quick, during this episode. The only time it's gonna happen. You ready? I actually did get mail today. I got mail.
Did you get a card?
I got a card.
Short card.
Card. You're showing a card.
Ooh. It's a Jamie Benn Parkhurst Champions Black out of 10. Oh my God. And I wasn't going to bring it up right now because
Oh my God.
it's too soon. But Eric, you know what else I got? I did get one more envelope.
You did.
I won't reveal the front because it's too much.
Okay.
That right there looks like a holiday card.
Oh,
And that holiday card may have come from Gandalf family.
okay.
Or
It actually
Fanatics.
arrived on time.
Yep, I got one of those. Yep.
Your Fanatics checks in there.
Oh, I can only hope, Bobby. I can only hope. I worked so hard for it.
You guys might
Might.
be getting Christmas cards from
Oh no.
another person also.
Scandalous.
I don't want to say for sure because maybe they decide, nah, screw that, I don't want to. But it's somebody that you know and like, and they wanted your addresses. I gave them to that person,
Oh God.
and they may reach out to you with some Christmas cheer.
I see.
That's
I
nice.
see. I'll check in with you after because I have a feeling I know who that is. But yes, Hobby Champ says so. If half of one football team is praying, the other half of the team is also praying. Who does God support? This is the problem. This is the issue. I think it's the King Solomon thing. I think we have to do the King Solomon thing. That's the only way. I believe that's how that works. Listen, I only took a certain amount of years at Catholic school, Bobby. I had some Catholic elementary school, and I did take 5 years of Catholic high school because we had the OAC year. So technically 5 years of Catholic high school. So in
Wow.
other words, I know nothing.
Makes sense.
I only praise the content gods. Best I can do. Wes says, I call dibs on the Jamie Ben binder. Wes knows the good stuff is in the Jamie Ben binder. I put the good stuff in that binder. There's a good Jamie Ben box too, actually. But Wes knows I keep PMGs in the binder. So it's not bad. Carlos wears a What Would Jesus Do bracelet. Yes. One team must win, the other must learn a valuable lesson. It's character building. Well, I think Bob Oza was asking, so Hobby Champs was asking the right question. Eric, if Jesus is watching over us and he cares about us, but then one team is praying to Jesus and the other team is praying to Jesus, and then one of them loses, why have they been forsaken? Explain it, Eric.
They
I
did.
have
Who's
Yeah.
Jesus going to be disappointing?
Right here.
One team prayed harder.
Oh, look, Eric. Hobby Champs is on your wavelength, man.
See?
With the hashtag. That's
See?
beautifully done.
There you go. Called it.
Because one was a fallen angel,
Uh-oh.
Look at that.
Michael.
Who's late? Uh-oh, what's happening?
Wes says, drives me crazy those PMGs in her binder. It's not even a top loader binder. Damn.
All right, who's having issues?
Issues.
With?
Yannick, you seem to be doing okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, you and I are
He's
fine.
fine.
Those two are frozen.
We're frozen.
Are we?
No,
Are
I
we?
don't think so.
I don't
You're
think we are.
frozen. You're gonna
Wow.
see
Bobby,
that.
I
you
can
gonna
see
that
Bobby,
play
I
too,
can see
frozen?
everybody fine. Bobby, I can see everybody fine.
Me
Are they
too.
all
important
messed
thing is
up
what
on
I'm
your
saying.
end?
Yannick, he's asking you.
What's up?
He's asking if you can see us. We can see him and
Yeah.
hear you and all of you
Everything
fine.
is normal.
We see you.
I'm
Yeah, Eric's
surprised
the only
my
You're
one.
mic
moving fine.
I'm surprised my mic hasn't
Oh.
pooched.
Yannick, don't jinx it. Don't jinx it. It's been going so good. Don't jinx it. Don't ruin it.
I did
Yeah.
some changes, but
Yeah, right now, Yannick, so far, it's been good. Don't fight it.
There you go.
Right now, it's been good. Yep, drives me crazy. I understand. Wes. Listen, it's got to be done. It's got to go in the binder, buddy. It's got to go in the binder. Yeah. So, Eric, by the way, for the record, everybody else could see all of us fine. It's just you.
All right.
He logged out, logged back in. He's good.
Yeah. Spike says, blasphemous. I try. At least once a day to blaspheme. I do my best. To which I say, goddamn.
Where'd Dan go?
I know. Bob also said 3 wise men and Eric on the show today. Facts. Will says, God is on my side. Always. Fair enough. Does Jesus really care about the sport outcomes? Well, listen, some people believe so.
Mm.
Some people believe so.
Some people do believe so.
Yes. So Eric's frozen. Now he's okay. He's never okay. He's never okay, Paul. Never okay.
It still doesn't get him out of the like button.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
Sorry, I was on a phone call. I had to take it, business stuff. So he was supposed to call yesterday. What are you doing now? Oh, I'm on the fucking show. Oh, okay. And he keeps talking. So,
Yeah.
okay.
It happens, man. Exactly.
He knows the show exists. He knows it's Friday nights. He knows what time.
He knows.
The people know. The people know.
Bobby
Will says
knows.
God. Will says God is definitely testing Justin Jefferson right now. Modern day Job. See your Bible, Carlos. Listen, I know Job.
Job.
We had a pastor. Bobby, it was such a waste of time. It was so
Oh,
ridiculous.
it must have been funny.
I was dying of laughter. Here's the thing, just real quick story time with Carlos. So the only reason that I attended this, and my mom wanted us to attend thing. We actually had where my neighborhood was, and by the way, where I live now is actually not that far from it because I live pretty close to my childhood neighborhood, basically, for the majority of it.
So
the
it
thing
wasn't
is,
Guelph.
well, Guelph was after, but but basically you had two elementary schools. So you had the two elementary schools. One was St. Helens, and the other one was I think they just called it Hillside. It was Hillside Elementary. So anyway, so you got so those are the two. So I went to the St. Helens, and then afterwards, then I went to Iona Catholic Secondary. Very fancy.
Iona?
Very fancy. Iona Catholic Secondary. That's what it was called. Yeah. So anyway, so you had that one, and then you had the high school that was literally a stone's throw from my house. That was the other high school. The other high school was literally right beside me. But the majority of my buddies went to the other one. So I said, fine, all right, I'll go to this one. But the other one would have been right beside me. Like literally getting to and from school would have been like I just walk and then I walk like 200 feet and I'm in the front door. Like
Home for
200
lunches?
feet.
Wow.
Yeah, it was wild. So anyway, fine, whatever. So I go to this thing. So I'm doing 5 years, and then so anyway, I do my 5-year term as part of it because we had the OAC year. Now that's no longer the case. Now it's just back to 4. So they had it for 4 years, and then they added the 5th optional if you wanted to go in province. If you went to university outside of province, you didn't need to do it.
Really?
But if you were in province, you needed if you were in province, you needed that additional credit. If you really wanted to plan out all your studies, you could double up some of the courses and have gotten the OAC credits within the 4 years if you really wanted to. But you would have had to map that out right at the beginning.
Wasn't the OAC kind of sort of like grade 13 in a way?
It was grade 13, yeah. But what happens is you'd have the prerequisites. So you'd need to take the grade, like say OAC English. You needed grade 12 English as the prerequisite. So the only way you could do it without doing the 5th year was to be like, okay, so in year 3, you would take grade 11 one semester and then grade 12. You would double it up to try to get ahead
gotcha.
so that you could then take. Some people did. Some people were hell bent on getting out of there in 4. They wanted to be like, so I was like, well, then right from grade 9, you need to start planning because you basically have to get at least ahead by 1 year in order to make sure you're not taking the 5th year. Most of us were like, okay, look, we need 6 OAC credits. We'll take the normal courses and then we'll take a light course load for the last year, get the credits we need, and then boom, we're 19, we go to university.
Yeah.
Done. And anyway, you were legal to buy alcohol at that point, so it was actually okay. You could just walk right in.
That?
Yeah, you didn't need fake ID. You just waltz in. Just waltz in like normal. Yes, here's my ID. This is me. Give me my beer.
That's it.
You were good to go. But yeah, so we had the chaplain there, and let's just say it didn't work out. It just didn't work out.
I got it. I can see that.
They tried. I'm sure they tried real hard.
We used to always hang out because there was right next to our school. There was a Catholic school, and the girls wear skirts, and it was very interesting.
Yep. Yeah, we had the uniforms. We had the uniforms. We had the whole thing.
Oh, you
Same
had the
thing.
uniforms. Yeah, of course you did. Yeah, back.
Yeah, you needed the white collared shirt, black dress pants, and then you
blazer.
could do either. So you could do either a vest. By that point, there was a vest. You had a green vest, or you
the
could wear a green
pullover sweater.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, those were the options, and you had to buy them from the one place. So that place
You
was making
only
money.
could buy-
That place was
and-
making money.
They were.
They were robbing you blind. It was ridiculous. Believe me, there's no spirituality discussion here. It's just facts.
It's not spiritual.
Yeah, not so much. No, not so much. It didn't take. I heard the words. It didn't take. I only praise the content gods. Content gods only. Pedro Serrano from Major League. That's right. Yeah, let there be light. Let there be understanding of who Honey Bunny is. Serenity now. Pedro Serrano. Never drink the sacrificial wine in the clubhouse. That's right. Carlos, do your knuckles still hurt today from all those years of Catholic school? if we had the nuns, we would have. It would have been so bad.
Did you get the
So
stick,
bad.
the yardstick from the nuns? Oh,
No, by the time, no, we didn't have nuns. At
that was, yeah, it was around
We
when
didn't
I
have
was
nuns.
around. Don't worry.
Yeah. By that point, like it was a Catholic school mostly in name only. What it meant is that you had prayer at the beginning of the day, and then we had a chapel.
Yep.
That's what it meant. Other than that, it was, you could have fooled me that it was a Catholic high school.
Really?
I was there. You could have fooled me.
Yeah, it
one
probably
of the
changed a
weird-
lot at that point.
in my second year, we had the police come in because one kid got beaten half to death with a baseball bat in a little glass foyer area. And basically what I was so you had two glass kind of sets of doors right beside. So they got beaten inside of that. A bunch of kids stood beside the glass so you couldn't see what was going on the inside. And then the kid gets beaten half to death. And this is like 8 feet from the principal's office.
Wow.
And I was like,
In
All
a
right.
Catholic school. That's
Catholic school.
crazy. That's right, though.
it was a holy beating. It was quite the holy beating. Let me
Yeah,
tell you.
I would say. Wow.
And that was second year.
They were pretty strict in the Catholic schools, my understanding, back in my time. So,
This one, I skipped basically the equivalent of about a year and a half worth of school days. I basically would call Carlos Sr., allegedly, and I would be like, hey, you're going to get a call in about 5 minutes. Can you just, all right, fine. So I go to the secretary there, and she was a nice lady, and she liked me and she liked my dad. So she would go like, oh, you have a doctor's appointment. And this is the way the conversation would go. You have a doctor's appointment. Yeah. So you didn't have a note with you. Oh, I forgot it. I'm sorry. So it's like, so if I call your dad, absolutely, by all means. So
don't call my mom.
call
Call
my
my dad.
no, she called. My mom was at work. Dad's at the house. She called my dad, and then she goes, "Yep, he's got." If you add up all the days that I had with doctor's appointments, I must have had terminal cancer. Like it was bad. Like I missed so many days.
My brother did that. My parents got the report card, and it said like 15 days. He goes, "You were 15 days absent," and then he went, "You were only there 15 days." What? He skipped off so much. It was so funny.
Yeah, it was actually hilarious how many days showed up on the report card. Yannick, when we got the report card at the end of it, they're like,
Yeah.
"You missed 86
How
days?
many days?
How?" And you still graduated? Yes, I did, right on time.
Mhm.
It's high school. It's not like it was that difficult. Spike says, you and I are too young to have gotten beat, but my dad got the art sick plenty. I believe it. That's fair.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Schools should bring back the spankings because I'm tired of these punk kids. It's like the beatings will continue until morale improves.
Get off my lawn.
Listen,
I know.
Bob, listen, I'm for it, but I got to be honest with you, Bob, we got to define this right. As far as I'm concerned, punk kids continues until at least the age of 54.
Whoa,
I don't know who that applies to on this screen still,
Eric,
but I'm saying the beating should continue until morale improves.
we'll be soon. Yeah, we used to get the strap in junior high. They had this. He was a big Scottish guy. He had this leather strap, and if you went in there for a strap, see, I used to be kind of I was sarcastic. That's all. I was a decent person, but just sarcastic. And then I get kicked out in the hallway, and then Mr. Archer, his name, would walk by, and he goes, Mr. Robinson, are you looking to get some leather on you? I said, no, not today, sir. Then my dad came in one day because I did something stupid, whatever, said something stupid. And he seen the size of my dad, and I never had to worry after that. So it was kind of cool.
Mhm.
It's nice having a big dad.
Will says, Carlos seems like a kid who couldn't sit still and behave in the classroom. Allegedly, Will. While I am a man of peace, I was not necessarily a child of peace. I am a man of peace, but not necessarily a child of peace.
My dad looked like Eric the Red. Big red
Mm.
beard, just
Mm.
6'2", whatever. How'd I turn out? I don't know.
Hobby Champ says, I wouldn't want strangers spanking my theoretical child. That is true. That is true.
No. Back then, it was accepted in a certain way. Like I know a lot of guys got
Not in a
strapped.
certain way. It was accepted. Like, there's no qualifier to that. It was accepted.
You went in and got
Yeah.
the strap on your hand. Like
Yeah.
that's it. You got it.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
I
it's
knew many
basically
people
this-
who did. I never did, but I mean, I was close.
My dad had no problem, taking care of business. But
Oh yes.
else-
Well, you live in Boston. What do you want?
if someone else put their hands on me, he'd probably end up in jail.
Well, I think that kind of goes back to what Hobby Champs is saying there. Like it's for a lot of those folks, like, no, you don't get to do it. It's not dissimilar to the idea of like the siblings. Like, hold on. I will treat my sibling like shit.
Yeah.
You don't get that privilege.
Mm-mm.
That's my job.
Yes.
Like, how dare you?
I will beat my own child's. Don't
It's
worry.
like, how dare you, sir? It's like that is my role here. That is not for you. So yeah, it didn't take. So like 5 years of the Catholic high school and probably like another 5 of the 10. So 10 years of Catholic school, Bobby, just it did not take.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-mm. Only the content gods can save me now.
Mine was mostly in the 70s, so it's a different kind of world there.
Yep. So you're saying it took? Did it take, Bobby? Do you feel saved?
No, I didn't go to Catholic school.
Oh, I see.
No. I
I
did
went
go to
Catholic
Sunday school every once in a while, but we used to keep the quarter we were supposed to put in the plate. But anyway, so I'm going to hell for that. Maybe I don't know.
Most definitely.
A quarter was a lot of money back then.
Well, Eric, if he's going to hell for that, is there something that you would like to confess?
Mm-hmm.
And by that I mean repent your entire life.
We don't have
Oh
that.
my God, we don't have enough time on the show.
Not
I'm
enough.
just saying. Just saying.
Not enough time.
Just saying. Fair. All right, so let me think now. We talked about the
Fill me in.
about the hashtag rig boxes. Did that.
Yep.
Got that on there. We talked about, Geoff being Eric's personal Jesus. We got that. We covered that.
So
We talked about
We
Snipe.
talked about Jesus. We talked about Sneepe. Yes, that's another thing.
Jesus.
So we got that. We got that covered. So Chad, I don't know. You guys tell us. So we covered that. I feel like I'm missing something. I totally feel like I'm missing something.
the whole PSA buyback stuff.
Well, we did talk.
Well, we
about that,
can.
didn't
We can. Is there
Well,
anything
I'm just
specific?
trying to fill in the blanks. You saying you're missing something.
Yeah.
Really get into.
Yeah. I'm just trying to think.
Getting caught with their hand in the cookie jar. I know. Dan brought up Neo. Did some investigating. We talked about that real quick. I thought Neo did a really good job. Also,
Yeah.
I watched that. But I've said since day one, and listen, all joking aside, we love Brad. Brad has been working his ass off these last few years to get PSA Canada where it is right now. And I wish him nothing but the best. And I hope millions of people continue to,
Here's the precursor. This is really getting good.
I hope
Go ahead.
millions of people keep sending
Finish
their cards
up.
to PSA so Brad's successful. But I've never been a grading person. I've never supported it. I've always questioned it. I've always had my issues with it. And every single time there's another story or something that looks or feels shady, it just continues to convince me that my initial thoughts on this was correct.
Okay, but I have a question. So actually, Bobby, let's play into this for a moment. Okay, so let's play that. I can have a little fun with this. So what? You're a person who doesn't. No, I'm actually being
take
serious.
long.
I'm being sincere. No, but I'm being
what?
sincere. Like you're a
That's the
person who
little
doesn't submit
fun.
card. You're a person who doesn't submit cards for grading now. So you're gonna go. So this actually plays
'Cause
into
he's broke.
several.
No.
Exactly, because he's poor.
'Cause you're poor.
But the thing is that
Oh, bro,
And
boy.
an idiot. And an idiot.
facts. But no, I'm actually asking a serious question because this plays into multiple different things in the hobby. I have no problem. So, Bobby, I've decided late in the year 2012, year of our Lord, 2025, that I am going to, for the most part, not spend an inordinate amount of time worrying about how people feel about certain things. You can feel however you want to feel. That's fine. I may still make fun of it. I got to be honest.
It's only a
But-
couple weeks left in 2025.
No, but I'm willing to take this into 2026. My
Okay.
philosophy here going forward will be that you can feel however you want to feel. I may still poke fun at it, but for the most part, however you feel, that's fine. I'm not even going to argue with you on it.
You can wear
But-
Skechers, you can fold laundry, you can do whatever you want, and we won't.
You can
feel
smell
any
said
different.
laundry like you're basically high on something. That's fine. It's all fine. No judgment.
Pink Floyd.
My question
Pink
comes
Floyd.
down to this, though. My question comes down to this though, and we'll use the PSA one as an example, and we'll use the other stuff as an example too. The thing is that when somebody like Eric says that, I can say, and I'm not joking, it means less than nothing because I'm taking somebody who doesn't use the service anyway. So like, oh no, you've been. So then when I go look,
Are you
next
entitled
month
to
and I see,
an opinion at that point?
I think you're entitled to an opinion, but I have to then measure it based on what actual weight it has. Because
That's
what
really
I'm doing,
no opinion.
yeah, but that's what I'm getting at. So,
Oh.
Bobby, what I'm trying to say here is this applies to the manufacturers. This applies to all the rest. It's like somebody saying like, "Oh man, these boxes are too expensive." Like, okay, when's the last time you
never
bought a
buy them.
box? Oh, I've never bought a box. So I'm sitting there like, then who cares whether you think it's too expensive or not? Like, fine, you can express that opinion. That's perfectly okay. But so what? Like, if I'm a person who actually buys boxes and I think it's too expensive, and therefore, Bobby, it prevents me from buying boxes going forward, something has changed. But if I wasn't buying them previously, then my saying they're too expensive now, while it may be accurate, it's not like I was going to buy them anyway. I didn't buy them before. I'm not going to buy them now. So what difference does it make?
I get your point, but my comment was, just so we're clear, my comment was when
To
these
be
things
clear.
happen, it just continues to encourage me not to do this and to stick to my guns and saying that this is not for me. I don't believe in it. I don't trust it. I don't like it.
So if you don't believe in it, one should crack all the cases that you do have graded cards in.
Because the cards are safe in the containers.
Oh, but you don't believe in it.
No, it's having stuff safe in a container.
Eric, do you believe in
Hey,
safety?
Top loaders.
Are we ever really safe?
Mr.
Yes.
Safety.
I'm definitely Mr. Safety, yes.
Oh, I believe in that. Yeah.
Mhm.
So Hobby Champ's here saying, so I'm posing the question to chat. Like I'm actually being serious. I'm actually being serious here. I'm asking in the vein of any of these things. If you're somebody who, like, say, for example, Bobby, was a frequent bulk submitter and these things discourages you, then I think that's impactful. I think that's worthwhile discuss because you are a person who was in fact partaking at these occurrences. So kind of Hobby Champ's point, the vibes. If that prevents you from being a customer henceforward, then I think that's worthwhile looking at because that actually changes something. That actually alters the. But if you're somebody who's always been on the side of like, oh well, that's grading's a scam or whatever, and so I'm sitting there like, so you're going to go from 0 submissions to 0 submissions? Like, what has actually changed here? Like, I'm not following. Like,
But do you
you're entitled
purchase
to the
them?
opinion, but that's it. Like, what are we talking about?
If you don't believe in grading, then why would you purchase graded cards? Though,
Yeah,
I guess is the question.
or if you did,
But I
why
understand what
would you pay
Eric is
any
saying.
premium
Right.
whatsoever?
Same
You
or
know,
even
You'll take
more.
it because it's already been graded, but you won't grade it because you won't pay the fees. I get it. Makes sense.
Well, I don't trust, with the whole idea of it, so I look at the card, I think it's this
Idea.
way, whatever. I don't trust not just the grading thing. I don't trust the mail. I'm not going to send an expensive card through the mail to California when
You
they
don't have
can't-
expensive cards.
They
Anyway.
can't get a Christmas card 4 houses down. I'm not sending it to PSA. Then you see all these things where PSA cards and boxes are being stolen by postal employees and UPS employees and all this. So there's all these other things that go along with it. But the actual grading, yeah, the idea that I could send a card in, get it back, and it's a grade. I can then break it out of the case, send the exact same card back, and it comes back a different number. That is not a good business.
But if it does come back the same number, then what?
If
Everyone's
that was
happy.
the case,
Or higher?
different, even if it's higher, different is bad.
Different
If-
is good if it goes up.
Sent the same card in 100 times and it came back 100 times with the same grade, then that is a business model I could
There's
buy.
only Tag does that perfectly. So
So
So real quick, let me read this. I'm a PSA group submitter, so this is Wes, and it hasn't affected me or in the intake at all. People have asked. That's about it, which is totally fair. I think that's reasonable. So give me 1 second here. So like I said, Wes is a good example. So like I want to be clear. I have more fun than anybody else discounting anything Eric says. I don't have a problem with what Eric said, but what I'm doing here is I am challenging. I'm asking the chat. I'm asking everybody. How do we weigh these things? Because to Bobby's question, everybody's entitled to an opinion, but I don't have to weigh all the opinions equally. There are certain opinions that are informed opinions or impactful opinions to that specific discussion, and I may give them more weight based on that. That's why I gave the scenario. I gave the example. If somebody is a bulk submitter, somebody who sends in hundreds or thousands of cards a year, and they're a consistent customer of some of these things, and they're looking at these things and they're saying, "Oh, you know what? I'm out." That's impactful because I'm taking somebody who is a customer. I'm taking somebody who's a frequent customer, and they're saying no mas. That's impactful. If I'm just taking somebody who hates in the first place, well, then what have we changed? You didn't want to submit anyway. Wes, if you're good, just give me a thumbs up. So I actually wanted to bring Wes in since he kind of mentioned it. And he's also mentioned specifically. So good evening, Wes. How are you?
Good. How are you guys?
Doing well.
Anyways,
So as you mentioned, you work with a group submitter here. So obviously stuff like this or anything related to it, we talk about it on the Discord all the time. So if something is impactful, if there's any issues with cleaning stuff in the past, we've talked about that. Anything impactful to that, you're kind of on the front line because you're dealing with a lot of the submissions. So do you want to kind of give us a brief rundown, like what you're seeing and hearing based on all this stuff?
Yeah, so just for context, we graded 152,000 cards with PSA last year, and we're like not even in the top 50% of group submitters. So it's a pretty substantial amount, but not anywhere close to the top guys.
Sure.
Like Sappies and some of the other PC sports cards, etc. So
It's all sports cards, nothing.
we
Pokemon
do.
or
It's
anything?
about 3/4 sports cards and about 1/4 Pokemon. This year was the first year where we've had a couple of submissions where Pokemon far outweighed sports, but it's not. It hasn't been consistent. GameStop pretty much put a hammer in Pokemon submissions for us, but it's fine.
Sure.
They're
Eric,
pretty
read the
simple
screen.
grades.
I saw it earlier. She has family that talks like this, so she
Okay.
shouldn't be making fun of it. All right. We take the R's off some words and we add them. We have these extra R's around, so we add them to like idea and pizza. Okay. She has family that talks just like me, and she's insulting them when she makes fun of me and Tim. Okay.
I'm more
What about
concerned
when you-
about her being a Judas. Go on.
What about when you add
That's
Oz to everything instead of R's?
eyes.
Cats.
Etc.
We don't like.
I don't even know what was I talking about. Oh yeah. So anyway,
Group submitting Pokemon.
yeah, just a smidge of Pokemon compared to sports. It's still very, very heavily sports week over week.
Sure.
So the original PSA kerfuffle with the changing grades and or PSA offers. So I got asked about it a few times. We obviously don't accept PSA offers because they're not our cards. Now, if we show somebody that they got an offer for X amount of dollars, we'll ask them if they want that instead of the card back, and that's their choice. But typically, we don't do that. We've never had any grades changed. And I have submitted cards for review that I believe were undergraded, and they have been changed. But I've never had anything show up as a 9 and then get sold and changed to a 10 or anything like that. I had several people ask me about it one afternoon and they were like, asking me if I trusted this process, and I said I don't have any reason not to trust the process. I've never seen anything that's happened. I think their explanation of what happened was fine and appropriate. It seems like a one-off thing. I think it's been covered numerous times and people have said it in different ways, but PSA is not going to give up a multi-billion-dollar business over a couple of $100 on your Pokemon cards. Like that's ridiculous. Now, is it shady that they have an LLC under Collectors Universe that they buy cards from? Yeah, I can see, the implication of that is poor. It does look like you are controlling everything from beginning to end, and you are. But also, I think if people are aware of that, they can make the decision whether or not they want to submit anything to us or anybody else. I think to Eric's point earlier, the most troublesome thing that I have dealt with in this years that I've been doing this now is the inconsistencies when there's a major change. When the centering change happened, it plummeted gem rates across the board. It didn't help that the football and baseball products that year and those particular sets were not great quality, but also like cards that you knew already had 10 centering based upon what you had already submitted, and they came back as 9s or 8s was tough. And there was like a 4-month span where they were really, I think, trying to get everybody on the same page as to what constituted 10 centering, and it really led to a huge decline in people's gem rates. And I think a lot of people were turned off by that. And so we had some people who submitted less at the time, and I was telling people like, hold your cards for 2 or 3 more months until they get it all sorted out. And then they did, and now gem rates have climbed back up. So that, you see like certain numbers of certs. Like if I see them in a particular range, I'll suggest people crack them out and resubmit them, and they're likely going to get a 10 because they've eased up on whatever it is. Whenever they hire a bunch of new graders, gem rates plummet because new graders tend to grade too difficult. And then as in a couple months goes by, and then they all climb back up. So I don't remember who said it, but I think somebody said that their ramp up and hiring all these new graders, and most of them are probably focused on Pokemon more than they are sports. And so that's also why we're seeing like there's just too many cards, and people aren't spending enough time to like understand the sets. Especially 90s stuff is just getting hammered. You get a couple of mid 2000s cards that'll do well, but then otherwise, like I wouldn't submit anything from the 90s right now, or any big dollar cards especially.
I think that's fair. So that's why I wanted to kind of, that's the reason why I asked you if you could join us a little bit, because I think it's good to get the insight from somebody who's getting a lot of cards through and getting a chance to see them in person. So thank you, Wes, for giving a little insight there. Let me touch on kind of Brad's comment here, and then I'll touch on one other thing related to that, kind of in the same bit of what you're talking about. So Eric, we're going to be serious here for a minute, because I think there's some interesting discussion to be had, lest we do that. Brad here says, as collectors, we spend more time assessing a card that we're looking at than the graders spend grading it, which is a fair point, but I'll get to that in a second. The grade is just a guideline with a margin of error plus or minus 1 at its best, which is fair. I agree with this. Now, one thing I would add real quick, and I'll also read Hobby Champ's comment, and then we'll kind of address both here. Isn't kind of the point kind of the unfairness of it, though? Why do some people get to simply ask for regrades while the vast majority of us would be ignored? So I want to touch on the two things one after the other. Let's kind of go in order here. So the first point that Brad's making, I don't think he's wrong. However, and this is kind of the problem that I have. Let me quickly just level set. I'll say kind of my relationship with grading, because that'll help kind of lead the discussion on this. I grade stuff that I see fit to get graded for 2 reasons. One is if it's just my collection thing and I just like having it in the holder. Therefore, I'm not really going to be scrutinizing it that closely, because realistically, I don't really care. My goal at that point is just to put it in that. So, for example, I got my wrestling cards. Well, some of them are the PMGs. And the thing is, one of them was a gold PMG 1 of 1. I've got a couple of my 1 of 1s graded. Well, Wes, I don't really give a shit if it's a 7 or an 8 or a 9, whatever. It's a PMG. A lot of them are going to get nicked out. Well, guess what? Most of the PMGs that I have that are graded are 8s and 9s. Occasionally, I've had a couple of PMGs that get 10s, but most of them are 8s and 9s, because a lot of them have that thing with chipping and such, and that's pretty normal. Well, Wes, I spent less time staring at the card than a PSA grader will spend on it, because I know it's probably going to fall between an 8 and a 9, realistically. Maybe a 7 on a bad day. But realistically, like, whatever. Especially if it's one of the 1 of 1s, I really don't give a shit. And guess what, Wes? It came back an 8. Shock of shocks, it fell right within the range that I should I had to spend no time staring at it. 0 time. Now, there are other cards where maybe my intention is to resell, at which point I will give it some more scrutiny. So at that point, Brad's point is 100% correct. I will give it that additional time assessing it. However, I'm way pickier than a lot of these PSA graders. So realistically, I'm particularly harsh on some of these cards, and I'm looking surface. I'm not just looking at corners and edges and centering and all. I'm looking at surface, and so many people miss stuff on the surface. And by the way, surface on the back is also part of the surface. You got to really pay. So one of the things that I get frustrated in is I'll watch somebody do a grading recap. And this is an important note. When you're watching something on YouTube, even if somebody does it in high def, it's a reprocessed video. So the image you're getting is actually worse. You're getting, even if you got great lighting, even if you got a good camera, even if you got all this, I'm watching a reprocessed video that has been run through YouTube's processor.
Mhm.
99 times out of 100, almost without fail, somebody be like, oh my God, I can't believe it got the grade it did, whatever. And I'll be sitting there like, yeah, it's got this problem here, it's got this problem here, it's got this. I can see it from the image on the screen. I can literally see through the holder in the image on the screen in a reprocessed video, and I can still see the flaws I can see them from a manual in space.
Yeah.
All right, that's how far away I can see it.
No. You said you.
I can see it from there.
No, you said you were being serious. Stop it.
I was being serious. I can see it from all the way over there. Anyway, the point is that if I can see it in that scenario, that is not ideal, Wes. It's not ideal to look at it in a holder, in a video, in a reprocessed video, and I can still see some very evident flaws.
Mhm.
I can see why it didn't get a 10.
Yeah.
So therefore, somebody who actually looks at it, even, I don't care. I don't need 5 minutes. I don't need 30 minutes. I need 5 seconds. I can still see it.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Yep.
That's fine. So now we're good to go. So that's, and I'll see these obvious flaws, and that's all right. But the problem is that some of those same folks don't see it. So they're sitting there staring at it, and in their minds, they're like, "Oh my God, it has to be like, it's the world conspiring against me." It's like, well, sometimes. By the way, sometimes maybe the answer is yes, but other times, it's like, actually, no, there is a flaw right there. Like, but you're not seeing it, which is okay. So, Spike, you're saying, would you be biased when grading your cards as opposed to somebody else? You can be. You totally can be.
Mhm.
But what I'm trying to do is when it's my cards, I actually try to be harsher. I actually try to be, now, not everybody's going to do this.
Yeah.
I am going out of, if, Wes, my goal in sending in the card is that I want to get the 10 or the higher grade, then I am going to be ruthless. I am, like, anything that looks off to me is immediately going to give me pause and really make me consider if it's worthwhile for me to do it. So the reality is this, and this is, full disclosure, Brad Hartland, who's on here regularly, he was previously a bulk submitter with under PSA Canada's banner. PSA Canada today is actually a subsidiary of Collectors. So they are, so when we're talking to Brad and we have him on here, he is a Collectors employee. So obviously I have a good working relationship with Brad, and obviously we're friends and all that. So that's all part of it. But the reality is this, even then, the only time I submit cards in is at the expo. Last expo, I submitted Wes one card. And it was for my personal collection. And I wasn't worried about the grade it got. And I just said, here guys, here's the card. And they didn't have it ready by the end of the show. They had to mail it to me. They were supposed to have it done by the end of the show. The point was to do that. But
Right.
Luke took care of me and we were all good and all that. Fine. But the point is, that's one card. It's twice a year. So in reality, I'm handing over a handful of cards mostly. So this is somebody who has friends that do all this. It's like, I'm not submitting a ton of cards.
Mm-hmm.
Because most of my cards don't require it. I put PMGs inside of a Z Folio to Wes's appreciation.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not worried
Terrible.
about it. I don't care.
Terrible.
But
Terrible.
you get my point. My point
Yeah.
is that I use grading for a specific purpose.
Mhm.
It's either for my PC stuff, in which case I'm not super worried about it, or if it is for grading, well, then I'm ruthless. Then I'm really going to take a close look and really analyze it carefully. So the odds are, if I miss something, then I'm going to be impressed because then, hey, you caught something. What happens most often, Wes, is I get a 10 on something where it's like, actually, I saw a little flaw in there and I kind of got away with one. That tends to be the way that it goes for me rather than the opposite.
Yeah.
Because I saw it and I was paying really close attention. I was thinking, this is probably going to be a 9. And then I'm pleasantly surprised. It's very rare that I'm unpleasantly surprised the other way.
I mean, I get orders every week, and people, part of the service is that I'll check the cards over and make sure that they're okay to send. And the amount of text messages with photos I have to send with people, cards that are completely destroyed.
Mhm.
And I'm like, do not send this. And they either want to send it anyway, or they're like, oh, I didn't see that. And I'm like, how did you not see that? Like the back half of the card is missing, or, peeled up or whatever.
It's at a
Oh, this is
T206.
Yeah. And then that's the other thing, right? So we have other people that are like, I only want 10s. And I'm like, okay, I'm just going to hammer every single one of your cards. You're going to pay me to look at them, and I'm going to return most of them.
Yeah.
And that's, and that's, sometimes that's what they want. And
Yeah.
even I, as meticulous as I can be in the process that I follow for every single card's like, sometimes I look at a card and I'm like, I don't know why this got a 6. I have no idea. We can resubmit it if you want to. It won't cost you anything, And they come. I have sent many 6s back and gotten 10s, much to Eric's chagrin.
I know. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the point is that I will never tell anybody, in the spirit of fairness, I will never tell anybody that inconsistency isn't an issue, because it totally is. That's 100% true.
Yep.
The only thing I can do to mitigate that is to be meticulous on my end to the best of my ability. But that also means, as a consequence of being meticulous, I am sending less cards in for volume. I'm not
Right.
sending in these gigantic orders of hundreds of cards or dozens of cards at a time, because it just doesn't make sense for me. But I'm also not trying to churn cards through. And again, a lot of the cards that I'm sending are PC stuffs. And with PC stuff, I'm a lot less militant because I'm not super worried about it. I just
Yeah.
don't care.
Same.
And if that's the case, then I'm not going to be as super bothered by it if, it doesn't get necessarily the highest grade, because I'm like, okay, well, I didn't really stare at it, so whatever, it's fine. This is the kind of comment I was hoping for.
Yeah.
It makes me happy.
He's got a point. He's probably gonna, as Latrell Sprewell, he's probably
Hey,
gonna choke me
what?
later.
It happens, man. It happens.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the Jamie Ben.
Terrible.
So look, like I said, listen, I got to do it for Wes. He's got to inherit one day.
Yeah.
So here's another nice
probably
one
in
out of
that-
10.
It's probably in that stack of mess on your bookshelves back there too, underneath, like bent in half,
Mhm.
PMG binder.
I try. I do my best. I occasionally use it as a frisbee. I just kind of throw it back and forth around here, just for fun.
Wonderful. Yeah.
It says the God is intended, man.
Play baseball with your Madonna box.
It's
Right.
amazing. You have no
Yeah.
idea.
Awesome.
No, the thing is that
Carlos,
a lot-
guys, sorry, I'm gonna sign off.
yeah, go for it, Yannick. Take it easy.
Okay, man.
Have a
Catch you
good
later.
evening, guys. Thanks for
Later,
having me.
buddy.
Bye bye.
See you
See you
later.
Yeah, one of the perks of collecting Jamie Ben is that you can honestly get a lot of them very inexpensively. So it's not like this big cash investment. Even this card, like I said, this was this is from the Parker's Champions. It's an out of 10. So it's a nice card.
Mhm.
And Ben is the longest reigning Dallas Stars captain, so there's a lot of fun things about it. My big thing that I liked about him, I've mentioned this before, is that he's a great bridge to Medano, because his rookie season was Medano's last season in Dallas. So it's actually kind of a cool link.
Mhm.
It kind of continues on from the Medano years into the Jamie Ben years. And he got his 400th goal and all that. He will never go to the Hall of Fame. He's a weird case though, because the thing is, he
I
won't.
think he's
Like honestly,
borderline.
the stats won't add up. But he is an Art Ross champion. He's an Art Ross winner. So it's like it's the weirdest career I've ever seen. Like he has the hardware that you go, is there an Art Ross trophy winner that is not a Hall of Famer?
He has 2 gold medals too, for what that's worth.
Oh yeah,
That's
right.
That's fair. So Bobby, like, is there gold medals and an Art Ross trophy? Like, has there been one that is not in the Hall of Fame?
Well, we talked about the Hall of Fame earlier and how fair or unfair they are. So
Yeah. So it's going to be a
he
weird
might
one,
make
because
it. He just might.
you're
make
gonna
it
sit there and go like, and if he finishes with a decent finish to his career, he should get to 1,000 points this season.
Mhm.
Like
Yeah.
he's within striking distance. He should have a shot at it. So it's weird. I don't know.
He could have 450 goals by the time he retires and more than 1,000 points. And I think
Yeah.
being an Art Ross winner, I mean, obviously I'm
That would
biased, but
qualify.
being an Art Ross winner, 2 multiple gold medals, plus probably 4 or 5 All-Star nods. I don't know if he's ever been first team anything, but I mean, he's a maybe case,
Yeah,
But-
but he's an interesting situation. But like people would laugh if they understood like how cheap I've gotten cards for him over the years. Like it's obscene. Like I've gotten a lot of nice stuff, but it's super cheap,
Yeah.
dirt cheap.
He's one of my
That's what's
safe
always been
searches.
kind of fun with it.
For sure.
Yeah. So
All right,
I don't
boys,
know.
I'm gonna hop off, but thanks for having me on, Carlos. I'll tune in
Sounds
for
good,
a
Wes.
little while
Appreciate
longer.
you. Yeah,
Yeah,
appreciate
take
you
care, fellas.
joining, and thank you very much.
Later.
Thanks, Wes.
Happy champ says Jamie Ben may end up with the quietest 500 goal career. I don't think he's going to get to 500. I think at this point he's slowed down way too much in his scoring, like the last couple of years. I think Wes's 450 is possible ish, but it's borderline. It's really borderline, man. So you never know. Anything's possible, but he would need some kind of a career resurrection. Right now, the last 3 seasons, he's at 21 goals, 16 goals, and right now he's at 4 goals this season.
Ooh, shoot.
So like, yeah, he's at 403 right now. Like you're asking a lot. Possible, but not plausible. Great live, guys. Must rest. Enjoy the Philly show tomorrow. Have a good time. Have fun. Have fun. Bystander here says, I don't get why so many 9s become 10s. A grader can miss a flaw, but are they seeing non-existent flaw? So I think you have to, I think to help out, the best I can tell you right now, I think you have to understand that the gap between a 9 and a 10 is actually very narrow. Contrary to Eric's personal Jesus assertions to the contrary, a Gem Mint 10 is not actually a perfect card. There's actually room for flaws in a 10. It's supposed to be minor flaws, but there are actually room for flaws in a 10. So in other words, you can have a 9 that is right there, and with a slight change of direction of the wind. That's why I had the conversation earlier tonight with Dan. I said, people keep dreaming about this objective grading. Objective grading is a myth. It doesn't exist because it can't, because there's so many factors that play into if it was just one or two things, sure. The problem is people look at centering, they look at the edges, they look at the corners and think, okay, that's the entire thing. Well, the surface is part of the card too. And a lot of people, where they screw up is the surface of the card. They screw it up. They sit there and they stare at everything else and ignore like a dent on the surface or a print line on the surface or something impactful on there or a scratch. And they're sitting there staring at the edges and the corners. They miss the forest for the trees, and it's literally smack in the middle of the card. There's a dent of some kind. And it's like, well, yeah, that's a flaw. Therefore, it should downgrade it.
Yeah.
Should actually go down at least a grade. That's correct.
Well, I think one good thing was, and Wes mentioned about the the centering, that PSA changed the centering. I think it was a really good thing that they did that, because I think it was long overdue. There was too many higher grade cards that shouldn't have been at that point. So I'm glad they did that change. And going forward, it's going to make it, I think, a little bit more difficult. Going forward, it has to be, right?
That's
the
the theory.
centering is a major factor.
Yeah.
But what happens to the other cards that are a 10? Like, do people start looking at that in another year or so from now and say, wow, that's when they graded it back then? It's like when you look at old holders, old numbers and stuff like that, you go, oh, that's when, okay, yeah, that was a long time ago.
Yeah.
Number 2? What? When was that?
Well, the irony, Bobby, and like it's been said multiple times, but it bears repeating here. Look, this could all be mitigated if you just didn't pay a super high premium for a 10. If you don't pay a premium for a 10, then who cares? Like if a card is $100, if a card is $100 in a 9 and 120 in a 10, no one gives a shit. Like it's not a big enough difference for anybody. But if it's $100 in a 9 and $1,000 in a 10, that's where we have a problem.
But that's usually what happens, though.
I agree, but that's the marketplace.
Yeah,
that's not actually PSA's fault or any of these other graders' fault. It's the people buying it that are paying that crazy multiplier that are creating that problem.
Yeah.
So it's like if it was $100 and $120, there would still be an increase, but not enough for people to care that much. It's like $20, whatever, fine.
Yeah,
they wouldn't worry about it. Bubbles says Brett Favre was rich, married, on top of the world. Why would he text his junk to another hot babe and jeopardize everything? Because people do dumb things. Rule number 1:
people are stupid. That's why.
I think fan bases hate Jimmy Ben, but his peers and people that should vote for the Hall respect him. Fair Wes. I would say most cards fall between a 9 and 10. Most of the time it's a coin flip. Yeah. Yep. And there's no 9.5, which is also true. Yes, I agree with that. My biggest gripe is new graders holding 90s cards the same standard as ultra modern cards. I get that. I think that's reasonable. But that's why I say, like, there's all these little weird nuances, and a lot of this can be mitigated. That's why I gave my philosophy on the grading thing. It's either PC stuff, in which case I genuinely don't give a crap. I'm not really super worried about it. Or if it is going to be something where my intention is to try to get a certain grade, well, then I'm going to be very meticulous with it. I'm really going to try to pay close attention and try to catch those things on my end before it even gets there. I have to be the pre-screener. It has to be on me in that point. I'm taking it on myself. And I've found that if I do that, I have rarely been disappointed. But I do think when we've got 1.5 million cards a month, Eric, the likelihood that these people are putting this level of scrutiny on 1.5 million cards a month before sending it in, I'm not putting that at a high percentage. I'm suggesting they're not looking at it super closely either. So I can't be shocked if things aren't working out the way they want them to, and there's these weird discrepancies where on a Wednesday it's this grade and on a Thursday it's this grade, and I can't be that shocked because you're just sending in volume at that point. You're just grabbing a shovel full of cards and sending them over.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't think.
Even I have graded cards now.
Yes.
That's the new rookie card from the Paulings. The ones that haven't officially went through in any other place except unless you're on Needham or something. So
Indeed. So I think though, if you send shovelfuls of them, like I have trouble. Like I don't think the majority of those cards warrant or necessitate grading. But
No.
the reality is, it's your money. If that's what you want to do, that's what you look. They're going to take your business. If you want to send it in, they're going to be like, sure, go ahead, go for it.
Of course. But
yeah, necessitating. Well, it depends. You know, you got personal collectors, and then you got a lot of flippers. I think everyone's wants the 9s and 10s for flipping and stuff like that. So I get it.
Yeah. I would say like 95%, 98% of that stuff is flipping. So,
It is.
which again, I go back to a moment ago for the sake of consistency. I don't have a problem with that. That you're paying for the service, whatever reason you're doing it is not my problem. It's not my
No.
concern. However, if your goal is the flipping, well then you better do some diligence on your end first. You better look those cards over proper.
Yeah.
Because I hear so many times, Eric, they say, "Oh, I looked at it over," and I'm like sitting there like, I can literally see the flaw from right here.
right, oh yeah.
How well did you look it over? Do you need one of these? Because I wear these. I don't wear these for fashion. I wear this because I need them.
Yeah, my
So
favorite, my you know, and when it comes to this topic about grading, my favorite story is the one we just discussed again the other day about you know, the scratch on the upper deck logo sticker. You know, and it's like, well, this card is perfect. I went over it with a fine tooth comb, and it's a 10. And why did it get
Why
a
the scratch is there? It's the comb.
5? Well, it's because the sticker's damaged,
Yeah.
and the
Yeah.
person
well, the
didn't-
hologram, you mean, right?
the hologram sticker
Yeah.
was
It is.
damaged, and
Yeah, I remember. Yeah.
that's on the card. That counts.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
an external part of the card, yes, not through
People-
manufacturing, only added later, but even still, it's part of the card, yeah. Yeah. So what do you do?
Damage
Part
is
of the grade.
damage. The thing is, so when the person is grading it, that's part of the card. They have to assess it as part of it, and if it's damaged, you have to downgrade it. That's appropriate.
Even though it's an identifier more than anything else, I guess.
No, when they're
It
printing out
almost
the card,
falls in
Bobby.
it falls
No,
in a
when
separate area.
Upper Deck runs it through, by the time it's being cut from the sheet, the hologram's there.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
sure
so
they
as
are.
soon as it's being cut, so that's it right there. Yeah, Wes says I reject so many 89 Griffey cards with damaged holograms. Yeah, because that is part of it. So you know that's going to be assessed. That's going to be, and people skip it. I watch people literally send in these cards and like, oh, it's perfect, and I'm literally like, oh, no, the hologram is destroyed. The hologram is scratched. Like it's really bad, and it's easily visible. And if you're not paying attention, that's why I said a moment ago. People are upset. They sit there and obsess. Oh man, the centering is perfect, and the edges are perfect, and the corners are perfect. I'm like, okay, cool, but right on the surface of the card, there is a scratched element that you can see right there. That's going to
just
knock
the
the grade down.
hologram, though.
Yeah, it's all part of it.
Devil's advocate here. Yeah.
Yeah, it's all part of it. Large amount of the population lives one standard deviation below the bell-shaped curve for intelligence. Look at you bringing in standard deviations. Eric thought there would be no math tonight.
I don't like it when we math.
Statistics.
I don't like statistics. Yeah.
Are you sure? Are you sure, Eric? I took statistics for a semester. We can draw out some standard deviations if you want.
Yeah,
We can draw out some curves.
I actually took statistics, and it was very dry and boring.
It's just numbers.
I didn't like numbers. They're mean.
Why would you take them?
It was mandatory. I had to take it.
Really?
The Criminal Justice Administration. Yep. They had to take statistics.
How'd that work for you?
I ended up working in the criminal justice system, so it worked out fine.
Oh, I thought you were a criminal. Oh, okay.
Well, it was that too. I learned how to, manipulate my crime so that they wouldn't understand
Look
the
guilty.
statistics. I wouldn't
I
be able-
see. I see. Jay
And you
here.
like
Good
the
evening, Jay.
maths.
Oh, he loves the maths. Good evening, Jay. I'm not worried about a price difference between grades as much as I am concerned about PSA registry rating. If a set was graded 15
yeah.
years ago, I do mine today. There's a little chance I catch a top spot. That's fair. That's fair. I hear you.
Registry is a big thing, so yeah.
Yeah, it definitely is a big thing. So that's fair. I can hear that. Yeah, it's not worth a J. Don't do it. Yeah. Vintage non-special registry, grading more difficult today. Objectively, I've looked at others. I get you. That's fair. That's why I say, like, as long as you understand why you're doing it, then that's going to be part of the equation. It's going to be, there are people who are doing the set registry, and I've got a couple of set registry things, but I very specifically focus in on, I only want to do certain ones, and I'll do them mostly to make it more entertaining for myself.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes I like to add a little challenge to it. I don't have to. I could have just collected the card draw and I'd be done already. But I like to add a little bit of an element to, let me make it a little bit more difficult. Sometimes I want to just increase the difficulty slightly just for fun, just to make it more interesting. Because otherwise, it's like, look, most of the stuff, it's just money. As long as you've got it and are willing to spend it, you can get most anything. You want a 52 toss mantle? Do you got the money? We can get one into your hands. Sure. A Wagner or something like that is a little bit more difficult. It's more money.
Oh,
But if you got it, we can probably get one to you. So there are certain cards that require a little more work, but most cards are available. Just gotta cut the check.
Who's the sports owner with the super high end sports card collection? He's
The Diamondbacks owner.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh yeah.
he wanted a Wagner. He went out and got a Wagner. He didn't care.
Yeah, as long as you've got the payroll, as long as you've got the bankroll to be able to do it.
Yeah.
For most stuff, there's some stuff, but there's a lot of stuff where it's like, no, you can get it. You know, in hockey, you want to put together a nice looking 54 top set, go ahead. Like, Bobby, if I commissioned you and I said, hey, look, I'll give you a percentage, unlimited funds, just give me a nice set. You make a couple of calls, we can put a nice set together. Like, it's not a problem.
One call.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's totally doable as long as you have the money and are willing to put up the freight. You make the right connection. You ask a question. Done.
I can get the top registry sets for a lot of the at one call. It's crazy. It's amazing when you're up at that point. You don't think they're available, but they are. It's kind of funny.
Yeah.
The number.
That's the reason why I try to give perspective. I just want to make sure that we don't lose sight of the fact that a lot of this stuff is totally doable if you are willing to pay for it. And it's one of those things where, as a collector who likes to collect a lot of different things, like a lot of the projects that I've worked on, I would have already be done if I just focused on those projects specifically. Because
It's
if
kind
you
of
were willing
boring.
to
You need to
focus,
change it up a bit. Yeah.
that's what I like to do. That's the reason. But that also extends the life of some of these projects. Some of these things
And
I would
that's
totally be
good.
done right now. Yeah.
Because that's extending your hobby existence. You know, it's not just here's another card, here's another card. Well, let's go with this way, and we'll do this, and change it up a little bit. It actually makes it more exciting, I guess. You're challenging yourself is really what you're doing. You're not just getting the card. You're okay. I want it in this grade now. Hey, I got it on the registry. Okay, I'll do that. Those little things are fine. I know Eric wouldn't be into the registry, but some people are into the registry, and that's good for them. But it's a challenging game to play because then you're really concerned about the grade because that gets you in that next number. I'm fourth, but I need to be third. It's or first.
All my PSA cards are on the registry, but I only have them there so I could keep. It's just another way to keep track. I don't care about my scores or anything like that, but every PSA card I own is on the registry.
So you got 3 cards?
You just open up the app and be like, yeah, I have that. Here it is. Or I could show it to somebody or something like that. It's just another way to organize the collection. And have all your cards in your back pocket with you to show people. But I don't care.
In your Pelican case.
Yes. Yeah. That's my Pelican case right there with PSA cards. But I don't care where. I'm not competing, which I could see why that's fun for people, and I'm not poo-pooing that. I'm just saying it doesn't interest me. I only use the registry, so I have another way to organize what I have.
So if you're just collecting like 1969 O-Pee-Chee or something like that, you can just go out and buy the cards.
Right.
But the challenge would be to extend that and, look for a certain average grade you're looking for and maybe put it on the registry.
I started doing that with the top stuff, and I stopped doing. Now I got the majority of the set 7 and up.
Mm-hmm.
And I got a whole graded shoebox filled with the top set, mostly graded. 7 and up.
But you hate grading, you detest it, and what?
Well, I never sent a card in for grading. I'd buy them.
So if you detest them, then why do you have them?
I haven't.
You said it. I didn't.
No, I
I'm just trying to
I
get the
was
justification
into
for this.
years ago, a handful of years ago, I thought
Gatorade.
it'd be another way to work on my 6970. It would be another
Just what I
way
said.
to collect.
Yeah.
So I said, I'm going to get them. I'm going to buy them when I see them at good prices and 7 and up. And it started with 1 and now I have 100 and, but I have never sent a card in to get graded. And,
I've sent
but
a
I
few,
also
maybe.
I haven't purchased a PSA graded card for that 6970 set in a couple of years. So
Mhm.
it's like shit or get off the pot. It's like, should I just sell them all
Why?
and put them back out there or finish the set?
Finish it.
The
road's long. What are you doing? Who
Yeah.
cares? If you ever finish it, it doesn't matter.
So
Hobby is about pursuing things. It's not about just possession of what you have.
but
Keep it moving.
Yeah,
And if you want to sell it and start something else.
And I have all the big cards, all the big names, the or, the how, all that stuff graded, the hull. I got to get Joe Average PSA 7 or above. I got all the big cards already.
It's funny. Some of those guys run up pretty good if you're looking for that grade, because a lot of guys won't send them in, so there's less pop out there for them. Like everyone sends the aura in, right? Everyone sends.
I think, Eric, the obvious solution to me. I think the obvious solution here is that you take the cards you have, the 6970s, and then you make a big bonfire.
Yeah.
You burn them all. And
Not
then
a
you start
plastic.
again. You start again. And then you can smell the burning plastic, and that will give you superpowers probably. Or kill you, one or the other. It might increase your killing power. You have to keep...
It worked on my super ex-girlfriend, that one. But
we talked about statistics tonight. What are the odds?
I think the odds of it giving you superpowers are better than those of you being able to defeat Mike Hamm without them.
100%, yeah.
I like your chances.
All right, I'll do it.
Yeah. Okay. And then, assuming you survive that, then you not only do you have superpowers, in addition to it, then you can start again, and then you can burn them all again. And by the time we're done, the 69.7 will actually be worth something. Because if we repeat the cycle enough times, we just get rid of most of the population. That's it.
Basically,
that's the rarest set in the hobby.
Yeah. They only printed like 250,000 sets.
Oh, that's easy. A couple of bonfires and we'll take care of that. That's fine.
I put the numbers in my last video. Part 2, Parkhurst history of trading cards.
You did another great job with that, bud.
It was interesting, for sure. I'm actually enjoying doing it a lot. It's a lot of time, but it's sort of a challenge to do, which it brings me back to doing the books again. Sort of my, digging hard. And actually, I learned a lot doing part 3. I'm still writing it, but I've learned a lot since that time. And I didn't think I could learn anything more. And then I'm starting to realize the information that's out there is so wrong. And people are professing, oh, it's this year and this year. I'm actually dating non-sports of American sets, and they're wrong. They're wrong. Like 52, what do they call it? The look and see. And I'm sitting there going, it has the Babe Ruth in it. I'm just sitting there. That's not 52. Can't be. And you'll have to watch part 3 to find out why.
Scandalous.
Yes.
Robbie says, I enjoy the registry, but it's getting tough to send in cards in with the price of grading, which is fair. I hear you. Thank you, Wes, for answering that question. Jay says, typically only collects us 100 cards or less, but yes, minor cards can typically be acquired for less than the cost of grading. That's fair. Will says, Reese stats also. Who in the right mind would obtain a PhD in statistics? Maybe you'd do it if you wanted to have everyone call you doctor. That is a good point. It's a valid point. Bobby, please do not challenge Eric on this one. You got to challenge Eric on this one.
So what grade are these in, Eric?
7 and above. These are 8s. This is an 8 Makita. I got let's see. This is a 7 How.
Mm-hmm.
This is a 7 Or.
It looks like a 9. I don't know.
No.
I'd send it in.
Do you feel like you get bonus points for having it inside the holders? Tim somewhere is like, oh,
Tim is
great. What
going,
about the rest of them?
yes,
Yeah.
yes, keep ordering more.
Yeah.
Eric, with age, I am finding shifting on the pot also helps. Nuance.
And then I can't help it, but then I keep buying more.
Why?
I don't know why. I have an issue.
Bobby, with the concussions, he
An
doesn't remember
issue?
here.
He has
Bobby-
an issue.
With the concussions, he doesn't remember he bought them.
I got more house. Oars. I don't know what to do with them all.
Mike here says, Eric, you're younger than me, so my advice is finish the set. I'll be worth it at the end. He's probably finished the set like 6 times over, Mike. We don't know.
Mhm. Well, if you utilize the Needham app and you list all those, you'll know what you have when you go to a show.
Ooh, there you go. Look at
Bam,
that.
bam,
You
done.
know that's what I do, right?
Eric, I've scattered
Well,
a bunch of
obviously
69.
not, because you got a lot of extra stuff there.
That's
No,
right.
I-
Bubbles also says, Eric, I've scattered a bunch of 1969s in the forest. Get on your bike at midnight and try to find them. Facts.
Please. With the GoPro on your head, finally.
Thank you.
You just want
Jay
to see.
says, I've got 26 copies of the 1978 Tasty DC Superheroes Jimmy Olsen. Still trying to get a PSA 10.
Oh,
I've seen
Jimmy
more of them
Olsen
than any
stuff, yeah.
PSA grader, most likely. Interesting, Jay.
Yeah, that's
Interesting.
an interesting issue, yeah.
Wes says, I really hate the PSA DNA process and label, so I recommend paying for dual grade authentic only. All graded Jimmy Olsen is more of an obsession. It's more expensive, but it's nicer though. Old certs, overgraded. Eric, 6 to 7s with those. I appreciate Eric's faith in his PSA 7s, but who are we kidding? I know.
7 is a really good grade. When you talk vintage, 7 is a solid grade. Like 6,
Yeah.
you can get really, really cheap, but I mean,
You
7s,
can.
that's that level. It's 7 out of 10.
Is it
it's
Jacques
great.
Leperrier?
Hmm?
Is it Jacques Leperrier 9?
Spell LaPerriere without looking at
La L-A Perrier.
it. Perriere.
But I have like doubles and stuff. Like his Leperrier 8.
Why?
Why?
What are you doing?
Why? It's like I should.
Why don't
sell
you
that.
sell some of those and take that money and buy some more that you don't have?
I know. I got to. I hate selling. Here's a
You
Glen
like buying and you hate selling. You don't have any money. I don't know what it is.
that's a Glen Hall 8.
Yeah, I never liked that one. It was too much of a close up.
Yeah.
I like the full body shots or
Wes says,
bust
agree with
shots.
Bobby. 7 is a fantastic grade and vintage. It definitely can be. Yeah.
It is. It is.
Is a Jacques Lemaire 8. I haven't looked at these in months, so I forget what's even in here.
Wow.
Lemaire had hair there. That all rhymed.
He did.
Yeah. But that's basically what I did with that's what I did with the 60 Parker set that I did. I looked for cards that just look nice. That's basically all I was trying to accomplish. Is I was just looking for cards that look nice. For some of the cards are graded, most of them are not. I put them in the binder, and it looked pretty good. So that's kind of that. But again, it's what you're trying to accomplish with the sets. And if you shoot for something in close to near mint, in a lot of these, honestly, you can get some really nice looking cards.
Yeah. You should collect the Parker's wrestling set. That would be nice. There's 2 different ones to choose from.
Or what, the 54?
The 54. It's really weird on because I was trying to date that one exactly, and it's a very hard one to date. I'm finding all the answers are on the wrappers or the display boxes, but mostly the wrappers. And then the other one, I was wondering why they call it 5455, and then they call the other one 5556 the second year. It says on the back of the 5556, it says 5556 series, but the 54 doesn't. So I'm sitting there going, okay, did they wait a full year? You got that transitional part. Was it in, October, November, did it come out, or did it January, February? So non-sports is very hard. Hockey came out, for Parkhurst, it was January, first month in January. So everything that came out is really in that, that final year. Like if you won the 55 Stanley Cup, it's 54, 55, right? So anyways, so I'm finding a lot of different stuff out, but it is a really good set, and there's a good picture. There's a few good stars that you would even know today, I guess, or maybe they're cousins or friends, or just old names that are really kind of cool. Nice set.
I think isn't Angelo Mosca on one of those?
Yeah, you got him. You got Bill
Like Wahoo McDaniels and a couple of those guys.
Pereira's in there. You have he was a boxing champion. You have Whipper Billy Watson. You have there's a lot. There's a lot of different ones that you would probably know. You know, there's some ones I go, oh, he was that back in that time period. Wow. You know, that is the first official, realistically, wrestling set ever put out. Topps never did anything. Fleer, nobody else ever did anything in wrestling until, well, everyone thinks it's 1980 when, you know, all the wrestling started, but, you know, those cards were out there in the early 50s, mid 50s. So,
It'll be
anyways,
important. We can go through the list and Eric will be like, I remember that guy.
where do you find the
Bubbles
list
is-
though? On Needles.
Yeah, well, you can find it there. Yes, there's also
Soon,
wrestling
I
trading.
said. Not yet. Not
Yeah.
yet.
Yeah, there's also wrestling trading cards. I got the list right now.
Oh, do they? Okay.
Yeah. So one of the gentlemen there that does wrestling trading cards, Paul and Ann, I actually had I'll put a link in the description here. I did a conversation with him talking about the wrestling cards.
Yeah,
So-
those have the alternate backs though, the 54s, right? So you're gonna have
the one with the ad backs.
the lucky back, yeah. So, and I've determined that all of them have a variation for the lucky back, whereas the hockey only have what out of the 57 of the cards, I think, something like that,
Mhm.
are only lucky backs. So that's a hell of a set. Because do you really want a lucky back, or do you want the bio? Tough call. Or do you want both?
Oh, Eric wants them all.
I do,
Oh, yes, yes.
I do want them all. And
Well, Eric, look, I've got it right in front of me right now, right from the Wrestling Trading Cards website. These are some of the giveaways you can get on the back of those cards. You can
Can
get
I
a
tell
flash
you?
camera that takes 16 photos with a 50mm lens.
yeah,
Now, are you
You
going
can
to
get a
call these
high-powered giant field glass.
yeah.
or binoculars? Whichever one
You
you
can
want
get
to
a
call them.
genuine Cinderella girl's wristwatch, Eric.
And my favorite,
Hopalong
Watch.
Cassidy Boy's wristwatch.
Nice.
Or get a
should-
dandy high-powered giant field glass. Dandy!
it's binoculars, but they called them field glasses back then.
But
Mhm.
dandy?
They're dandy.
I think they were cheap. I think the flash was, I think everything was kind of cheap there.
No, they're dandy. You're not listening.
Bubble Dandy?
Maybe.
You should know that name. You watch
Come on,
the
Bobby.
videos.
Says dandy right there. Come on, dandy. High
Oh, they
powered.
said Dandy. Oh, not a Dandy brand. A Dandy.
No,
Dandy.
it's dandy right there. Get this dandy high-powered giant field glass. Come on, man.
Dandy.
This is no toy! Exclamation point.
Isn't? Yeah. Well, actually, that's a decent pair. Actually, that would be a decent pair. Yeah.
And Eric, you can do it for sporting events, theater, nature study, army maneuvers.
Army maneuvers. Nice.
That's what I'm saying.
What about you?
Don't fight the future.
What about
Yep.
peeping?
What?
Oh, just assumed.
Peeping.
It's what Eric does when he doesn't get to watch the manual in space. Bubbles says, I told my therapist about Eric. She suggests I bring him by the office to watch his reactions to a manual in space for complete diagnosis. It all comes together.
I would
Wes
pay to
says-
see that report. Anyways.
Wes says, where's your Jacques Rougeau PSA 10? Fair.
Mm-hmm.
Eric is on a Mayo meltdown as you all speak. I know. You know better, Eric hates the whole hobby and his here against as well. He collects Boston Bruins. Of course he hates the hobby.
I hate him. I hate everything.
The old French word in my vocabulary is poutine.
Gross.
Mhm.
Gorilla Monsoon rookie card from his active days.
That'd be cool.
Is Gorilla Monsoon in that? I don't know.
Those binoculars give you knife skills too. Amazing. That'd be
Oh
great.
shit! Yeah.
Here, Jay says, Bobby, what do you know about the 55 Parker's Fido set? I stopped collecting, wanted more color and better poses.
Yeah, the Fido set's just a dog set. I think is it out of 50? I think something like that. Yeah. It was actually in a generic box. You know, Parker's did nice boxes, but for Fido and a couple others, they did these generic boxes. It just says Fido on it. It's a white box and just tells you how many cards and whatever. What do I know about it? Not too much. It's just dog pictures. Just all the different breeds. There's not really much to know beyond that. It's a very simple set. I think somebody else did one. Did Bowman or was it Topps that did a dog set too? I can't really remember which one it was. So But yeah, it's a fun set if you enjoy dogs.
There you go.
It was 1955. Yes, exactly 55. There's a reason for that, but you'll have to watch part 3.
Wow.
I'm
Look at that
looking
cell.
forward to it.
Look at that cell.
It's not a sell, actually. It's there's a lot of great information that even surprised me, that I've sort of dug up and understand that the rappers tells the whole story behind the dates, and I didn't really. I kind of put it together, but then I finally got it once I had it all established, and I started eliminating things, and I went, okay, that makes sense, and how the rappers were cut, and the I'll watch part 3. Actually,
I'm
I haven't
glad you're
done it.
I'm glad you're sitting down, Eric, because what's going to be great is part 3 will happen. I don't know how many parts you're planning, Bobby, but I think
I'm not planning.
I
That's-
don't want to spoil this, Eric.
Okay.
But I'm glad you're sitting down. But what's going to be great is when the final thing comes in, it'll be like the end of Lost, except it'll be like, and then the conclusion. It was all O-Peachy.
It was all peachy.
It's already at that point. We don't have to wait till the end. It's already
Everything's
this
O-Peachy.
next one is more about Tops and O-Peachy than it is almost about Parkhurst in the first part of it. And I don't know how many series, because every time I write the contextual back part of the story, it has to do with Tops and O-Peachy, because that was the big battle between them, and what they did, sports wise and non-sports wise, is very surprising that you'll find out. So I'm getting up to a certain point, and you can only go like maximum 20 minutes on a video before people get disinterested. So I'm sitting there going, well, I got to stop here. And so I'm thinking 4 parts, it might go to 5. So we're at 3, we're coming to 3. I think I'll get barely up to 1960 because I have to go through all the sets too. And then you have a lot of other information going on. And then there's the after effect from 1963 when, they went out of business for sports cards, but they still continued on with other different issues that they did. And then there's their other business that went on until 1978 when they folded. So, and there's some death in there. There's some, kids were, there's a lot of fun stuff to come. It's not fun, but, works out to be beneficial at the end.
Eric, you heard the man. Death. Fun.
There was death. There was a child who was killed by drinking one of their other products, and but it actually established. I'm going to save that for part 5, 4.
See, Eric?
2-1.
So looking forward to episode 4 or 5. Death.
Yeah, I'm
Yes.
looking forward to it. I think you've been doing a great job.
You are looking forward to death. I know.
Oh God,
We're all looking forward to it soon.
I pray for it every day. But no, Bob,
Yes.
the first 2 parts, fantastic. I really enjoyed them. So
Yeah, they're fun to do.
So I'm looking forward to the next one.
Yep.
And
Like
I
I said, I'm still writing it, but you're writing when you write something and you do a video, it's a different talk. So I have to adjust it. So what I do is I upload it, and then I go through the talking part, and then I go, that doesn't sound right. It sounds good written, but it doesn't sound right video wise. So that's what I'm running into. It takes another 5 or 6 hours doing that stuff, just running it through. So
no, it's definitely it's coming together right, and I'm sure each time you do it, you're learning more and more about it, and
yes,
But
yeah.
no, it's coming together really well.
No, that's good. I'm glad people are enjoying it. I've been getting a lot of compliments on it for sure, but it's good information for the hobby. Not a lot of people. It's not like I get like 2,000 hits or anything. I think one's at 400 or something, and the recent one is maybe 2. I don't even know. I don't even look at it, but anyways, people are giving good comments. They like to learn that information, and that's what I really like always doing is giving the proper information out there. Like I was saying, I'm coming across new information about sets that are documented by Tops, and I'm going, who did this? Like who thought that this was 1952? This is not guaranteed. I can prove it 100%. It's like, wow. And we let things happen in the hobby unless somebody does something about it. I know Ryan does McClanahan does a lot of stuff like this, but this is really getting into the more common stuff from the 50s, 60s, sports and non-sports. The sports are pretty much settled, but I mean the non-sports, needs a lot of work. We can move on.
Mm-hmm. There you go. Rob says, I found your channel today, Bobby. I'm going to watch some episodes tomorrow. Good stuff.
Wonderful.
Brendan Ryan says, Eric's life adjacency. Fair. It's all about
What
the
is?
adjacency. Eric is pleading for death.
Oh,
Life adjacency.
okay. Yeah.
Eric, I already told you, though, just so we're clear. This isn't just Brandon's Walking Dead thing. Just to be clear, like Zombie Ray Borg, in death, perpetuity hasn't been violated. Perpetuity literally means perpetuity. So Zombie Eric can come to work, too. So,
Forever is forever.
Yeah, like perpetuity is forever.
Mhm.
Bubbles just says,
Infinity.
inviting Bobby Brown to a Saw movie marathon for a good laugh.
I did
You know
like
what's funny?
Saw. I usually
You know what's
don't
funny?
like. I don't like those movies, but that one it had something behind it.
I think I could be mistaken if memory serves me. I believe the original series, the whole thing was, I think it got to 6 movies. It was 6?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, I think it was 6.
And then
I got
speed
through,
wobble there, but yeah.
yeah, I got through 5, and then I actually have the final chapter. I actually have 6 in the Blu-ray.
You haven't watched it?
I haven't watched it. I haven't got around to it. It
You're
was
not
funny. I've
missing
had
a
it for
lot, but it's the same thing again. It
well, the
becomes
thing is,
repetitive.
I watched 1 through 5, and it was funny because this goes back to the days that I worked at the entertainment liquidation store.
Oh, wow.
Because the guy that I worked there with, because remember, this series has been started a long time ago, and it was going for annually for like 5-6 years.
Yeah.
And he was like a big horror guy, and
Mm.
we had a lot of time on our hands because that store was super dead. It was quiet. So we'd be talking about whatever. And one of the things is he was a big horror guy and he loved those Saw movies. And we were speculating and talking about in between some of the series, and we were throwing out theories back and forth and all that. And I was just sitting there like, okay, this is interesting. So I laughed because I was sitting there like, okay, so they're trying to do a twist with every single movie. So I'm like, okay, so what's the twist
What's
for
the
this
twist
one, or
first
what's the
before you
little
get
thing?
into it, yeah.
So that's all you were trying to do. You were just trying to figure out what
Figure
it
it out
was. So you were
beforehand,
like,
yeah.
okay, so what is the twist? What ridiculous convoluted thing that is like 47 interspersed parts that you're trying to make work here? What are you trying to pull off this time? And it was just hilarious sitting there trying to figure it out at the time. So I had to watch
Because
all the
he's dead,
movies.
but he's not.
Yeah, like
dead.
that's what I
But
mean. Like
it's
they would go backwards in time and do this, and then they have
Yes.
apprentices, and it's like, oh my god.
Yeah.
I've never seen
one-
one movie of the series, so
At one point, though, I just threw out there that Mrs. Saw was going to be involved in one of it, and then ultimately she
What?
was involved for one of the episodes. I threw out that Mrs. Saw was good. My theory was that Mrs. Saw was going to be involved in one of those things, and I believe she was. For one of the things, she was involved at least in some capacity. I forget what it was.
yeah. I got it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like I threw that out there, and then it turned out to be right. I was like, yes, got it.
what city in Canada is Mrs. Saw from?
It's Mrs.
Saugus.
Saga.
Saugus.
I think it
Be right
Mrs.
back.
Saga. Yeah.
No. The Mrs. Saw from Saugus.
Nope. I think it's just Mrs. Saga is where Mrs. Saw is from.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure.
How sure are you?
Um,
Sure enough to play a game?
I've never seen the movies, so I don't get the reference.
I don't think you want to play a game, Eric. The chat will tell you.
I never seen the movies. Doesn't interest
All
me.
you have to do to escape, Eric, is go over this broken glass covered in mayonnaise.
The glass is fine, but the mayonnaise thing, and I just sit there and just die.
That's what I'm saying.
I just sit there and go, no, I'm just gonna die.
Turns out really lame for you. Just saying.
But-
Cube movies are interesting as Saw. Ice Cube movies. Need people to solve a mystery in a room to escape from the structure without dying. Nice. I think we can come up with a Saw, Saw torture for Eric. I think it'd be fun.
Those type of gruesome, horror movies and stuff just never interested me really.
You watched the Boston Bruins play, didn't you?
I like, it's when
It's pretty horrifying. Like that's
they
scary.
had the best record of all time and then lost in the first round. That was like the most horrifying movie I've ever seen.
I remember I played highlights of it with audio and Hindenburg crashing. It was crazy.
Yeah, I still can't get over that one really.
It was pretty gruesome. Like I I saw blood. I saw, like, Eric, I watched 5 of the 6 Saw movies, and let me tell you, I didn't see anything as gruesome as that.
Still to this day, I don't understand how it happened. First round.
It's so good. So good.
You're the
All right.
you're the Stanley Cup favorites. You're just first round. I don't get it.
Well, that was your first mistake. Absolutely the first mistake. Doesn't like horror, says the man who rides and crashes his bike on video. I know. It's horror.
It's going to be so cold tomorrow morning. Oh my God. When we start tomorrow morning at 9:30, it's going to be like 27 degrees. It's toes are going to fall off. It's going to be bad, man. I'm not even.
Have you considered the possibility? And I know this is crazy, so I'm glad you're sitting down, but I'm just going to throw this out there. Have you considered the possibility of not being a dumbass and doing it? Nothing. Just no.
I've got to ride my bike. I did yesterday. I did 40 miles in the garage. That was 2 hours. It was an hour 58. Did 40 miles at an average speed of 20 miles an hour.
That's a big garage.
Yeah, it was yeah, you should see me going around and around and around. It was crazy. I got dizzy.
I think so.
That would actually be fun to watch. Just
I get vertigo watching.
really short track, like a really short track. Like I am getting dizzy.
It's a velodrome. It's up on. You can kind of ride sideways around the. Yeah.
Oh, we got technical terms here.
Yeah.
Well, the best part is that given the size of the actual garage, the velodrome has to be really tight.
It does.
So basically, it's the curly. Woo, woo, woo.
Yep.
He has to drive it almost sideways. He's got to keep up the speed in order to keep from falling.
Yep. It's like those, you've seen them at the C&E where they do those motorcycles and those round things. Yeah. Similar. Yeah. Got to go to a certain speed. Otherwise,
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh. Yep.
Jay says, just figured out the saw puzzle for Eric. I like where you're going with this.
Oh, I don't like that idea.
I like
they
it
never
already.
did saw cards, did they?
Was that?
They never did saw cards.
I don't think that. I think that would have been
That's
really
one of them
tough
that
sell.
they didn't do.
That would have been a tough sell, man. That would have been a tough sell.
There's been some pretty bad tough sells out there.
There were
Trust
some
me.
bad ones. Yeah.
Yeah, Dick
I don't know,
Tracy. We can talk Rocketeer. We can talk holy crap that came out in the 90s.
Okay, well, hold on. Let's do this because we've done this. We've had this conversation before,
Mm-hmm.
but let me put a twist on it because in the past we've talked about like
What would have
favorite
been good?
favorite properties or like movies, TV shows, whatever that
Mhm.
maybe people would like to see in a card set. But let me put a twist on that. What about most out there? So the Saw would be a good example. Like
That's
that's
out there, yeah.
That's super niche.
But
like that would
it
be
was
niche.
huge, though. It was a huge hit. So
It was, but it's very niche. It's very niche. Yeah, Jason. Yeah. So Jay here says, I will look for Saw. I still can't get my Sharknado cards graded. Listen, Jay is the reason I
Sharknado?
have Sharknado cards. Jay is
Isn't
the
that
reason I
crazy?
have Sharknado cards.
no Saw, but Sharknado. Give me a break.
Yeah. Here you go. That's a good question, Eric. It's called SOR in mass.
We don't put an R in the end of that word.
I don't know. Maybe.
I can say saw.
So, Chad, I'll pose the question. What would be, so like the Saw series would be really out there. It'd be kind of wild. Sharknado cards exist, though. Jay can confirm that. We had that conversation. We discovered that when we had that conversation. That was wild.
What was that bicycling movie? What was it? Eric?
Breaking Away. It's my favorite movie.
There you go. Why didn't they do
I'll-
cards for those?
Dennis Quaid.
I'll throw one out. I'll throw one out, Eric. Especially at this point because it became a cult thing as a result of Mystery Science Theater 3000. At this stage, ironically, Manos: The Hands of Fate. We could 100% have cards on that.
That
Because
would
the
be
Mystery Science Theater 3000 angle on it. Listen, I want the Haunting Torgo theme on a card. I want Torgo to have his own rookie card. Where's Victor? Torgo needs his own rookie card.
Yes.
Jay says Quicksilver. I would like to have a Soul Train set so I can like my favorite dancer. So this is what I'm asking about. I would like
That
some
ran for years,
obscure.
though.
I would like some obscure. What would be so? Look, Brian Gray has allowed you control over the old Leaf, where they would
Yeah.
just do random shit. Okay,
Mhm.
you can make a set on whatever. What are we making a set on? I want obscure stuff,
Silver
random stuff.
spoons.
Silver spoons.
Hey, everybody likes rich people cards.
Mm.
Listen,
Oh, can I throw a couple of ones that would actually fit
Sure.
this theme that I just came up with?
Yep.
What about some of those stuff that used to be in that A&E rotation? Quincy,
I'd
McMillan
love to
wife,
see Quincy
Columbo,
cards.
Columbo,
Columbo you could do
something
Columbo
like
cards.
that. I'm saying like this is obscure, like, but we're still talking obscure. But
Mhm.
at least it's got to be something that at least it has to be something that at least had some resonance or something.
They did Kojak.
Sure, but
That
so
was
Eric,
that,
you
Holland-
understand now what I'm thinking about thematically here? You understand what I'm saying?
yes.
We're going to this direction. It has to be something that at least was around long enough to have some impact that we can talk
That
about today.
Masterson. I knew it.
That Masterson. Okay.
That would have been something.
Yeah, there's a
Gunsmoke.
Gong Show set from '77. I met her in Gray
Yes,
at a
there
con a
is.
few months ago. Very nice lady
Really?
in living color.
You met Erin Gray?
In living color would be good.
She's
That's what he
beautiful,
says.
even though she's got to be like in her 70s or something now, but is she still beautiful?
No.
Wes can answer this question for you. I could have sworn there wasn't in living color though. Maybe it was like a really obscure manufacturer that did it. I feel like because again, early '90s.
I don't
Right?
remember Jim Carrey. Is there
I'd
a
buy the
Jim
hell out of
Carrey
a-
card?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I would buy
Mask?
the hell
Did
out
they
of a
do
Big
Mask?
Lebowski.
Was it
I would
Mask?
buy the hell of a Big Lebowski product.
Oh, Big Lebowski, that would sell out in a second.
Yeah, the Dude Abides. That'd be good.
Mhm.
75. There you go.
Oh,
Thank you, Wes.
God.
Crow said, I think, did in living color. I thought so, Jay. I thought so. It had to be
Okay.
something like that.
Okay.
Because remember, early '90s, we had a lot of weird stuff that
Oh, yeah.
got set. So we got to remember, we got to factor in the early '90s. There was a lot
There's
of
a
wackiness
lot of
going
junk
on.
wax in that time period. Yeah.
There you go. Dr. Quinn Medicine went with Bret Hart auto relics. There you go.
Well, I don't know about that.
Bret
But
Hart
anyways.
was in- I don't remember that episode.
But look, all you're
Mm.
getting, the important thing is that you're getting the right theme. You're understanding what I'm saying here.
Yeah.
Like we got to think obscure, guys. It can be TV series, it can be movies, it can be whatever, but it's got to be something that is a little bit off the beat, but it still has to have lasted long enough for us to even consider it.
Good
TV
times. Hey, they did Good Times. Welcome back,
Bring it
Carter.
back.
They did Welcome Back, Carter. I'm
I
trying
get-
to think of 70. The Jeffersons would have been a good one. Jeffersons would have been amazing. Seeing Wheezy, that'd be awesome.
Here
There
you
was
go.
huh? Yep, there he is, JJ Walker.
So he is very good friends with Phil. And when he's in town doing a stand-up gig,
Mm-hmm.
he comes in and just hangs out at
Does
the
it
shop.
say Dynamite?
No, he doesn't.
So
say.
that was one of my favorite shows growing up. Good Times. That was such a great sitcom. It was really good.
So he comes in and just hangs out. Like he'll be there for hours, just sitting around in a chair, just hanging out and chit-chatting with everybody. Most people don't even recognize him when they come in. You know, younger people come in, they have no idea who
Oh,
he
he's
is.
super skinny and tall. You can't miss him.
And
He still looks the same.
yeah, super nice guy. So then I bought those at a show once, and I'm like, the next time he comes in, I'm gonna have him sign them.
He must be pretty old now because I'm watching him as a kid and he's like more of a later teen. So I'm thinking he's got to be 70 something, right? Early 70s?
Late 60s, early 70s. Yeah, I would assume.
Yeah, somewhere in there. Yeah.
Well, the show
But they
was-
did do that. So they did do quite a few of those. You know, the Flying Nun. They did those things. I don't know if you know about that one, but it was Patty Duke Austin. Sean Austin was in the Goonies, and he was also Lord of the Rings. He was Samwise Gamgee. Anyways, but that's his mother. She did the Flying Nun. I don't know if you've ever seen it. I don't know if anybody ever. Well, some people would know.
Well, a flying nun is Sally Field.
It is. Sorry, my mistake. I was thinking Patty Duke.
Yeah, Patty Duke. Patty Duke married
What
John,
did she do?
John Austin.
Yeah, I know. I'm just what sitcom was she in?
She was
Not
in
the
a,
Patty Duke show, but I mean,
she had
some,
a few different. She was on a few different shows.
there was another one that where she did something not like that, but similar. I can't remember. Anyways, yes, it was Sally Fields. That's right. She was hot.
You weren't
back in the
supposed to
day.
be looking at her like that. She was a nun. Shame.
Well, she
on
never got none, so there you go.
her. No, she didn't. Not till she met
Wow.
Burt Reynolds.
Wow.
Well, there you go. True enough.
And then she was eastbound and down.
He's bound. Yes. Did you think of any while you were away, Carlos?
I like the Walker Texas Ranger suggestion that was thrown in here in the chat. That was a good one.
Yeah.
Walker Texas Ranger Chuck Norris. That was a fun show.
Yeah.
That was a good one.
There's not many Chuck Norris cards, is there?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, it would actually do really well. Like, I'll be honest, you could probably still do it, and people, you put a Chuck Norris autograph in there, people would love it. I think that'd
Yeah.
be fun.
Like he's 80 something now, so he's like,
Yeah.
Mhm.
Take advantage. Look, you know what would be really amazing? If you had a Walker Texas Ranger thing, you have Chuck Norris autograph, but you have a couple of inscriptions, Eric, and a couple of Chuck Norris facts as inscriptions.
Yes.
Mhm. Bruce
If
Lee.
you
was
just
a
put that
pussy.
in there, like Eric, that would sell. They would make bank on those.
Oh yeah,
100.
In on the
guaranteed.
Chuck Norris
That would
fact.
be his rookie card.
Yeah, like it'd be great. I think people would love it.
Like he didn't get it for a while, and now he's 100. He's all in on him. He loves telling those jokes and stuff.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, hey, look, embrace it. You could have so much fun. Like for collectors, they would love it because that'd be, hey, it's a Chuck Norris autograph, but you get a nice inscription with a couple of Chuck Norris facts, a couple of fun
Sure.
things in there. Like it would be so much fun for people to collect different versions of it. They could have so much fun with that stuff. You don't have to take it seriously. Just screw around and have a little fun with it. Heaven forbid. Heaven forbid cards be enjoyable once in a while.
The Golden Girls, they should have did a Golden Girls set, you know?
There's a time when they probably could have. That probably would have done well if they had done it at the correct time.
At that time, yeah.
Bobby,
That and the Facts of Life.
Bobby, that brings me to reminds me to. I've always wanted to tell you, thank you for being my friend.
Why?
That was the Golden Girls thing.
That's the theme song for the Golden Girls.
Oh, thank you for being a friend. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha.
Well, the Golden Girls would have been massive. Yes, like, it really would have actually. It would have done so well. There's certain. That's why so the theme. The reason why I brought this question up with the chat and taking different suggestions is that no, there's certain properties that are like they have cult followings, or that have like pockets of time, but people may remember it fondly, or like it doesn't have to be like this massive thing long term. It could just be something that had its moment. I've used the example before, but for me, still. And I would 100% collect these cards. I would love for there to be a roller jam set. I talked about the roller jam thing with the roller derby thing that was there on TNN, and they did it, and they specifically tried to, and they put it right beside ECW wrestling, and you basically had another wrestling show to go along with it, and you put it in this kind of this power hour kind of thing that you had going on, to the point that you actually had an actor who is a known actor play the evil, commissioner, to make it all work as part of the whole thing. It became ridiculous. The storylines became absurd. But the thing is, they actually were very popular. They had a road show going on, and they had all this stuff happening at the time for a couple of seasons, and it would have been fun. Like, you could have had some fun. And the thing is, you actually had legitimate roller derby people from the old roller derby days that were participating in it. So if you had a set, you could have 100% used real roller derby folks to go along with the people playing in the inside of that show.
Yeah, I watched the original roller derby, Skinny Minnie Miller, and there were so many. Yeah, it was cool back then. It was something we'd never seen before, so it was really kind of cool. You know what? I was just thinking this thing, but they didn't do cards, but they did gum. It was I don't know if you've seen Where's the Beef?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I think it's bubble gum though. I don't think it's cards. But it's on the box and it says Where's the Beef, and it's got the two old ladies, and I think they're little burger gums or something, or candies or something like that. Yeah. They did quite a few. I'm just trying to think of so many they did. And some that you think they never did, but they did do, which is really kind of cool. Davy Crockett, and they did all of those. So,
Yep.
We had the whole Davy Crockett set months ago, and we bought it in a collection and
Oh, did you?
sold it within a day.
What year was it?
I don't remember, but we
Wrong.
had.
It's 1956. Anyways,
So I said it's not wrong if I say I don't know. It's not wrong. That's actually correct.
it's not the year though.
If I say I don't know, the answer is correct because I do
That
know.
means it's incorrect. Because if you don't know the year, then it's not correct.
Wow. Hobby
Yeah,
Champ says
I know.
Emmanuel
Semantics.
Space set along with 40 other Emmanuel movies. Facts.
Manual and space cards, of course. We should have.
Like
Yes.
No, I was kind of
Roller Jam led directly. Roller Jam led directly to the resurgence of local roller girl leagues all over the U.S., which it did. Yeah, it was super popular for a little window there, and I was just pulling it up here. So Richard Brown was one of the people on there. He was nicknamed the King. He actually skated for the Los Angeles T-Birds in the 70s and for the Maniacs and Roller Games, which is in 89. So he was one of the original kind of roller derby people that were participating in it. Mark D'Amato was another one who was there. He was in roller games in the 70s. So he was one of those people who were also one of the. So they had a mix. They had these younger skaters, of course, but then they also mixed in some of these other folks that still had history back to the roller games. So that's where you've got. That's why I say, like, they had a good. If they hadn't burned through the idea of it, you could have had so much fun with it. Like because they actually had a good concept, but it's just you have to kind of pace yourself because storylines are what made it work. Look, it's a roller game. It's a nice show for the crowd, but then at the same time makes for a good TV show. But like the idea was like, oh, but it was like, well, one team would always get ahead and then the other team would make a striking comeback and sometimes they would win and sometimes they wouldn't, but it would there was a formula. They would always follow the formula. But you could still have a lot of fun with it because again, it's professional wrestling. Look, they're attacking each other with benches. Okay?
Yeah.
And they did. So it's like, come on guys, it's professional wrestling basically on rollerblades.
Yeah, there was no start or finish line on those things. I always found it was difficult to find. Like, okay, this is their last chance. They're going to try to make a breakthrough. And it's like, where's the finish line? There was never a finish line. It's just like, it was based on points, I guess, more than anything else. So,
yep. Burger commercials. Where's the beef? Where's the beef was,
Wendy's.
Wasn't that Wendy's? That was
Yeah.
Wendy's. Yeah. Battle Network Stars. There's another one. Yeah. You could have
true. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was good.
Eric's favorite DVD, Emmanuel Takes a Mayonnaise Bath. Damn, you're combining all the
Oh.
things he loves.
No.
You can make a card for that, Carlos.
Probably. Winger Dinger says, I have my MASH and Fall Guy cards. They should do
Fall
a set
Guy,
for murder.
yes.
You had
They should do a set like Murder, She Wrote and devote every card to the criminal of the week. You could
Oh
probably
my
get away with
God.
that.
Mm.
Can we get back to? Should we get back to the Fall Guy cards with Heather Thomas? Because I'll get a Heather Thomas rookie card tomorrow. I didn't even know this existed.
They're only PSA graded, Eric. Get buying.
Yep. Sorry. No, he buys great. He just doesn't grade.
Yeah.
Yeah, big difference.
Yep. Rob says they had a lot of murders in that small town. Yeah, the Murder, She Wrote thing. Yeah. See, what would have been great, Bobby, is at the end it goes, it turns out it was Angela all along.
Yeah, that's right.
She was,
She-
yes.
She pinned it on everybody else all those times. Damn it.
Mm-hmm. Or Matlock.
How come
There you go.
How come nobody suspected him? Fall Guy cards. What? I know, man. Telling you.
I want Heather Thomas and the truck. That's all I need.
Everybody wanted Heather Thomas. And today. Just saying. Especially Eric.
Eric is a deviant. That's what he wants. Breaking Bad set would be fire. Breaking Bad was very popular.
Well,
show.
yeah, true.
That'd be a strong one.
I don't
Eric,
think Lord
Dukes
of
of
the
Hazzard
Rings
cards
would
are
go over
hilarious.
well. Or I don't know.
I think they have Lord of the Rings cards.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah. Because with a lot of those, so if you're talking
Yeah.
about the more modern ones, the way to do it is you can get cards, yes, but then you also have like autographs from some of the key participants. So like there's definitely a draw. There's totally an opportunity there for that. some of this stuff is a little more obscure. And like some of these would have been great. Like honestly, in the early '90s, some of these sets would have actually done pretty well. You could have some
I
fun
think
with
so.
it.
But they
And
did quite
even
a few in the 90s and even
oh
in
yeah,
the 80s and 70s. Like there's a lot of stuff that non-sports that we don't even realize that was out there.
here you go. There's a Breaking Bad set with autos. That does not shock me. Like that seems to me like any show that had a good enough following for that,
An
I think you
amazing
could do
following.
super well. I think you could do super well with that.
Squid Games, that would be good.
Squid Games, there you go. Yeah.
You'll eventually get to see it.
I was hooked on Flavor of Love and VH1. Man, there you go. Flavor of Love.
Flavor Flav.
Hmm.
So bad. It's just so bad. Um, you know what actually would be fun, Eric? The thing is, the show's still on the air. They have, I think it's just called The Traders. I think we've talked about this before. I kind of explained this. They've got a couple different variants of the series. This is called The Traders. And like, you know, it's basically like a game show and such. It's a reality game show. But the thing is, you've got all these different characters every single time as these seasons have gone by. But then you've also got, like in the UK, you've got like celebrity traders. So where you've got some of these celebrity folks in it. And I think you could 100% have, especially a series like that. You could have some fun with it because everybody decides on certain villains and certain people that they like in that show like that. So something like that would be where you could have the cards, but then you could have autographs in there and stuff like that, and you could have some fun with it.
I think Survivor would have one over too.
Yeah. Well, that one lasted long enough. Big Brother, Survivor, some of those ones,
Not
especially
large
the more
sets,
popular
nice
characters.
little sets of every
Yeah. Yeah, because you could share because especially some of them have been around a long time. You
Oh,
could
yes.
cherry pick people's favorite characters.
Oh yes.
You could focus on the specific ones that people really are interested. The heroes or villains. Heroes
Yeah.
or specifically, you can have either or, and it would actually work pretty well.
Yeah, I think it would. Because I try to remember back and you go, yeah, I kind of remember because I've been watching since the beginning. So it's like 20, 40 seasons now. 20, 40 different shows. Like,
Yeah, because they basically would do like twice a year or something like that.
twice a year. It's always twice a
Yeah.
year. Yeah. It just finished and now it's, oh no, it's not finished. Not yet. Almost. We're getting down to the nitty gritty on this one. But I've always followed Survivor just for some reason. It's just something I watch. It's actually one of the only few things I watch on regular TV. My wife
There you
takes
go.
it for me, so.
The Real World on MTV never issued cards. So many interesting characters. Yes. Yes. Well, you can have some, like, that's why I said I use the example of this kind of concept. So, you know where you can have fun with this, Eric? Obviously, the Real World had a lot of characters that came out of it and folks that became reality TV staples and different reality TV shows and such.
Right.
But you know what's funny? Like, in the same vein, this would give you an excuse because The Miz from WWE started on the Real World. So there's a little crossover because he's obviously been in the wrestling thing in a long time now, but he started on the Real World. So he would 100% be eligible for a set like that potentially because he could be on there because he was one of the participants on one of the shows.
I never knew that.
Yep. That's where he got to start originally. That's why originally he wasn't taken very seriously as a wrestler because he started on the Real World. He was a reality TV guy. And now he's been in the WWE for more than 20 years. So now people think of him more as a WWE guy because he's been there for so long and he's done it for so. But in reality, he would fit into a set like that because technically both are correct.
I only remember one character from that whole thing, and that was that disgusting human being, Puck. He was just
Fuck Pitase?
no. You don't Puck Peterse.
Well, fuck Pitase. Okay, whatever.
Wow.
But,
Wow.
Oh, Puck. Yes.
But Puck, I mean, just that dude was just disgusting. He was a disgusting human being.
Yeah.
So that's the only one I remember from back then.
Especially because I didn't contact your mom. So yeah.
Wow.
I know. Malcolm in the Middle. They should have done those cards or Wonder Years. Those would have been good. That's your eras, right?
Sorry, repeat that.
Wonder Years and Malcolm in the Middle.
Wonder Years, yeah, sure.
That would have been good.
Malcolm in the Middle, I saw a little bit of it, but I didn't really watch it very closely.
Okay. Yeah, it was
Survivor and Big
particular.
Brother.
Yeah. I never watch it. I'm just,
Cagney and Lacey, because unlike Eric, I like strong female characters. Dang.
Gag me and I won't even say it.
I
Chappelle Show said.
didn't particularly like that show.
I liked
Puck
it.
Bro.
I actually watched it a lot.
I didn't really like it.
I did.
Puck may have influenced Eric to become a bike rider. Fair.
Maybe.
I would buy a card of Eric riding his bike into a tree or off a rock. Fair.
Hey, yeah. Get that GoPro going and we'll get some shots and make a set.
Okay.
We'll call Brian and say,
So here, Eric, this is a screen grab from the real world. So right there on the left
yeah.
is right there on the is young Miz. Now here's the thing. At this point, he was literally calling himself the Miz on the show. He was doing kind of the character and doing like almost a wrestling character. He's literally got a wrestling belt over his shoulder. So this what's funny is the same guy would end up being a two-time WWE champion, where he would actually have a championship run
Then
and be at WrestleMania and do the whole thing.
looks like his plan worked then.
Yeah. He tried, he started workshopping the character, The Miz, back in those days in the real world. Yeah, and at this point, like he has in fact been in the WWE cycle for it is basically 20 years. Probably thereabouts. Lots of stars. Dawson's Creek will probably still very well. Cheers did well, yes. Real World Chicago. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, you've got enough of those shows that you could 100% do extremely well. If that's the direction you wanted to go into it, I think you'd have a lot of fun with that. Yeah, so here it is. Appeared on the Real World back in New York in 2001 and the Real World Road Rules Challenge from 2002 to 2005. So that was kind of where you got to start. And then from there, after that, he basically went on to do the WWE thing and signed in 2004. So he's been on the main roster since 2006. So it's just about 20 years on the dot. There you go.
Hey,
And he headlined WrestleMania in 2011.
he knew what he wanted from an early age, and he worked hard until he got it. Good for him.
Yeah. I thought it was a copycat gimmick and he would never make it. He's an interesting case because, he'll technically be in WWE's version of the Hall of Fame when the time comes, just because he's been around long enough now and he has accomplished enough things. But it's a weird career. It's very interesting, very odd. But it's one of those things. Sometimes that's how it goes. You last long enough, that's how it's going to be, and you just have to understand how the whole that style of entertainment goes, because that's basically what you are. When you're a reality TV star, you're basically just trying to create a character and selling it, because that's what brings you back, and they invite you back onto more of those shows.
Yeah, absolutely.
he looked familiar.
Who did?
The wrestler.
Oh, the guy, yeah.
Showed
Yeah.
before I left.
Yeah, well, that image was him doing that. That image was him doing it from the Real World part. He also was in straight to DVD, but he did the Marine sequels. He was in several of those.
He was the second Marine?
No, he was the third Marine, actually.
Oh, the third Marine. Okay, I didn't get past 2. So actually, once they changed the character, it's like the first Marine was actually had potential, and then the second one, I don't know.
That was Cena, wasn't it?
The first one was
I
John
think it was
Cena.
John Cena. Yeah, it was really good, and then they changed, and it's like, yeah, how can you do that? Like, you can't change the character.
Well, the first one was the only one that actually made it to the theater, I think. I think all the rest of them were straight to DVD.
Yeah, well, we were watching DVDs. We were renting them at that time because I think it was 2002, 3, 4.
Yeah, I don't remember specifically, but I know. So basically, the first one was Cena. I think, if memory serves me, I think the second one was actually Randy Orton. I think Orton was the second Marine. Yeah.
Oh.
And then the Miz took over from the third Marine on.
How many Marines did they do?
At least 3.
Okay, 3. Okay.
Yeah, so he did the third one, the fourth one, the fifth one. Sorry, 4. The third one, the fourth one, the fifth one, and the sixth one.
Oh God.
Yeah, so he's been in at least 4.
Who was investing in those movies? I'd like to know.
WWE Studios.
Probably.
No, not probably. That's who did it. WWE Studios. Yeah, they specifically had a studio, and they were producing those Marine movies. At least 6 of them.
Yeah, the first one, like I said, was good, and I do remember it. But after that, no. I like Stone Cold. That was a good movie. He was in where he was on an island and he was a prisoner. And
The
they were
Condemned?
kind of Condemned.
I saw
Yeah,
that.
that was a really good movie.
That one.
Yeah, well done. Had a lot of great stars in it too.
A lot of these movies you're describing are just down that
Right there.
hallway on a shelf. Like there's a shelf down at the end of the hallway that has a
Let's
lot
hit
of these action
400
movies.
views and review them again.
Listen, if I that the 29,000 views for the
Sorry, I
Yeah.
guessing low.
See, that's how you do it, Bobby. It's not telling people about Parkers. It's you go to a shelf and go through all the Blu-rays. That'll get you 29,000 views. That's how it's done.
Mine
That's
is
like Grand Plan
educational
Suite.
though.
It is educational. You're finding out how long a person can go through a shelf while holding a camcorder.
It's
I actually
amazing.
got very tired doing it. It took me a long time. There was
Well,
a
you
lot
have
of
the
movies.
views to compensate, so there you go.
Yeah. Most of the views are years ago, but I did get them, yes.
Yeah, I put 60 hours into the first video, so there you go.
I put a good solid 40 minutes.
I know,
The
I know. It was
Running
hard.
Man is now a strange. Yeah. Listen, my neck was tired by the time I
I
was done.
guess
It hurt.
yes.
It
My
hurt.
fingers are sore. Carpal tunnel. Wow.
Running Man is not a strange franchise, but no cars from the original. Yes. The original Running Man would be pretty good. Yeah.
Well, yeah, they're coming out with a new one anyway, so maybe they'll do cards. Who knows?
I do think the original one would have been fun though, because if they had done it at the time, you would have
Arnold,
gotten
that'd be awesome.
but you would have also gotten Jesse the Body Ventura,
You would have had
and you would have gotten
Dawson. You would
what's his
have
name?
the other guy.
Jim Brown. Jim Brown.
Yep.
Jim Brown was in the movie too.
In his later years with a little belly, but yes.
Yeah. No, he was still reasonably fit. Jim Brown in Running Man, he was older, but he didn't have the big, he always kept himself in decent shape,
Yeah.
especially for like an
He
action
didn't look
movies.
good in a jumpsuit, let's just say.
Well, he's far from his peak at that point.
Yes.
Best wrestler line for a movie ever. What's the smell? Dookie.
Doogie Howser. Why did they do those cards?
Well, he's still around, so he could try if he wants to.
True enough. It's never too late, right? You never know what's going to come. I don't know. Would the retro sets even be worth it at this point? If you even went back to the late 90s, would it be more, I don't know, retrospective in a sense?
You could be selective.
It'd have to
The
be
thing
something
is,
that was yeah.
No, the thing is that with a lot of those, because they missed it the first time, you could do it, but you would want to do a limited run series.
You would do, yeah.
You would basically,
yeah.
yeah,
That's all
you
you
would
can do.
basically be you would be selective, you would keep the checklist tight, and you would keep the series limited enough that it's like for the people that are interested in it, they would have to pursue it, and then basically you'd sell out.
Yeah,
Basically,
but some of those
you
autographs
sell
would
out
be
by going
pretty
through.
good if they had some autographs and stuff in there. Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, and that would be the trick. You
Yep.
you just have to keep the print run limited. You're not trying to produce a lot of cards.
No.
That's why I say like Leaf back in the day would have been perfect for this because they
Oh
do
yeah,
limited
that'd be
run
perfect
anyway.
for them. Yeah, what's
Yeah.
that one?
That's
Who's that?
Seabass. That's right there. That's Cam Neely, but signing as Seabass.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's based off Dumb and Dumber. That's what Rob's comment here. So you're talking about.
Mhm.
Davey says you got to lift your leg. I put my arm here.
Mhm.
Limited print runs. What a novel idea. I know. It can be done. Like if you're going to do something that's niche, you don't want to have too much sitting around. You want to make sure you sell out.
In and out. Yeah.
Best way to make sure you sell out is to keep the print run under control.
But it'd be very nostalgic for a lot of people who are, sort of the X-gen kind of somewhat millennials, I guess.
Well, that's the reason why. Look, I've
could work.
thrown this one. I've thrown this one out before. There have been enough reimaginings of the series where, again, I'll use Leaf as the example because they're like the perfect for this type of thing. If they had done it, if they did a legitimate, really tried and did a legitimate American Gladiator set, I think it would do well now because there's enough nostalgia, and you've also got the second series, the reimagining of it, which is also now basically, I think it was 2008, 2009 when they redid it. So it's now been another like 17 years since that one came out. So
Yeah,
you've actually got two
a long
sets of
time.
American Gladiators you could do, two different sets, and you could have the combination of them.
Is there enough following for that, though? That's a tough call. I remember watching it and stuff, but Do I remember the people? No, not so much.
So
There's
a lot
few
of the
stars. There was some good stars. But,
a lot of the characters that they used on there were also professional wrestlers. So you've got a little carryover from that.
okay.
And then one of the hosts was Layla Ali. So Muhammad Ali's daughter is there, so she could have her sign some stuff as a host. Hogan's dead, so he can't do it, but he would have been one of the hosts, so he
Yeah,
would have been
true.
able to
Yep.
previously if you had done it earlier. You had Gina Carano, who's still around.
Yeah.
You've got a couple. Yeah, so you've got a couple of. So there's a bunch of them. A couple of them are like Matt Morgan, who's a professional wrestler in WWE, and a couple other places. He was one of the characters on there. A couple of other guys were like bodybuilders and stuff, and they're still around. So it's one of those things where like you actually could grab, and that's from the second series, and then from the first series, anybody that's still around, they could have done those too.
Mm-hmm.
And some of those folks are still around too. Zach says Eric's rubbing his eyes. Might want to take a break for the second half of the show. Well, that's true. Eric is already committed.
The show. This is the end of the show, dudes.
No, Bobby.
Second half.
Eric. Listen, we get to leave. Eric is committed to 8 hours tonight.
Oh.
So we're gonna go, and Eric, hold on. It's gonna basically be like this.
He's got to get up at 9 or 8, actually.
For what? For what?
I could go right.
I don't know, to go outside in the cold to pedal around to, I don't know, to impress Puck Pettis. I don't know.
I was gonna say, like, who's impressing?
She's
Bubbles
kind of
Zap was my favorite.
Hmm?
What was that, Eric?
I said she is going to love me because what do 24-year-old, professional athlete women from the Netherlands want more than
A guy who folds his own laundry and, goes to plays. And,
wait till she finds out I collect hockey cards.
oh, my God.
She is going. She's
Do
going.
you think that'll hurt your
That's
chances?
a closer on that one.
Oh no, that's definitely going to be a closer.
Close the door. See ya.
Interesting.
Mhm.
Interesting.
All over me.
All over you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Michelle, I got Puck. No.
Oh, that'll teach him.
Mm-mm. No. Do you like
I think
the mayonnaise, Monsieur Wade?
No.
Bubbles
Okay,
here says, I
they're
think
gone.
2025's run
'Cause
time
they
is a
put
few.
mayo on their fries over there, right?
We're getting to that. Hang on.
Oh, sorry.
Bubbles says, I think 2025's run time is a few hours short of last year's. No, we're already past it.
Oh, yes.
No, we were. It's actually. I'll give a little sneak preview because I did already start doing a little bit of analysis on this because I can pull up some of the information so far. And that, by the way, this doesn't count tonight's episode, but I can give a little bit of an idea. And Eric, like I said, you got to step up your game because we got to do better. We can do better here.
I don't want.
Like I said, there's still time for us, Eric. We can still do 8-hour live streams for the rest of the year.
I want to go to sleep.
Just saying. All right. So I said one of the basically my indicator, Bobby, is that in years past, it's been an average of about a day per month runtime wise. So in terms of all the episodes, the live streams, the podcasts, videos, all of it, when added up, that's been the average. So 12 days has been kind of hovering around there, give or take. So this year, so far, right now we're at 176 videos. This is 177, so we're not counting this one yet. But the average video length is 2 hours, 5 minutes, and 20 seconds. So in other words, the total,
Between the two, your other show and this one?
Everything.
And
all of it,
everything?
anything on this channel, all of it.
That's a high
So-
minimum.
That is a high minimum.
Yeah.
So that means that this year, so far, the runtime has been 15 days, 7 hours and 39 minutes and 25 seconds, not counting tonight.
That's your holidays.
So right now you can have a 2-week vacation. You still can't watch it all unless you speed it up.
Yeah.
So we're killing it. Jay here says, mayo is very popular in the Netherlands. The Dutch.
It is.
Eric, join me in my war against the
They
Dutch.
put it on the French fries, eh?
Well, then, then I lose my future with Puck Peterson.
Wow. Wow. Pour some mayo on me. Bob's got it.
Yes.
X Games card might have been popular one time. That is true. Mike says, Carlos, are you going to do your Christmas Eve show this year? I am.
Yep.
And a New Year's Eve show.
It's Friday and Wednesday's Christmas and New Year's, right? Wednesdays.
So
Yeah. So it's
yeah, so this year both of them I think
a
are
couple
going to be
days
on
after.
Wednesdays.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, there's no couple of days after. This year it's Wednesday is Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve are both a Wednesday. So what's going to happen is I'm going to do so since Mike asked and I'll reiterate this. The Christmas Eve episode is going to happen on the 24th of December, which is a Wednesday, and that's going to end
Okay.
before midnight.
Mm,
So that'll end before midnight. That'll be the usual thing. I'll do it from the house. Carlos Senior will make a cameo most likely. All the usual
course.
things.
mhm.
The New Year's Eve will be on the 31st, going into January 1st,
Mhm.
and I'll update everybody on the timing and everything of that. But that'll be 31st going to January 1st, which is a Wednesday, which means both those weeks there will be no Friday live because there's no point in doing a Friday live right after going into Thursday both times.
Of
You,
course.
you could have just stopped at there's no point of doing a Friday live.
All right, Eric, we'll do a Friday live. You convinced me.
Okay.
Is there anything else you would like to say? Because every time you open your mouth, it gets worse.
Mm,
God, I just want to go to bed.
all right. Go to bed.
I love waking up Tuesday to see how long the podcast is. It was supposed to be an hour. I just laugh when it's closing in on 3. When was it supposed to be an hour?
Supposed to be an hour and a half. That was the agreement.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Well,
An hour and a
hold on,
half.
Bobby, hold on. To be fair,
Oh, come on. I'm
We
tired.
haven't
no,
done
you
that
brought
yet.
this on yourself. It's not my
It's
fault.
the first one.
Yeah, we saved it.
Make it the first and last one.
The problem is, Bobby, that was the plan. But as all the podcast episodes are going to testify, I'll ask Eric, like, hey, Eric, what's 1 + 1? 45 minutes later. So then that is why I was hanging out with Marcel Dion. I'm like, no, that wasn't the question. That wasn't what I asked you. And it just goes on and on and on. And that's why it takes 2 hours plus. That's not my fault.
There you go.
You wait till
Nope.
Monday, and I say 3 words the entire time. You wait.
We'll see. We'll find out. We'll find. We'll see what happens when all of a sudden it's like, okay, so Eric, what do you think of? He uses his 3
Monday's a
words.
different day.
So Eric, will you agree that Kiss is trash, right? Pink Floyd is way better, correct?
No.
Mm,
No, you've already used your 3 words.
Yeah.
I can't hear you.
he's
Try again.
He's comfortably numb.
No, it's gonna be amazing. I didn't even get to beat him over the head with that yet, Bobby. That's how good it was. We didn't even get a chance to do it. I could
Damn.
have. Now I'll have to save it. Good evening, name. Will be a special guest for the Xmas Eve show. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna reach out to some
Yes.
folks and see. No, here's the thing. For the Christmas Eve one, I may, but usually the New Year's Eve is where we'll reach out. We'll go deep into the bullpen. We'll see who we've got around that is interested in maybe joining in.
Mm-hmm.
Because we will go into the new year and maybe, just maybe, we got planning stages. We may make Eric go on a bicycle for an extended period of time while doing the New Year's Eve show
In the garage.
in the garage. We may redo the charity thing.
On knowledge.
We may. Well, lack of knowledge.
Yes.
But there may be a charitable element to it, is what I'm saying.
Oh,
We've done that in the past. So there may be something. We'll see. We'll find
do
out how
that
we
for
can
special
torture.
people. Yes.
Yes, yes. Eric reminds me of PSA graders right now. I know.
Oh,
Reminds me of when I asked Eric about the Shriner show and he talked about the extra for all. This is what I'm trying to say.
yeah.
And then he goes, man, why are the episodes so long? And I'm like,
Because
sorry, Eric, you have to stay up a little longer. There's 33 people watching. That's right. You must address all 34 people individually, Eric.
I will say this.
You will say this.
There's a young man that may or may not be listening who is traveling with his father to a hockey tournament. And this young man's name is Augie, and he is going to be a future superstar in the NHL someday. And we're all going to be able to say, hey, we knew him when. So I want to wish him a lot of luck at his hockey tournament. I hope he plays well and has lots of fun.
Augie doggy.
And I'm
I don't
sorry.
see
that-
anything anyway. So
Sorry that you have that person as a dad, but You have a great mom, and that's all that matters.
Mm.
Okay.
Now it's important, Eric. Would you mind?
You still owe us.
I'm waiting. I don't get it. What do you? Hi.
Hobby Champs is awaiting his acknowledgement. I said you must
Yes.
acknowledge the people.
Mhm.
Oh, you're acknowledged.
That's better.
You still owe us a to be fair.
I didn't know I said it. I just didn't put any effort into it.
Okay.
I was going to say kind of weak. Mike says, well said, coach. Zach says, there's times Carlos asks a simple question. Eric and Bob will go for 30 minutes before Carlos gets another word in. I like playing this game, though. I got to be honest. So tell you, Zach, just so between us, I like when this happens because then Eric will bitch and moan about how long the episode went. And I'll just be like,
You wait till Monday.
Bobby,
We're waiting.
I'm
What
not
do you
playing
want?
this game anymore.
what do you want me
You're
to do
still
about
there.
it? What do you want me to do about it?
One word answers on Monday. You wait and see.
All right, we'll see. We'll find out. Amanda here says Eric needs new friends. That's right. She needs to get rid of Judas.
Mm,
Judas.
priest. Maybe.
Augie said thank you. Indeed.
Good luck, buddy.
And on that bombshell, that concludes this evening. Thank you to Bobby in the Garage of Knowledge. Eric is here. Thank you to Yannick.
Gonna warm
Thank you to
up.
Dan. And thank you to
Yes.
Wes for
Wes,
joining us
too,
this
yes.
evening and providing a little bit of context. We appreciate it. We're good.
That was good. Good knowledge.
Hobby Champ says we are best friends now. Can I sleep on your couch, Eric?
No.
No, that's
Well,
Yannick's couch. That's where Yannick sleeps.
Oh,
Wow. I see. Thank you, Brad. Appreciate you. Good luck tomorrow morning, Eric. Stay safe. There you go, Jay. Thank you all for participating. Appreciate you. Hit the like button on the way out. Eric pays for it.
No, I don't.
Yep.
More videos coming up on the channel. Longest running episodic, whatever it is, will continue. Still, next week will be a regular episode, as I said. And then the Christmas Eve and the New Year's Eve episodes will be in the middle of the week. That's why I said I'll give you all reminders. There will be regular podcast episodes as well. Those will still be all the same. And Eric will drone on and on and on. We'll ask him about the 86 Red Sox, and he won't shut up
Mm.
for days. For days. That's it for us. Have a good night. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Take it easy.